Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 295. We are getting really close to 300. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, we thought we didn't have you. Did you get lost in the Chinese EMP?
The Chinese EMP?
That's why they think everything's not working today around the country. Is because there's like a massive outage at AT&T and like other telecoms, I guess. And people think that is this like some sort of weird cyber attack or like a test bed for something greater, because it's very like they can't seem to fix it at the time we're recording.
Yeah, I don't know. It was raining here for a couple of days, and then my internet was really iffy. And then ever since it stopped raining, it's been really. We've even had problems like recording Snark Tank, which has been a little frustrating because we use Riverside, which is normally fine for us, but I think we had like a 5-second delay or something on the last one. We were like, we can't.
Yeah, you can't do that.
We can't do this.
No.
This is impossible.
It's like Jaffe and I always make fun of the Sunday shows where for some reason like the most sophisticated shows in the world have the worst connections. If you watch like Meet the Press and it's like, we're here today with Congressman blah, blah, blah. And then she'll start talking and then like 5 seconds into her word, she'll be like, thanks for having me. You know?
Yeah.
And Jaffe and I always do that to each other where it's like you're in your first sentence, like you have to know. Why can't they figure it out? Very weird.
Yeah. Strange.
Well, glad you figured it out. We thought we might have to go on without you today.
Let's hope it holds. We'll see. Let's cross our fingers.
Yeah. Maybe we do need that EMP just to wipe everything out. It's like in Jericho, my favorite show, where they start playing baseball with their cell phones because they don't work anymore. All right. Dustin Furman, executive producer. Good to see you today, my friend. How was your life?
Just fine. Nothing. We were talking a little bit before the show. Just everything is completely normal right now. And I understand that there's a lot of people that don't like the mundanity. What is the word? Mundanity of life. And I get that to a lot. But when you have crazy times, sometimes you're just like slow down. So I'm happy. I think this is going to be let's see. This week we had to rearrange the schedule for Punching Up because of the Nintendo Partner Direct.
And they had to reschedule the Nintendo Partner Direct for Xbox.
That's right. So I think next week might be the very first week of Last Stand scheduled content of so far this year. It only took to the last week of February.
Nice.
But who knows? Anything could happen. I mean, Phil Spencer could resign. Jim Ryan could commit a felony. I mean, there's so many possibilities that what would Jim Ryan have to do to make us record an emergency episode? I mean, stay
or end up somewhere else. Although we're going to talk about an interview he gave later where it sounds like he's going to go into a different industry. So stay or I don't know. Hiroki Totoki probably wants to kill him. Hiroki Totoki Literature Club. He didn't look very happy in that financial call, did he?
No.
All right, my friends. It's good to be here with you guys today. Thank you for being here. Thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support. Sacred Symbols and Last Stand. Pleased to be here with you as we are each and every week. Remember, you can get the show 3 days early and ad-free over on patreon.com/laststandmedia. There are all sorts of tiers to support us at, but $5 a month is the most popular tier by far. And at that tier, you get early ad-free access to every episode of this show, every episode of Defining Duke, our Xbox podcast, every episode of Punching Up, our Nintendo podcast, every episode of Knockback, our Retro and Nostalgia podcast, every episode of Constellation, our conversational podcast, right? And then our newest podcast, Summon Sign, by Brad Ellis, all-star Brad Ellis, our games conversation each week. So ad-free, early access to all of that, the ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas to the various shows. Sacred Symbols Plus once a week. I just did a 2-hour banger of an interview. I will not even spoil it. I've said that this person was coming on in the past. He arrived in a way greater than I could have ever even imagined. And it's going to be a really great, charged, economic, business, political podcast about the industry. It's good shit. So check that out over on Sacred Symbols Plus on patreon.com/laststandmedia. Merch, laststandmedia.store. Some new merch in the works, I think, which is fun. So you can get your t-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, stickers, free shipping in these United States on stickers. Check them out. you have something you want to say, Dustin? I didn't know if it looked like you wanted to say something.
Ben is doing a lot of interesting work that I was too stupid to do on the merch store. So a lot of people asking, like, can we do this shirt? Can we do this shirt? We have a way. It's coming. Just please, as they say, please be excited. Please look forward to it.
Please look forward to that. All right, very well. Let's get in earnest into topics of discussion because people wrote in some pretty interesting and zany shit for us this week. But where do we want to begin? No, you know what? I actually put these in the wrong order.
Wrong order.
I'll get to these second. I'm going to copy these out of here. So we'll begin. Wait. Oh, God damn it. I fucked this up. Why did I do this? Okay. There we go. Let's start with Zachary Douglas. Hey guys, just checking in. How are we all doing in LSM? Remember, don't let the world bring you down. Not everyone here is that fucked up and cold. That's a quote, but I don't know what that's from, and I'm not going to Google it because now I have something in my clipboard that I need to paste. So even copying and pasting that would be a disastrous situation for me. Chris, how are you? How are you?
Generally, I'm fine.
Mm-hmm.
You know, today was frustrating. I'm actually still like, I don't know if it's, I think I've talked about it on the show, how like really, really big things, like really, really big, drastic things can happen in my life. And I think I can be generally calm. But if I'm faced with like a really like a deep inconvenience, it'll kind of like throw my day off. Like to the maximum. Like if I think I've used the example of like if I was out one day and I came home and my apartment was gone, I'd be like, oh, cool, a new life. Like a completely different, like there's so many clearly important things that I have to do now that like, oh, okay, it's like a new quest. But like if I found that I had to go to like a meeting in like 3 hours that I didn't know about before, I'd be like, oh my God, I didn't prepare for this. This is going to be so brutal and miserable. So I'm still like a little... I'm trying to calm down from like the rage that I was feeling earlier. It's like, why can't technology just work? And
that's the Chinese. They're the one hacking you.
Yeah. It's all them. Clearly, but I'm fine generally. Like I feel pretty good actually, generally. But
China virus.
China.
We do a little trolling. All right, Zachary, how am I? Well, this is how I am. 2 days ago, my wife and I were talking, and she asked me would I cheat on her with George Washington. I said yes. Now, that wasn't the problem, right? The problem was I made a comment on I said I would something about me blasting out George Washington, right? But she insists that I said that George Washington was going to blast me out.
Big difference.
Oh. So wait, so is this the assumption that there's like a Freudian slip kind of?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, go ahead.
No, that's exactly what happened. All right. Colin said, we're talking about having a hall pass situation. I said, there's no hall passes. And then he said, George Washington was going to blast me out. And I was like, whoa, blast you out? I was like, so you're the bottom in this? He was like, no, I'd be doing the blasting. But that's not what he said. That's not what he said.
It is what I said. Thank you for your time. So that's how I am. Dustin, how are you?
I'm a little stuck at the moment because I was just thinking about why George Washington is the first thought about when you bring up the hall pass conversation, Colin immediately, George Washington.
Yeah, there's a context to it. It's like we keep having this. Mike and I have this touchstone of George Washington's hair. And a lock of haven't I talked about this on the show?
Yeah.
I think we have, and I asked you if you would eat it or like eat like surely you got to eat one lock or one individual hair.
I'd eat one of the hairs, but
consume
it wouldn't
power.
digest. It would just come right out of you, But
recycling.
But it for some reason because I don't want to have a hall pass. Like first of all, we were joking. We're
right, yeah,
in a monogamous relationship, obviously. But I thought it would be funny. But I also love George Washington. But it's also like if George Washington. If he just came into my house and just bent over my center island in my kitchen and told me to blast him out, it's like, you think I'm not going to do that? It's George Washington.
Yeah.
He's the father of the United States. He could have been king. Don't you understand that, Chris?
But this is George Washington, right? This is this is a 1700s person. That's not a, I mean, with all due respect, that's not a clean ass.
No.
You know, so that's kind of my thing, really. Ultimately, it's like, if you want to, your proclivities are your own thing. But the second it gets into hygiene, like there's no negotiation for hygiene.
Yeah, they didn't have wipes.
No.
In 1790, but one way or the other, his asshole is going to be all sorts of dirty when I'm done with it. By the way, as a postscript, Micah sent me a photo of a playlist she made on Spotify. It's songs for George Washington to blast me out to, and the only song on it is Ocean Avenue.
That's
because we were just talking about it.
Yeah, that'd be great. As far as how I'm doing, though,
how are
after
you?
that,
How are you?
I'm okay. I'm having this thing where yesterday, I don't know, this is just being 30. I was like, my lower back is just screaming all day long. It felt good.
Yeah.
When I was walking on the treadmill, I was like, okay, I'm doing the responsible thing. They say it's like, oh, if you're sore, you actually should work out or try to move around.
Your shirt looks
then
loose.
Immediately came back. So, yeah, it's a little annoying, but not as exciting as blasting out George Washington. But that actually reminded me, me and my friends had a little thought game. You know, a lot of people, they have the standards like, oh, fuck, marry, kill, whatever. We say, in order to save the world, would you have sex with Abraham Lincoln, but inside of Abraham Lincoln is this random girl from our school's, like, it's her inside, but it's Abraham Lincoln's body. Would you do that to save my life?
Is her inside? So
Like
Abraham Lincoln has a vagina?
No, it's like a Freaky Friday situation.
Oh,
Exactly.
I see. Okay, spiritually.
Right. And so this is just one example of, I mean, potentially hundreds that we would come up with. Sometimes it would be like, oh, you get to fornicate with someone attractive, but inside it's actually Abraham Lincoln.
Right.
Does he like it? Does he?
Is it Abraham Lincoln pre or post John Wilkes Booth?
Oh,
man.
Pre, presumably, right?
It was always pre, but I'm not opposed to that dynamic being thrown in.
How did this show get this unhinged so quickly? Wild.
You guys can ask my friend Brandon about that when you meet him at Sacred 300, because I believe that he is
I feel like I've met him
Genesis.
before.
Yeah, you did. He was at my house
At the Butler show.
At the Butler show.
Right. Little campfire action. That was, or not campfire. What would you call that?
Bonfire?
It's just a little fire.
Yeah, little fire.
Yeah.
Little fire. Got a little fire in my belly.
Little fire never hurt nobody.
Little bit of fire. I was saying, I was interrupting you, so you didn't hear me, and it was my fault. But your shirt looks loose.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, thanks. Is that good or bad?
No, it's good. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm noticing it's a compliment.
It feels, well, this shirt feels about the same, because this shirt is like one of those ones that just feels slightly bigger than a normal large.
Yeah.
The shirt I wore yesterday, though, on Punching Up, that shirt is one of the one of the things that kicked things off for me. That's like, no, this is feeling real bad. And so when I put it on yesterday, I was like, okay, not bad.
Good.
Okay.
But okay. I'm almost at 15 pounds now.
Wow, dude. Good for you. That's wonderful.
That's really,
Thank you.
That's not easy.
It's very annoying.
Not at your size.
No.
What was that?
Not at your size. It's not easy. 15 pounds would be trivial for someone that was like really heavy, but 15 pounds for someone your size that's a lot of weight, to lose.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be rational about it, because I know that it's always easy at first and then it gets harder. So the first 10 went by in a month, and this next 5 has taken the entire month. So in some ways I feel like I've lost momentum, but that's just how it works, is that you have to adjust, and you're not going to be losing as much as you do it initially. But I'm going to keep going. Here's the thing. At New York City, I have done very few cheat meals or days on this diet, but New York City,
Yeah, do your thing.
I'm going to go hard. Pizza.
Yeah, do your thing. Do your thing.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Soon enough.
Soon
Episode
enough.
300 celebration. What is that? March 24th? It's Palm Sunday. I'm pretty sure it's almost sold out. If not,
It is very fucking close. So if you want to go, you better do it now.
Right. This isn't one of those places where like we could accommodate thousands, but we just accommodate 500 or whatever seated, where you can kind of theoretically just keep adding. This place is very limited. So do come join us, New York City, for the 300 celebration. All right. Chris, I'm sorry to do this to you, but Full Metal Sween wrote into us. Said, plain and simple, I asked Chris on Snark Tank about a cock rate Patreon tier. Derek and Sween said that it's only there's only a market if they'll oblige. Mr. Raygun here then told the audience about his OnlyFans endeavors. I don't want that. So, Colin, as his boss, I come to you, Will, as the head and Cobra commander of Last Stand, scold him for dodging the question and add the tier here instead. Thanks.
You want a cock rate tier here on Last Stand Media?
Well, I don't know if we, I just wanted to have more of an excuse to bring this up because this apparently was a big thing with the audience last week, but I went back. I misunderstood what you said, I think, in that moment.
I don't remember what I said.
You had said, Dustin, do you know?
I remember it. Yeah, because there was there's a Freudian slip here where you were trying to say I came from an only family. And you said, like, I'm an only fan. And then you corrected yourself. So everyone's like, oh, Chris admitted he has an OnlyFans.
That's awesome.
But I felt like that was known.
Yeah, I do have one. I don't use it.
Yeah, I know you do.
Yeah,
but I thought that was known. I thought that was known. So what is cock rate? That is what, like, how much it costs to see your dick.
No. So this is the idea is people will send their cocks to you and you will rate them.
Oh, I thought it was like a cock rate. In other words, I see. I thought it was like, it's so funny. Did I have a misunderstanding like this recently too about something else? It was the term bussy.
Oh, right.
That's a butthole, but I thought that was a surgically created vagina for a long time.
No.
So, so that's interesting because I interpreted it as so I read it through the lens of you're on OnlyFans and there are these different rates you pay. And at this rate is the cock rate.
that makes sense. That like
so not a verb, but a noun.
Linguistically, that tracks completely.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
no.
But you're talking about a verb of rating cocks.
Right, exactly.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, we're not going to have a cock rate, either of those cock rates.
Right, exactly.
Here. But but this OnlyFans thing has been so how's it going over there? Are you liking it?
I don't use it really. Like I usually on Twitter and on Instagram, I've posted like shirtless photos before. So I'm just like, I'll just do this for money. And by the way, I've made like thousands from those. So like, yeah, of course I'm going to do this. This is like not even remotely embarrassing. And it's wild that anyone will pay for this. The way that I feel about it is like, dude, I was on, I remember this a long time ago when I was making content like really, really, really regularly. I did a video where, and I was so naive. It's so funny. When you consider the fact that it was like 2017, I shouldn't have been as naive as I was. But I did a video where I walked around. I think it was an April Fool. I don't know what type of video it was, but I walked around an entire mall with like Legos in my shoes for like a bit, right? And so there's like close-ups of my feet with like Lego holes in them.
Oh my God.
And I didn't think that that was like masturbation material for people at all. Like it genuinely didn't even cross my mind. So I'm on like Wiki Feet.
Oh,
and I've got like
so interesting.
A 4.5 rating. So the way that I feel about it is like people are cranking it to me and I'm not seeing a penny from it.
Right.
So like, yeah, I'll take your thousands of dollars.
Yeah, sure.
For stuff that I'll post on Twitter and Instagram anyway. Like, yeah.
It's funny. I mean, it's not funny. It's just an observation, I guess, how different the ramifications are for a man and a woman doing OnlyFans from a societal standpoint. We're almost completely nonplussed by you doing.
Well, I think if I was getting railed, I think it'd be a different story. Like,
right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I feel like you would be a lot harsher. You know,
yeah. I mean,
people would be a lot harsher. I feel like they'd almost be extra confused because it's like, why does a guy have to do this?
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah, pornography. I don't think if you went full nude, I don't think that would bother me. First of all, I don't think anything would bother me, but you would be a pornographer if you did the other thing. And that it's
right,
like
exactly.
I would ask you at that point. It's like I'm your boy, but do you know what you like the line you've crossed at this point?
Right, exactly. You know? It's like killing someone. It's like Batman if he shoots the Joker. It's like now he's a villain. Although it's like that's arguable.
Chris getting plowed by a man in a George Washington outfit.
I was gonna say perfect scene is already before you.
Yeah,
for your first one.
that's okay.
Man, someone at Sony PR right now wants to kill themselves.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Like, it is the entire episode is the meme.
The guy throwing his headphones off. Love it. Yeah, that was interesting because I didn't even hear the flub. Like I went back and listened to it. I even went back and listened to that scene because someone timestamped it somewhere, and I was like, I still don't even hear it. But apparently, like the OnlyFans thing. But apparently, some people did. Dude, didn't the OnlyFans CEO make something like $400 million last year or something like that? Like some like it was like something insane where I'm like, oh my God. I have never in my life paid for an OnlyFans. I don't know really how it works. Is there like a free component to it and then a paid component to it? Or is it just like, because Patreon has that, where it's like,
yeah.
You could theoretically just put everything for free on Patreon.
Yeah, it's I would say it's basically the same. It's a little bit less. It's a little bit more janky of a website to be fair. It's like a little bit. It's not exactly. I mean, Patreon's also pretty janky, so I guess that's not really a great.
It is.
Comparison. Yeah.
But, surprisingly so, considering how old it is at this point.
Yeah, but I mean, it's basically like that. Like, yeah, you could be completely locked off, or you could be, you could have it for free, and then like maybe you have individual posts that people pay for instead. Or you can have like messages that you send out and you charge for those. Those are a little bit more secure because those can't be like bypassed by proxies. I don't know. I haven't posted to it since like last year at some point. I don't even remember when, but yeah, whatever. I actually forgot about it a little bit.
Well, not anymore.
I should get to posting.
Yeah, get to posting. Show everyone them nips. Can your boss be? I'm not really your boss, but could someone in this? I don't know if I should be saying that to you, to be honest.
It's fine.
I guess it's all contextual, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean the way I look at it is like I'm technically freelance. So
yeah, and we're friends.
Yeah, it's different.
All right, Full Metal Sween. Glad to talk about the cock rate.
Great name, but
Dylan McCann wrote in. I thought you guys would find this funny. It says, "Greetings to C's and the Will of D. I'm a listener who's still catching up on the show, but I have a funny yet embarrassing story to share with the crew. Recently, listening to tales of Dustin's travels to Japan made me think of my own and a horrible mistake I made while there. I was in the Marines getting ready to deploy on a Navy ship and had a free day to explore the mainland. Me and a few friends decided to go to Nagasaki. It wasn't until we got off the train that my friend decided to point out my choice of clothing. To my utter horror and dismay, I looked down to see that I had put on my Fallout shirt. Luckily, the locals didn't seem to understand the reference, but that didn't change the amount of shame and guilt I felt about walking around in that particular shirt. We didn't even end up going to the memorial, but still had a good time exploring the city. Sorry for the long post. I just thought y'all might get a kick out of that story. Keep up the premium content. I'll be caught up with one of these days. Thanks, Dylan, for writing in. And Semper Fi. Yeah,
I love that.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's hysterical. And someone surely noticed.
Yeah.
Where you're in Japan, the society where Nintendo is the biggest company or whatever. So someone noticed. They just too polite to tell you. What a cosmic coincidence. At least it wasn't him using like one of the nuke bombs, like the mini nukes or whatever.
Right. Yeah. I look at this and I love the idea of, because he definitely took photos. You know what I mean? So there's just photos of this guy in a Fallout shirt in Nagasaki, and I think that is really the crown jewel of this entire story. Just knowing that is real is nice.
That's a thorough American conquering, if I do say so myself.
They got back to it. They got back at us with all that anime, though.
Oh, they definitely did. Yeah. The Nagasaki bombing, I'm sure a lot of people know this. The Nagasaki bombing was fucked up. Like, it didn't really work well. The bomb like fell in the wrong place. A lot of its blast was like shielded by these like, hills and small mountains or whatever. And it didn't fall where it was supposed to. And so it didn't do nearly the amount of damage it was supposed to, which is good.
Wait, isn't that technically like not, you know what I mean? Like, it's more fucked up if it didn't get fucked up. You know
it would be. Yeah, it would be. It would be more like Hiroshima in terms of the damage and the death toll, which it wasn't.
Yeah.
But it proved. I think there was a theory, we only had 4 bombs in the beginning anyway, so we didn't have that many bombs because we were building them individually. But I think that they thought we were bluffing with Hiroshima. I think that no matter what happened with Nagasaki, they would have surrendered after that because they realized that we had potentially an arsenal of them. But we only had 1 more at that point. They didn't know that because we tested one at Trinity, and the 4th one is hanging in the Smithsonian, disarmed, of course.
Yeah.
All right. Where are we here? Dylan, thanks for writing in. King Kulak wrote in, said, hey, Sacred Sluts, just want to say that I'm growing more and more suspicious of Colin as a potential CCP plant and might even be the right-hand man of General Secretary Xi Jinping. Anyone who sleeps Winnie the Pooh style is clearly signaling to his comrades. Just because Xi looks like Winnie the Pooh doesn't mean he sleeps like that. I don't look like Winnie the Pooh, but I do sleep like that. That you would think that I was a communist. What a fucking ruse that would be, huh? Like real, like it's like The Americans. You guys know that show?
No.
I know the premise. Yeah.
It's a really cool show. I mean, it's a good show. It's about like a deep plant Soviet spies that live as an American family. And it's super cool. I wish I was that smart. I wouldn't want to be a traitor to my country, of course, but if I had that level of intelligence, I wouldn't be doing this. I would be doing something more useful with my life. So I'm not a communist. Not at all.
Santa is not a commie.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp, a revolutionary way to seek the therapy you may need. Learn more now at betterhelp.com/symbols. I'm a true believer in talk therapy. I currently see someone in my own life. But there's no doubt that there's an access problem when it comes to maintaining your wellness, mind, body, and spirit. That's why I've been such a proponent of BetterHelp for so long, and why they've sponsored Sacred Symbols for as long as they have, because I believe their approach of tearing down barriers is not only ideal, but essential in allowing us to all live better lives. The key behind BetterHelp is that it offers the many benefits of therapy, but it does so remotely. In a world where car payments are a small fortune, gas and bus passes are onerous, and Uber and Lyft are only for those that can afford it, being able to simply speak to a licensed therapist via video, audio, or even just text is in and of itself a massive deal. But think of all that stems from that. More affordable prices because of a lack of office space and so on. Flexible scheduling that doesn't require you to take off like an entire morning or afternoon just for an hour session, and no intrinsic need for the health insurance too many people lack, because BetterHelp is more affordable than you may think. My friends, taking good care of yourself is vital. Human tribulations are shared by all of us. We all go through relationship trouble and issues of the heart. We all have problems with friends and family. We all feel sad or lonely from time to time. The key is to lean into those issues, be honest about them with a professional that can help you, and come out the other side a better, more solid individual. The downstream effect of unburdening your mind can allow you to live a better life by an order of magnitude. Will you take the first step by filling out BetterHelp's questionnaire so that they can match you with a licensed therapist who can assist you? Learn to make time for what makes you happy with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/symbols today. That's betterhelp.com/SYMBOLS to get 10% off your first month of therapy sessions. Again, that's betterhelp.com/symbols for affordable, accessible, usable, and effective therapy. Meatball wrote in. Said, I'm so offended that I'm not even going to say hello. Colin, please hand the mic to Christopher so he can defend his erroneous and hateful slander that PB&J isn't a sandwich. You can't keep getting away with this. What is this? PB&J is not a sandwich? Isn't that like the iconic sandwich?
Is it? A peanut butter and jelly sandwich is the iconic sandwich?
I think so.
I don't know, man.
What would be the other? What would it be, like ham and cheese or some shit? Bologna?
Yeah, like a really simple ass fucking like I don't think. Here's the thing: a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, in my opinion, it simply does not invoke the. I don't even know the spirit or the soul of a sandwich. That is a pastry.
Oh, okay.
That you have forgotten to bake, basically. Like that's candy to me. It's like it's not pastry. That's not a sandwich is like meat. You know, it's cheese. It's
savory.
Other vegetable. It's savory. Yeah, it's between two slices. It is between two slices of bread, but it's usually like meat, cheese, or vegetables, or some combination of three. It could be a plain salami sandwich. It could be a grilled cheese. It could be like a BLT. You know, but it's got to be it's something like that. Peanut butter and jelly. That's two halves of a Pop-Tart that you forgot to fuse. You know, like I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see it as being a legitimate sandwich. If someone was out and they were like, "Hey guys, I'm coming back with sandwiches, but I'm not going to tell you what kind,"
right?
I'd be like, oh, "Okay, yeah, that's interesting." And he came back with PB&Js, I would be chagrined and furious.
Yeah.
That.
That makes sense.
So that's what I'm basing it off of. Like I just feel, I feel very strongly about this actually.
That's a good point because no one would ever expect when you want to go get some sandwiches, like no one would be like, oh yeah, I'm in the mood for a PB&J. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Dustin, you were going
Right.
to say something?
I was going to say, I just, out of curiosity, I searched sandwich on Google, went to Google Images. I'm not finding a single image of a PB&J. So maybe not as iconic. Because I would have thought as well that this is, I mean, it's iconic in my life. That's what I ate almost every day
Oh, me
in
too.
elementary school was PB&J.
I love PB&J. I
do
still
you
eat
think about-
I still eat PB&J today.
What do you think about the Uncrustables? I've never had that.
I never had
but I
that
saw
either.
them in the store the other day and I thought,
You know
I
what?
don't know. It seems like it'd just be a giant glob of,
They're
they're
deceptively pretty good,
okay.
but they're also very clearly not not sandwiches. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like it's,
yeah. I like how you described it more as like a pastry. I guess that's true. Peanut butter is savory. The jelly is sweet. And I love grape jelly, by the way. I don't really eat grapes or anything like that, but grape jelly is my favorite. I'm kind of grossed out by plastic jelly bottles or so they only sell glass ones now if they're smaller. So they'll sell like the small Welch's or the small Smucker's grape jelly. That's like, you have to kind of, I don't know, it's probably for like a weekend if you rent a house and you have kids or something like that. But that I have to buy that because I need the jelly in the glass jar. For some reason, it just doesn't work for me in the plastic. I'm so mad that they went to that at some point. Because when I grew up, it was jelly. I was telling Micah, I mean, she vaguely remembers it and she's your guys' age, but it's like, dude, when I was a kid, everything came in glass. Like it was a product of, we used to get Gatorade bottles that were glass. Your mayonnaise came in glass. It's like, it's so interesting how just changed over the plastic for price, but it's not good for the environment.
it's not good for anybody.
What do you
that's
think
true.
about the peanut butter and jelly in one jar?
No,
Because
no,
I think that's serial killer shit.
Yeah, I hate that shit because, first of all, it seemed like, why are you so lazy?
Yeah.
And doesn't everyone have a sort of their own chemistry as far as, I like this much peanut butter and this much jelly, and this makes assumptions for you
Right.
that I don't like. So
Yeah. I don't know. I shared this take on Twitter and like people were furious, man. People were, but there were no good arguments. I saw some people was like, "Oh, you just called it a sandwich," and it's like, dude, go watch Free Willy and tell me what that movie's about. What is it about? Is it about a killer whale? Is it about an orca killer whale? Oh, guess what? Isn't a whale a killer whale? Just because we colloquialize certain things into being things doesn't make them those things. It's not how that fucking works.
The taxa, as it were.
Right, exactly. And it's a very bad argument. I feel this is the chocolate candy argument again as well to me, where it's just like that. I feel like you just have to be emotionally in tune with the universe to really understand the difference between these things. And if you can't do it, then that speaks very lowly of you.
Yeah, I mean, you've made a really compelling case. I'm glad that I asked you this question, actually, because I went from the iconography of the item itself to the categorization of the item and the taxonomy of the item and the usefulness of the item. And who the hell made the peanut butter and jelly is iconic. I think it must be American, right? I mean,
I have to imagine. Yeah, I feel like only an American would do something like that.
Well, that's good. I mean, I'm of the mind, not that I've been all over everywhere in the world and eaten every cuisine, but we eat fucking really good here. People that are like make fun of American cuisine are dense as fuck. You wish you ate so well here. Oh my God.
Over there having fucking beans for breakfast.
I'm gonna have my beans and toast.
Okay, so here's we got some answers for you.
Yeah.
Who created the PB&J? Julia Davis Chandler. Some lady, I guess.
Great grandma.
Oh, can you fucking imagine? Can you fucking imagine if that was true?
Love that.
The lineage...
Wait, she's American?
Yeah, she's American. Well, I mean, it says place of origin in the United States. So even if she wasn't American and she made it here, it still counts.
True. It's like how the Nazis made the NASA, the early NASA program. It counts because it's American. It's not Nazi.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't worry about all that.
Don't think about it.
Don't. All right. Let's see. Oh, I wanted to talk about this because I've seen this a few times and I'm curious what you think about this, especially Dustin. Joey Malone wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, not really asking about the show, but I just have to ask. After listening to the last Summon Sign with Colin on, is Brad saying your name wrong? Is he pronouncing Colin like Powell, the former Secretary of State? So he's saying Colin. Did you not hear him? Chose not to correct him? I rewound the episode so many times. Anyway, love the show. Keep it up." I don't know what people are hearing. I think some people are, I don't know where you're from, Joey, but Brad is deeply California. He's saying Colin. You know, like he's not saying colon.
Right.
He's saying call like you would hear on Huntington Beach. Oh man, it's my man Colin.
Right,
You know,
exactly.
Like that. You might not be California, especially SoCal, enough for that, but he's not saying colon. He's not. Have you noticed this feedback, Dustin? I've seen this in a few places, and I'm like, he's not. You have to be more in tune than this. Inland Empire, Anaheim area. This is where I think this kind of my man Colin Moriarty. You know, like it's
You're right.
That's what it is. It's fucking it's Fast Times at Ridgemont High. You know, that is where Brad's from.
Right. Yeah. I've seen this feedback many times. I've had people tell me this, and I never noticed it when I'm talking to Brad ever. And then when this happened, I listened to it and I was like, I guess I can understand that, but it's an accent related thing.
Maybe it's because I lived in California for so many years and I'm so used to that accent and people saying Colin, you know, like, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Is that Colin?
Yeah, exactly. That's
dude.
Like where I'm from, it's Colin.
Brad.
Colin.
Right.
But they're like call. So hopefully that puts some context into it. Maybe he is saying colon, but I don't hear that. I just hear a Californian saying Colin.
Yeah, I don't hear it either.
Thanks for your support, by the way, over on Summon Sign. Really enjoying it. I did 2 episodes in a row, so I won't be on for a while, but glad people enjoyed it. All right, let's get into some corrections, things to talk about. Finally, this is what I had out of order. I don't know why I put it out of order, but now we're in order. William Aguilar wrote in. He has a correction. He says the Starship Troopers movie. So we talked about Starship Troopers in relation to Helldivers, which we're going to talk about later. But he says the Starship Troopers movie was developed and distributed by TriStar Pictures, which is owned by Sony. And the sequels, of which 2 was terrible, 3 was bad, but has good moments. 4, Invasion, was actually pretty good. And an animated version of 5, Traders from Mars, was bad. And also an animated movie, were all developed by Sony-owned production companies, TriStar or Stage 6. Sony owns the movie universe rights to Starship Troopers. So there's no conflict of copyright in terms of Sony owning Helldivers. That's very interesting. We had assumed because it was on Paramount that maybe CBS owned it in some way, but it seems like Sony owns it. Could that explain? I think it's an homage anyway, but I think it's funny learning over the last couple of weeks how unaware people are that there's like, it's like, it is so overtly Starship Troopers. Like, I think just a lot of people don't even know that at all. And you said you had experienced that recently, Dustin, right?
I didn't know. I mean, I knew because people had told me about that, but I had never seen Starship Troopers firsthand. And then when you watch it, and there are so many very specific things, like loading in the rockets, which is something that you can do, having a partner loaded in, some of the different weapons, the bugs in particular are 1 for 1. Throwing a grenade into a bug hole, something they do in the movie, which is one of the main mechanics of Helldivers. But I wondered, now knowing that Sony owns it, is Helldivers prime for a PlayStation Productions film that could be kind of pushed out as a reboot of Starship Troopers?
Yeah,
could be interesting.
We'll see. Thanks, William, for the correction. Let's see. Oh, this was an attempted correction. I appreciate this. Let's get back into this. Everything Evil wrote in and said, "Greetings, CDC. I was refurbishing a guitar amplifier in my living room while your beautiful faces were displayed on my TV to enjoy last week's show. The word you were looking for was laxative. So last week we were talking about a word that we couldn't remember. And what was it? How did we do you remember how we described it, Dustin? It was like a word.
Diuretic.
Right, diuretic.
That was the other one we said. Yeah.
Right. And people are like, the word you're looking for is laxative, and I appreciate that, but laxative is a 4th grade vocabulary word. It's not the word that we were looking for. A lot of people thought that.
Yeah.
I looked to now the words, they're not, because I think I said it started with a D, the word I was thinking of. I can say that the words I were thinking, I figured out 2 words that I was thinking of. The first was prophylactic.
That's definitely
that was one of them. Yeah. The second was and this is really the one that I was thinking of, is suppository.
Suppository,
which is when you put medicine in your butt,
right?
Like George Washington's butt, for instance. But I loved how everyone thought it was. I mean, I appreciate it. It's not your fault, but laxative. I'm like, guys, laxative. If I can't remember the word laxative, just put me out.
Yeah, that was the first thing I thought of, and I knew that it wasn't it. You know what I mean? Like, that's like the obvious first term when we were talking about the conversation that we had. Obviously, was leaning towards that, but that's not the word that we were looking for. It was something else, and I still don't know it. By the way, maybe we just like collectively hallucinate this word into existence, like this fictional word that is meant to portray the like that version of a diuretic. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like maybe this doesn't exist.
I think it's best we just move on.
I think
but
so
I wanted
too.
to acknowledge it, just one last time in passing.
Yeah.
It's not laxative.
Yeah.
All right. Some items of discussion, small news items to get through. Let's begin to talk about video games. Oh, only 38 minutes this week. Not so bad.
Hey.
Let's see here. Late to the party video games wrote in, said, greetings from Romania. Very long time listener and supporter. Quick question for Micah's husband. You keep saying there's a conflict of some sort between being a journalist and moving off to companies like Naughty Dog or Xbox. Recently, you said the interviewer from Xbox's latest podcast was Phil Sarah and Joe Biden Booty, was an editor at IGN. I didn't say any of them were editors at IGN, so I'll clarify. Could you please explain and elaborate what you mean when you say things like this? Do you think of a scenario where poaching companies could influence them while they're still journalists to write good things about them? You're the best show on the television and the internet. Please never end. I'm glad to be able to talk about this more deeply because I see some confusion about this sometimes, and I'm not entirely sure what's so confusing about this. So, because it's a matter of if you care about my argument or not, but the argument's not hard to understand. If you're covering video games from a critical point of view and then end up in the machine, then you are obviously at some point compromised. And what I mean by that is, and I use the Naughty Dog Jonathan Dornbush thing as an example, just because, as I've said in the past, he didn't just end up there. Like, he didn't wake up one day and said, oh, now I work at Sony and I don't work at IGN anymore. At some point, those things crossed over. And that's suspicious as fuck.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't that be suspicious? The company you're covering, you're now going to try to get hired by? So that's like the whole bias thing, but that's up to you whether you care about that. The bigger thing that I actually care about is why people don't understand that people get involved in the video game industry and don't necessarily want to be in the games industry making the games. And I've seen some people even bandy around. It's like, oh, it's just jealous that he didn't get to move over or others didn't get to move over. And I'm like, I was never in you're confused, dude. I was never in this to do that. That's the point. I was in this to be on this side. It would be like going to Roger Ebert and saying, oh, and he did make a movie, but it's like, oh, you want to go work at fucking TriStar and do our PR? And then you would look at that and be like, what? Why would Roger Ebert want to go to TriStar and do their PR? That's kind of what I'm saying. Moving over was something that virtually never came into my mind, not because it wasn't an option, it certainly was, but because it's not why I got involved in it. And it's like a journalist becoming a politician.
Right.
That doesn't not only does that not compute to me, but it's confusing to me why people don't understand that argument, even if they don't necessarily agree with it. So yeah, I think it is weird in that Xbox, as the example you brought up with Bond, Booty, and Spencer, where it's like the person interviewing them was the editor-in-chief of IGN, was also, I believe, the editor-in-chief or a high-ranking editor at Kotaku. This is weird. And you can take it or leave it if you don't like the opinion, but I think it's cogent, no doubt. And this, I just want people to, like, if you think that journalists become journalists to get into the industries they cover, then you don't understand journalism. And if you think I would be jealous of someone having to be a community manager or a producer for $65,000 a year at some studio, you're confused.
Yeah.
Like to deal with people yelling at them because their games are getting ported or something like that. It's like, no, I'm good. I'm fine. Thanks. So I'm not looking to make that move. And we turn down all monies from the games industry anyway and all access. If Chris tomorrow was like, I'm going to go work at fucking Insomniac, I'd be like, that's cool. But how long did that, were we compromised at all? Like, were you pulling your punches?
Yeah.
I would ask those kinds of questions. So that's just me,
100%.
maybe.
Yeah, I think I don't know. There is something about maybe enthusiast press that's a little bit harder for people to understand because the things that we cover are inherently fun in a way that politics probably isn't. You know what I mean? To your average person anyway. So like, for example, like this happens a lot or it's happened lately where some movie critics will go off and make a movie. You know what I mean? People like, I think this happened actually. Chris Stuckman was trending actually recently for something similar where it's like something about Madam Web, which I'm so dying to see, by the way. But yeah, some like YouTube critics of movies, like, you've now made a movie, or like High Top Films is making like that Batman fan film, and it's like it's I think because it's enthusiast press, there's like inherently a little bit more passion and interest versus like politics, where it's like you don't have to care about politics at all to be angry when a politician is doing some bullshit. You know what I mean? Like it almost doesn't require any investment at all because it's more about like the people involved and like what they're doing, and it's more like morally and like objectively measurable, where it's supposed to like film criticism and game criticism and movie criticism is inherently a little bit more subjective and a little bit more and taken less serious, as it should technically. I mean, games aren't politics in the same way, but I do think that probably plays into it, right? You'd have to imagine why that would happen a little bit more in these industries than, you know, actual legitimate political journalism.
Right. I think there could be some case-by-case instances that make more sense than others. Because I was thinking about this, because I saw some comments where people were confused about this too, where I was thinking, in my case, would I ever work for a game studio? And then I was thinking, well, I have no intention would want to do that right now. But if, let's say, Last Stand packed it up tomorrow, and I was like, oh shit, I gotta feed my family next month, then absolutely I would look at options at studios. It wouldn't be the only place. I would look at journalism studios, anywhere that I could use my particular skill set in order to get a job. But I don't think that's usually the scenario that you're talking about, Colin.
Yeah, and again, I want to be clear that I'm talking about two specific things. One thing is the crossover between the pursuit of the job and your job, and then getting that job and moving, and all that comes along with it. Because that also comes, as I hate picking on Dornbush because I'm really not meaning to. It's just such a great example. It's like, not only did that situation begin months, potentially many months before it happened, but that also had to enter your mind at some point. It's just, it's inherently, there's going to be some sort of built-in presumption of bias there. So it's not about people necessarily jumping over. It's situational. And then the other thing I'm saying is just more of a philosophy that things change, but I can't speak for everyone. I didn't get involved in this as a teenager to make games. I never cared about making games until I became in my 30s and really kind of fell into it. It was like not even a thing that I gave a fuck about. I like the craft of making games. I like knowing about it and studying it and talking about it, but I never wanted to do it. And frankly, I still don't really want to do it. I'm not involved in the day-to-day or even week-to-week functioning of Lilimo at all. So I'm really more of the marketer and writer and kind of like, you know, an investor. So that's what I'm saying is, from a philosophy standpoint, you want people that want to be here for the right reasons, not looking to bail out.
Right.
If you have a choice where it's like, well, I have no other choice, or I'm going to go do this, or I'm going to go do something else, or I'm starting the next era of my life, then that's different. But going from doing a big PlayStation podcast to being the PR mouth of the biggest PlayStation studio is conspicuous at best. So that's, you know, take it or leave it. That's how I feel about it, though. All right. Late to the party, video games. Good to hear from you from Romania. It's apparently a real country. Ryan Zim wrote in, said, hey guys. And this is another thing to clarify an argument that I just wanted to make, because I see this a lot too. Keep hearing about how Game Pass is too expensive and unsustainable. I am sure I'm missing a lot of the equation, but outside of their first party day one releases, what's the difference? PS Plus Extra is just as good, if not better. Both get great third party support and both get day one exclusives. Could someone with a little more insight fill me in, or is it simple as Game Pass has day one first party Xbox first party releases? This is another example of people simply not understanding the argument. So I thought I would take one, maybe hopefully final time to make it. And then we can move on. Because again, people say like, oh, Microsoft says that Game Pass is sustainable and Game Pass is profitable and all these things. And I'm like, cool. I simply don't believe they're using a holistic equation. Now, from that point on, you either be like, okay, I don't agree with you or I do agree with you. But what I'm saying is quite simple. That Game Pass is an opportunity cost. That its existence and proliferation necessarily means that you're selling fewer games. And in fact, selling so far fewer games that the games are basically made for Game Pass and not to be sold a la carte, though they can be. If the equation is not taking into account the development of Xbox's games on Game Pass, which I believe it cannot be, then it is easy to say that that money in, money out is profitable for Microsoft. That is my argument. You can agree or disagree with it all you want. So in other words, what I'm saying is money in covers the licensing costs of the games that are third party on the platform, even day one releases. I believe that. But how much money are they not making by having their games on Game Pass? And is that number subsumed by the cost of having Game Pass? I would argue that number cannot possibly be in the black. That, in other words, you need to take, let's say, 65 or 70% of every game in development and say that's a Game Pass cost. And I don't believe that it's being shown that way. That is my argument. So again, if you don't understand the argument, which I think a lot of people don't, that's fine. But just say that. And I'm not saying this about you, Ryan, but it's like so much misrepresentation of what I'm saying. I think what I'm saying is fairly straightforward. The equation is A plus B plus question mark, and we don't know what the question mark is. And if that number is plugged in and they can show us, it's like, no, we totally have this equation and this is how we do that. But I don't think they're doing that. And that's why I think others are so confident in saying it's not working. And I don't think it's a question of it not working, considering what has recently happened. But I digress. So I thought that I would take one last opportunity. Dustin, does that argument make sense to you? Like, am I saying making sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I think I can understand if somebody has a counter argument,
right?
But oftentimes they don't understand the core argument. So
right,
that's pretty common.
In other words, right, exactly. In other words, there are different categories of Xbox revenue. One is just pure profit, right? 30% of everything sold. Is that fungible enough to be brought over to account for the fall in games sold to make this sort of thing profitable? And again, in other words, if it was just money out for licensing, money in for subscriptions, I believe that they are in the black. That is not the equation. That can't be it.
Yeah.
That's my argument.
Yeah.
I hope that makes sense. All right. Let's get into some news items. Big one here. Goncalo Ferreira wrote in. Said, hi, CDC. PS5 Pro rumors have intensified with a latest report from CNBC stating it's coming later this year. Many have questioned the need for it, but it seems like it will end up being a savvy move by PlayStation. First, because it will relaunch PS5 in a year of potential decline. Secondly, because Switch 2 has been delayed to 2025. And thirdly, because it will not only be the best place to play GTA 6, but also the go-to console for all games, including Xbox games. The stars seem to be aligning for PS5 Pro to play a more important role than PS4 Pro ever could. What do you think? Thank you, Goncalo, for writing in. So CNBC, which is a financial institution, obviously that's, this is interesting. CNBC no longer allows ad blocker. All right, I guess I got to allow you to. So Sony, they write, the financial website, Sony to release a pro version of the PlayStation 5 this year after cutting Outlook, analysts say, and the story reads in part, quote, Sony is likely to release a refreshed version of the PlayStation 5 this year, analysts told CNBC, after the company cut its forecast for sales of its flagship console. The move would be designed to boost interest in the PlayStation 5 and offer a souped-up piece of hardware ready for release of Grand Theft Auto 6 in 2025, one of this decade's most hotly anticipated games, the analyst said. Sony was not immediately available for comment when contacted by CNBC. So I found it here. Serkin Toto, who's often he's a Japanese games analyst who does a lot of English language media. He told CNBC, quote, there seems to be a broad consensus in the games industry that Sony is indeed preparing the launch of a PS5 Pro in the second half of 2024. So I've said this on previous shows, is that I was told explicitly by someone that works at a mid-sized third-party publisher that they were given a presentation for PS5 Pro. And I said in the past too that I understand that first parties and second parties have already had access to, if not the kits, then like the spec of what they're aiming for. So this looks like this is indeed happening. CNBC reporting on it from their own analysts, hearing it out of Serkin Toto's own mouth, who has deep connections in the Japanese games industry, it seems to be pretty obvious. So Chris, PS5 Pro this fall, are we locking it in? Do you want it? How much do you think it will cost?
Ooh, how much is the base PS5 right now? Did it ever go down?
Disc.
$500 was a disc.
In the stuff we read last week is they're unable to lower the price. They want to and they can't. So
yeah,
the PS5 Slim is on Amazon right now for $499, and the digital editions for $449. Oh, the old digital edition is $449. I see. So the new model is $499. Right,
man. Huh. I really don't. It could be they've learned from the PS4 Pro, and like we've talked at length in definitely older episodes when it was a little bit more relevant and pertinent to the conversation about how we feel about the PS4 Pro's proliferation as an overall percentage of the PS4's sales, and how we don't really know like what the situation is with that exactly. How many PS4 Pros were in the wild compared to like base PS4s. So it could stand to reason that maybe they know for sure. They have access to that information and they're privy to it. So I wouldn't necessarily be surprised to see this thing launch at maybe not a significantly higher price point, but a price point that is higher enough to feel significant, purely because they believe that this is a luxury piece of machinery in comparison to the original PS5 anyway, and this is for like the people who really, really care and really, really like are about this technological I was gonna say tech fetishism, but I mean it not necessarily in a negative way, because I love that shit. I want the strongest box. Of course I'm gonna grab this thing as soon as I can, but yeah, I don't know. I you'd have to guess at least $100 more than what the price is right now, right? Like if they can't lower the price, granted there's a couple months left. There's an entire year left before or not an entire year left, but like there's a sizable amount of time before they release this thing. Maybe it's possible that they lower the price of the machine by then. That's possible, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them charge $599 for this. Especially in a situation, especially in an ecosystem where they're just kind of crushing it. You know, they're dominating. Well, not dominating. Nintendo Switch is dominating, but they're doing really fucking well, and they've got a lot of goodwill. There's a lot, and especially this year with a breakout title. I think there's a pretty good case to be made that they could make a good case for it. I think.
I do, and I wonder what you think of this, Dustin. You can answer all the questions and take it whatever direction you want. I wonder if Chris is right in the sense that maybe they get to November, October, they drop the price of PS5s. Like now they've purged all the old PS5 models. They have only the new model, the 2.0 model of PS5 standard. That's now going to be $399. The new one will be $599. I used to be of the mind that you can't charge anything $599 for anything in the PlayStation ecosystem because of the harbinger of the PS3 launch. Yeah. But to me, I don't know that it matters anymore. And that just might be the most reasonable price. I think going above that would be interesting because I would love to see the tolerance of the games industry and how hot, just out of curiosity, pure curiosity, like how much will you pay for a console and for it to still sell? And I don't know that you can go much higher than that, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. So first of all, as far as my gut check, yes, I am confident PS5 Pro is happening. It is happening this year. And the funny thing that I always see is people are like, we don't need this. We don't even have that many PS5 only games out yet. My argument to this is when I do play a lot of PS5 only games, I always see room for improvement. And it's not that I'm expecting, 4K 120 ray tracing, but I think about games like Final Fantasy 16 with its unlocked frame rate that wasn't so hot. And coming up, I haven't looked at any of the footage, but I know that some people are a bit mixed on the performance mode of Final Fantasy 7 Remake. and even something like Helldivers 2, which runs at 1080p in its performance mode, there is clearly room for improvement. The question is whether or not that appeals to you, and that is going to depend greatly per person. Many of you are going to be very happy with your current PS5. You don't need a PS5 Pro. God bless you. Many of us wish we didn't care about this bullshit frame rate and resolution stuff all the time. In terms of the price, this is going to be a very unpopular opinion. But when I think about people that are striving for higher quality, or you could even argue highest quality in their gaming, I think about the PC market. And I'm not saying that immediately this is the same demographic, but I look at something like a new graphics card, like a 4080 Super, and it's $1,000 for just the card. Just the card. You have to build the rest of the PC, get a monitor, get all your peripherals, and they sell a lot of them. And then think about it even outside of games. Think about how much people spend on their phones, on their iPads, on their computers, on their TVs. When I think about it in context of all the different electronic shit that we buy, $499 in 2024 is relatively, again, very big emphasis on relatively inexpensive. So I would see $599. I could see them even doing $649.
Yeah.
Maybe not, because there are some arguments for that. The leaks have shown that this isn't going to be technically on paper as big of a jump from PS4 to PS4 Pro. But the big question is what kind of special secret sauce that they're working with here. You know, some kind of specialized upscaling chip that could be in there, and things of that matter that could kind of throw things off in the equation. So I'm just throwing it out there that I think it's definitely going to be more than $499, even if they lower the price of the old one. And I don't think that's going to phase the people that are interested in this product at all. Yeah. So I'm personally very excited. I will buy one day one just because I have a PC that runs games better than my PlayStation 5, but I like to play at my couch. I like the PlayStation experience. And so there's always going to be room for that for me. So, and I'm, an idiot that cares about getting the highest frame rates and highest performance. And if that option is available to me, I'm going to be very interested.
You said it right that your mileage is going to vary depending on who you are. I was very much one of the people in 2016 when the PS4 Pro was percolating, where I was like, this is fucking stupid. And I said this before, it was a huge distraction. I ended up getting one. I just got one because I needed a new PS4 and I'm like, I might as well just get the Pro. But as I become more in tune with frame rate, especially in kind of these very high fidelity games that we're playing now this generation, it's just clear that the consoles can't handle them. It's interesting to me that people say we don't need them. Like, I think we desperately need them. We're in some sort of halfway space. That is the fault in some way of Sony and Microsoft, maybe, in not making the machines powerful enough to do what we want them to be able to do. Or, when they finalized the specs in 2018, maybe they just weren't there from cost and performance. But I want this thing, and I don't want any. You're right, Dustin. Again, I say it more as a layman, but as I understand that this is going to have very little to do with resolution and a lot to do with frame rates. And as long as they can just get things locked, because people are going to say, 120. And I'm like, dude, just get these games running at 60 frames for Christ's sake. I'm playing Banishers and it chugs all the time. It's like, what is going on here? This is not even that sophisticated of a game at all. And you see other games like, if you can't get that Sony sort of love or that first or second party love where they get a lot of money, resources, time, and they can really massage things, it just seems like things are they're not taking the most advantage even of the PS5 as they are. So you almost have to give like this extra piece of hardware boost to just make it easier and more nonsensical for it to get to 60 frames without having to try too hard. And enough of this 45 frame chugging, Final Fantasy 7 chugging, Final Fantasy 16 chugging. I feel like I want one badly. I'll be all over it on PlayStation Direct when the pre-orders go live. I do wonder when they're going to announce it, because I do think the one thing that they have to be wary of, noting that they cut from 21 to from 25 to 21 million units sold for the fiscal year that ends at the end of March. That's almost a 20% drop or a 15% drop or whatever. They don't want to say anything too soon.
Yeah.
I do wonder if this thing almost comes out of nowhere in some sense. But the devs are preparing. So we will see how it all goes. I'm excited though for real 60 frames and maybe 1440p. Like if you can get things if you can reliably get basically everything at a minimum 1440 60, that works for me.
Yeah, that's ideal for me personally. I don't need much more than that.
I mean, or 1080 120, I guess, if you want to get crazy.
Yeah,
but I will say I'm not even sure if I would even. That would be so interesting. I feel like that would make the game so fast in some sense. Or feel fast. Because by the way, Chris, you would appreciate this. I realized recently that when we moved into the 3D era truly, and games started to have a floatiness to them, I interpreted it as the way things felt and not that it was a bad frame rate. You know, and I guess my mind didn't wrap around that until I got older.
Right.
And so things that have good frame rates just seem faster, even if they're not inherently fast games. They just seem fast. They seem like they're running on overdrive. And that's how I know a game is either running on 60 frames or not, from my eye.
Yeah, no, totally. That's totally what it is. I mean, I've played games like, especially like recently, a lot of the multiplayer games that I play now, I play at like 120, and it is noticeable. It's pretty wild. It's awesome, but it's really just kind of cherries on top. You know, that's seasoning to the overall, like, we need 60 minimum. You know, none of this 30 stuff anymore. Like, come on, let's be real.
All right, I'm going to skip this question because this makes more sense with what we're going to do next. All right. I had a Helldivers 2 thing to talk about, but we can just talk about that.
Yeah.
We can talk about the game later. I don't know why I put that in there. I didn't do a very good job organizing the show this week. All right.
It's that EMP.
It's that EMP, yeah.
It's frying your brain.
Totally. Yeah, that's what's frying my brain. All right. Jim Ryan says goodbye. Let's read this. Variety has a piece. Yes, Variety says departing PlayStation chief Jim Ryan reveals the biggest challenges of his 30-year career. I say yes, Variety, because we always joke about how Jim Ryan, even on his way out, won't talk to a gaming outlet. It's always GQ or some fucking weird thing. And now it's Variety, which they talk a little bit about games, but not really. More about the crossover multimedia stuff. But just Kyle92 wrote in. Do you think 92 was the year he was born? It's my assumption.
Yeah.
Says, what's up, summoning symbols? Did you read about Jim Ryan's departing message for Sony and Hiroki Totoki? That as long as their games continue to surprise and delight, that they will be just fine. Much like Colin, I started with the NES and eventually matured into PlayStation since the original. Thanks for all you do, you dirty Helldivers. Thank you for writing in, Kyle. Just Kyle. So yeah, I read it. I don't know if you guys saw this. It was a brief piece. And it says, quote, after 3 decades at PlayStation, Jim Ryan, who's stepping down next month as Sony Interactive Entertainment president and CEO, has seen the industry he loves undergo dramatic shifts. Amid the upheaval, Ryan says he wouldn't change a moment of it. He says, quote, I'm just so grateful that I didn't work in a boring industry. He says Ryan believes the pandemic era launch of the PlayStation 5 was the greatest challenge, yet the most rewarding achievement of his 30-year tenure at Sony. Quote, it was my job to exude a sense of calm and serenity. Actually, I was there at my dining room table, head in my hands, wondering how we were going to do this. End quote. I wanted to stop here real quick and say, I've been saying this over and over again. I do think that he's going to go down as some sort of legendary figure just for PlayStation 5's performance in COVID. They did figure it out, and they figured it out in a way a lot of other companies couldn't. And it's impressive stuff. So why you want to have, and again, you're going to have Hiroki Totoki, who's a finance guy. Jim's a marketer, but I don't necessarily need to have a creative in the role. And for the most part, we haven't had a creative role at the head of PlayStation. And I don't think that's necessarily bad. Like, imagine if you had some guy very capable, very smart, and rose to CEO president of PlayStation, but he was like a creative director. What the fuck was he going to do about COVID manufacturing? I mean, there are obviously lots of other entities going on that are going to do things for you, your operating officer and all of the rest, but I just feel like having a money guy or someone that's not so worried about, like, trust the creative to other people and functions the business, I think is vital. So I think he's going to be remembered for that. But the story goes on, quote, a mountain of obstacles stood in Sony's way. And then Jim Ryan says, quote, "We assembled the great majority of the PlayStations in China and nobody can get in. Finishing games when developers couldn't get together and eat pizza and brainstorm about their craft was another thing. And then the not unimportant task of selling our product to our consumers when retail was entirely closed," end quote. And yet they say in 3 years since the launch of PS5, Sony has sold more than 50 million units. And he remarks that he's incredibly proud. Now, at the end, he talks about his favorite games, and I wanted to know what you guys thought about this. PS1, PS2, PS3, PS4, PS5, all marked. He says, Ridge Racer, 1994 Japanese launch title. PS2, Grand Theft Auto 3. PS3, Drake's Fortune. PS4, Spider-Man, and PS5, God of War, Ragnarok. And finally, he says, he speaks about Hiroki Totoki Literature Club. Hiroki Totoki, of course, takes over as interim CEO April 1st as they seek out a solution or a successor for Ryan. And he says he has full confidence in him. And he did say the quote that was shared with us by Kyle, "Never forget that we're an entertainment business. If we continue to entertain, delight, and surprise our community of gamers, I think Totoki-san and whoever follows him will be just fine," end quote. Well, that's said here. We're saying goodbye to Jim. We still have a little more than a month. I wonder if they're going to do anything more official for him to acknowledge him or not. We'll see. Dustin, what do you think? What are your thoughts here?
I think the quote is a little funny. I mean, it's nice, but it's basically make product good, people happy, people buy. It's like, okay, we get it. But I'm kind of leaning more as I think on Jim Ryan as we are in the twilight years of Jim. I am leaning more that he was not asked to step down. I think that there are some things that need to be cleaned up that maybe he had control over, that he shouldn't have let things get as crazy as they did with the margins. And now they've got the cleaner Hiroki Totoki coming in to kind of step in and get things in line. But I really think it can't be understated how difficult it would have been to release the console in 2020 like they did. And yes, it was not perfect, and you could not get a PS5 for a very long time. But the fact that they were able even to launch it all to the degree that they did was crazy. So he definitely made things happen. And sure, there's some things we didn't like about him either, but I don't necessarily think that he was asked to leave. I think that he's ready to chill out and not fly all the time. But ultimately, who knows? Yeah,
they do reiterate that in this, that his chronic jet lag was a major problem for him. And I can imagine that some people think it's a very 4D chess move that was either baked in or just realized that PR could take advantage of this thing that he always would talk about how much he hated traveling. But anyone would hate traveling. He lives in England. He has to fly to Tokyo once a month. He has to fly to San Mateo once a month. Plus he goes to other studios around the world. It's like, that is hard. And again, he flies the nicest accommodations. He has a driver. He'll go to the most beautiful hotel. They'll feed him. They'll take good care. It's all that, but still you have to do it. And that sucks. I wouldn't want to do that. I mean, he makes a lot of money, so maybe it would be easier said than done. But Chris, what are your passing thoughts as we witness Jim Ryan's goodbye tour, or at least the beginning of it?
Yeah, well, I think I agree with Dustin overall that I don't think he was like forced out in any way, but I do think one thing I just think is really funny is that he mentions Ridge Racer in 1994. It's like, oh man, I love this, but it's like that's just as. Look, it's a PS1 game, right? It's just as ugly as Gran Turismo, and wasn't there like a whole thing about him being like, who would want to play this? Who wants
to play this? Yeah, uglier. Ridge Racer is definitely uglier than any Gran Turismo game.
Yeah, so I was like, it's fucking ugly. Like, who the fuck wants to play this? It's also my favorite game, by the way. And it's like, all right, well, just relax.
Well, that's what's so interesting about I was going to say this, Chris. It's funny you kind of picked up on it, which was with Ridge Racer, he does talk about playing, like how it's good to play, but everything else he talks about when he talks about the games is how a person like him sees things.
Right.
Like he says GTA 3, a transformative title, cultural moment, had a huge and lasting impact on the gaming industry and certainly on PlayStation. For Uncharted, he says, technology at this point was starting to enable storytelling and narrative and emotion in a different way from anything we had seen possible. I'm very proud that came from our own studio. And then for Spider-Man, he says, the game was so amazing. It seemed to resonate so well with the PlayStation community. It set us up for takeoff in the second half of what was a really successful cycle. He's getting like more and more into the business stuff. And then finally with Ragnarok, it gets even more business where he's like, it's obviously a wonderful game and was wonderfully critiqued, but it coincided with the time that we were finally able to start building enough PlayStation 5s. Things snowballed in a beautiful way. So this is the holistic stuff that you need to kind of see. Like, it's funny because they almost trust the creative stuff without even having to manage it. Although Hiroki Totoki Literature Club did get into that because there was some clarification. Sony released another official translation of the earnings call from last week when we were saying that Hiroki Totoki Literature Club was poking like at all of the studios, but he was really only talking about Bungie when he was saying like they have no accountability.
Right.
They're like totally unaccountable and don't run a good business, basically is what he was saying. It's like, oh, good. That's great.
Yeah.
Good thing that you bought them. So, Jim Ryan, I'm sure we'll hear more from you. By the way, parting thought for Jim. It says here, last paragraph before it talks about his favorite games, it says, quote, but he's got a new quest in mind, which he'll only tease for now. Quote, I still have huge resources of energy and passion that I'm looking forward to deploying in some slightly different ways. I've got a few things bubbling. I can't say what they are, but I'm going to take my life in a little different direction. End quote. So maybe join
Fourth chair?
What'd you say? Fourth chair. I don't know if we can afford him. I wonder if he joins some philanthropies and joins some boards, if that's what he means. I wonder if he'll be. He'd be in. Headhunters go and look for dudes like that. I mean, I wonder if he would be the CEO of another company. CEOs are often interchangeable. It's like it's a way of doing things and understanding business and understanding people. So I'll be watching with great interest. I think, Dustin, to your point, we'll have a better read, maybe not, but a better read of if he left voluntarily or not, or if it was a little mixture of both, depending on how he proceeds. Because if he's retiring, then why aren't you retiring? But that's kind of easier said than done. If you're a man, he's in his 50s, probably in his late 50s. It's like you have a lot of life to live. He's filthy rich, resources, intelligence to do all the things he wants to do. So why stop?
I wonder too how long we will see the reign of Mr. Literature Club. Just because I was thinking about what we talked about last week. It seems very clear that he is, as I said a few moments ago, the cleanup guy. He's this could be a John the Baptist situation. He's clearing the way, and I don't know, like he kind of could fill this role of being the bad guy that goes around and tells in studios like Bungie or more, it'd be like, we need to fix this, we need to cut these expenses, and potentially, unfortunately, lay people off. And then when the actual CEO steps in, he can kind of be the good guy that goes forward, or at least at the beginning, that you don't force a lot of dirty work onto a brand new guy that you want people to like.
Good cop, bad cop style.
Yeah,
like he's gonna come in and lay down the law, and then the other person's gonna come in like a savior, sort of.
Yeah,
like
that's interesting.
Savior. Yeah, it would be. Yeah, I wonder if there will be like a Hiroki Totoki panic.
Yeah,
Hiroki.
Gotta write that down.
This would make sense, Colin, from your perspective of why is he taking a demotion to go do this? And I wonder if he does do this and is the cleaner and goes and takes care of things, and then he will take his old post.
Yeah, I think he's keeping his old post. I don't know if they're like, I don't think there's going to be an acting CFO when I think he's doing all of it. And again, it's my own, I don't know if I'm right or not, Dustin. It's just like, that's my own read is that, and I've said it before, it's just CFO at Sony is a higher rank than CEO of PlayStation. It would be a demotion for sure. I don't know if that's what he wants. I think he's kind of just been tapped to figure it out. My prediction is that he'll be in there for like a fiscal year, and then they'll have like some name by the end of the year. But that I think it's a canny observation that people have made, including on this show, that they don't have a preparation. They don't know who it is means that it was something a little more unexpected than maybe originally thought. Or maybe they're just trying to be very, very deliberate about who they put in there. It's their biggest part of their business. So it's a serious, it's serious. Sony's huge. I mean, PlayStation's huge. I don't think people realize PlayStation makes more money than any part of Sony. So it's got to be a very deliberate choice. And we'll definitely be watching it with great interest. Young Anakin. Maybe it'll be Anakin.
Yeah.
All right. Did you guys see this circulating? Video Games Chronicle kind of wrote it up, but I saw this tweet. As predicted, my layman brain, I was like, certainly the PlayStation Portal is going to be hacked, right? And it was. Andy Wynn, who works at Google, and we'll talk about that in a minute, has a PlayStation emulator running on PlayStation Portal. He's not telling anyone how it's done. What's important here, and this is how Video Games Chronicle writes it, is that Andy Wynn is, quote, Google's cloud vulnerability researcher. And he and Google engineers have worked together to do this. And again, won't be releasing information on how it's done. Apparently, though, it has 6 gigabytes of internal memory, which is not enough to, you could do obviously old emulators and stuff on it. I don't think you're going to be doing anything new or interesting on it. And it's also a fucking Xperia tablet, I think, underneath all of it. What'd you think about this, Dustin?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's always cool to see people take devices and mod them and be able to do things that you couldn't do before. And obviously, it's a great way if you have a device and want to get more value out of it. I was surprised in seeing some of the responses of people saying, like, please release this. This is exactly what I want to do with this. And my immediate thought is that it's like, man, if you're so interested in running emulators and you want the Portal to do that, you bought the wrong device, because you should have just bought a Steam Deck that does both. And I get it. Not everyone. Well, I guess the argument I would say is that not everyone wants to figure out how to run emulators on something like that. But that's exactly what you'd be doing with the Portal. And it's like, it has 6 gigabytes of space, so it's not even going to be very good at doing that. So all I'm saying is the Portal is a great device. If you want something that just immediately works, streams your PlayStation 5, great. But if you want to do that and you want to play the PSP GTA games like they did on that photo, you should consider a Steam Deck for, I think you can get an LCD model for maybe 100, 150 more than a Portal, and it will do everything the Portal does and more. So something to think about.
Interesting. Yeah. Any thoughts on this, Chris, you want to share?
I think Dustin kind of covered everything that I would say. I will say though, it does. There's something about the Portal that just looks cool. Like I did, like this tweet specifically, like it looks. The Steam Deck is awesome and I love it, and I use it so much more than I ever thought I would. But yeah, aesthetics aren't necessarily Valve's strong point. You know, it's not necessarily a focus of theirs. So it's kind of it's a very utilitarian piece of technology, and there is something to be said about like playing original PlayStation games on a device that looks like this. I do think it looks kind of cool, but yeah, I don't know. I just think it was inevitable that this was going to happen, especially because I'm pretty sure it was learned pretty early that it runs on was it Android that it was? I'm pretty sure it's Android, right? Like,
yeah,
it's
an
something
Android
like that, right?
Yeah.
So like, yeah, those things are always going to be cracked open at some point, if given even a minimum amount of time. So this doesn't surprise me. It's cool that it's possible, but I don't know. I don't see much use for this personally. There's so many ways to emulate at this point that I'm like, I don't even really have an interest in doing it because it's so easy to do in some way.
Yeah, I haven't emulated in many years. Like I'm satiated with just buying games and playing what's out there and playing, backlog stuff and old things as well. I don't feel the need to do it, but I totally understand people want to mess around with this thing. And I do wonder what the motive was to even releasing the information at all. It seemed to me they're probably at Google always fucking around with things and breaking things, like white hat and gray hat level. How can we fuck around with things and what can we learn? So that's not a surprise, but was it kind of a hat tip to be like, no, it can be done. Like we did it. So like for all of you homebrewers out there, like keep going, because you'll stumble across the solution. My only worry, and I don't think this is going to matter, is that part of the reason PSP was ruined towards the end, maybe even towards the middle of the generation, but towards the end when it was really kind of abandoned, what ultimately was because of the serious level of hacking that was going on it. And this is what probably is so fundamentally dissuading from doing a dedicated handheld again. It's just how easily it can be broken into and how it can ruin everyone's experiences. Again, we never got trophies on PSP, not because they didn't want to add them, because they couldn't, because they were broken, because they were going to get busted the fuck open by people with emulators. And that sucked. So that's the reason it ruins it for everyone. I know you can't really do anything about that, but I still lament it. So like, will something similar happen with Portal where they're like, oh, we're not going to sell these anymore because you guys have figured out some weird fucking vector that we didn't anticipate to attack us or to utilize a device the way we didn't intend. I don't know. It's supposed to be a device that gets people playing on their PS5 more. If it's not working in that direction, then what's the point of even selling it? But I think it's awesome. A lot of people write in asking us what we think about it. I mean, I have no updated thoughts on the Portal because I don't really have a use case for it right now because football's over. So I've just been playing on TV. but I'm sure it's as good as it was. I don't see why it would be any different. All right. This was a little bit of a throwaway comment that happened right before we started recording, but it's important to PlayStation VR2. This came from PlayStation Blog, their official outlet. They wrote a piece about upcoming games to PSVR2 that you can read if you're interested. But there's a little paragraph here from Sony Interactive. It says, quote, also, we're pleased to share that we are currently testing the ability for PSVR2 players to access additional games on PC to offer even more game variety in addition to the PSVR2 titles available through PS5. We hope to make this support available in 2024, so stay tuned for more updates, end quote. Chris, I see you nodding approvingly nodding. What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, so I mean, to be clear, this is them basically confirming that they want this to be usable on PC, right? This isn't like some weird roundabout way of them saying like, oh, we'll get PC games on PSVR too, right?
No, I think it's them saying that it'll work. What I'm more confused about is they're looking for an ability for PSVR2 players to access additional games. So does that mean they're working with Valve? They're certainly not making their own storefront or anything like that. So
they worded it kind of confusing. But what I'm getting out of this is that they're testing ways for you to be able to use your PSVR on PC as your headset, which is ideal. Like, because there's no question in my mind that like just based on stats alone, like that's like the nicest VR headset that there is, and having it limited to, especially for the price point. So having it limited to just your PlayStation, which has like, you know, it has its PlayStation library or whatever, but this would give it a lot more. I feel like you'd be able to sell a lot more of these if you gave them a use case where it's like, oh, you can use this to access every single one of your Steam games also that is on VR. It's like, dude, this is a no-brainer. Yeah, this is sick. Great. Love it.
I'm well, Dustin, you go first, and then I'll jump in here.
Yeah, this is awesome. It's a huge value added to people who bought PlayStation VR 2 that haven't been able to use it on anything but PlayStation 5. And I think that this is a big consideration in looking at something, I mean, their main competitor, which is the Quest 3, which you buy that and you can use it either internally on the headset or you can connect it to your PC and run either Oculus Store games or connect over to Steam VR. And so, yeah, I'm sure they're working with Valve to some degree in order to make sure the headset works properly in Steam VR and stuff like that. But this is super exciting because the PSVR 2 is the nicest headset I own that is bound to my PS5. And I think that there has been a lot of great options on PS5, but there's a lot of things that aren't there. And so, dude, when this support comes out, I'm absolutely replaying Alex on it because I've been wanting to replay Alex, but the headset, I have a Quest 2 and Quest 2 is great, but after using PlayStation VR 2, I want to be able to play, with the best of both worlds. And so this is fantastic. So I'm pretty excited about this. And I wonder if it will move the needle at all, or if this is something for, dorks like me that would think about doing this.
I think it's big for VR people. I think the reality is that no one is going to buy a PS5 for PSVR 2. You know what I mean? Like PSVR 2 is I feel like a product that is catering to people who happen to be into VR who already have one. Like, and so for people who are interested in VR, like I just feel like this is going to move units because it like you said, it is the nicest headset, and now it's compatible with like my entire built-in library and basically the source of all, like where the most VR games are on PC. It's kind of no question in that case. It's like, yeah, do it. Like this obviously isn't moving console units in the way that like software would. Or at least I haven't. Look, man, maybe that's true. Maybe some people do buy a PS5 specifically for PSVR 2, but I haven't met a single person who's ever indicated that or said that or conveyed that to me in any way, shape, or form. So I think this is just it's really only going to help them, I think, to get this in as many households as possible. And then maybe people will be like, hey, man, I have a PSVR 2 already. New PS5 Pro coming out.
Yeah, it's like a backwards way to get it in. And
yeah,
I do think it's. Yeah. I think it's vital. I think it's clear that PSVR 2 is not a highly relevant machine or a piece of tech. I'm only a little connected to VR gaming through my nephew Dash is like mega into VR. It's really funny and cute. He's in middle school and like he plays so many VR games. Like he plays on VR all the time. He has like Meta or whatever. He plays on like the Quest 2, I guess, or 3. I don't know which one it is, and he's in love with it. And it just seems, and so I've read a little bit and we talk about it and I look at numbers and I'm like, wow, the PSVR2 is getting thumped by this thing. Like it's
oh yeah,
like badly. And they're getting a little heady over there with their tech too. Did you see that really interesting? It's not related to PSVR2, but did you see Mark Zuckerberg's video about the Apple device?
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty good. Like he seems to be the most human of the tech CEOs in some sense, which is weird because everyone's always making fun. That video where he was like covered in white or whatever, and he was like, yeah,
or whatever the hell.
It's like, what do you do when you fucking weirdo? But he does seem to be somewhat grounded, and it's interesting that they don't even fucking care about this thing. Like they're worried about what Apple's doing, and Sony needs to invigorate this device if they want to stick in this. I think it's a space worth being in. I've said that for a long time. It's just every time I think about playing it, I'm like, oh God, there's a million other things I want to play. I just don't. Right. Like I was looking at that blog post where this quote comes from, and I'm like, these games look great. They really do. I just don't know when it's going to break for me, and I'm going to start to play. It's been out for a year. I don't think I've played it in a year. Pretty much.
Yeah.
All right, guys, what did you think of this? We don't have to talk about the story itself. But the New York Times published a story called "The Shocking Death That Has Devastated Gamers for Decades." And it was on the front page of the New York Times. I wanted to bring this up because I wonder if this is now officially a Darth Vader is Luke's dad moment. Totally, for real. I'll put a spoil. I'm going to spoil something. So just fast forward 15 seconds if you don't want to spoil it. It's Final Fantasy 7 spoiler. The game that came out in 1997, 27 years ago. Aerith dies in the game. Okay, the spoiler's over. This is what New York Times is talking about. I feel like this was a meaningful cultural moment. Dustin, I'm wondering what your thoughts are on this. This is making the rounds. I saw our buddy Gene, obviously, one of us. He works at the Washington Post, New York Times competitor, but I was like, wow, they're not holding back at all. This is officially no longer a spoiler, I guess, right?
Yeah, I agree that I'm of the opinion that it wasn't a spoiler before the New York Times put it on the front page. But as a courtesy to our audience, we have been good about that despite our disagreement on it. So don't ever say we haven't, we don't listen or we don't do anything. Okay, we've been listening about the spoiler that is in question here, but I just think it's more cool to see Final Fantasy VII on the front page of the New York Times. Like that's awesome from a cultural perspective, whether you care about Final Fantasy VII or not, as far as it like a cultural moment in history and the importance of video games. That's what's really cool to me. But yeah, I try to put myself in the shoes of someone that's maybe younger or not as into video games. I guess it's just surprising that a listener that is into it enough to listen to this show would find that a spoiler, but they're out there. So it is what it is.
Still never really made any sense to me why Aerith could die. Just from the sense of like, well, what all this traumatic shit happens to you in the game and you just use Phoenix Downs and potions and healing spells. But it's like this one attack and she's like, oh, but she's fucking gone. It's like, all right.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's not the first Final Fantasy game to kill characters, of course, but Chris, do you have any thoughts on this? Are we in the Darth Vader is Luke's dad moment now? Is this it? Is this the iconic spoiler in games?
I can't think of another spoiler from video games really that is on this level where it's just kind of intrinsically understood. And like I knew this before I knew really anything about Final Fantasy VII. Like I knew I've seen that clip, I've seen that clip of this happening. And I don't know. I think what other spoilers could you even think of that are on this? I guess we probably shouldn't. We probably shouldn't talk about them.
That are like I mean, I can think of spoilers that are so much bigger and more important, but like what you're saying, the cultural level.
Yeah, like
none really.
There are bigger spoilers in the sense that like I think. Like I think the not the ending of BioShock, but towards the end of BioShock, it's like
exact game I was thinking of.
Ruining that for somebody, I think would kind of fuck the game up a lot more than knowing that a character dies in some game. You know, like I think that's a little bit different. That's certainly like a bigger spoiler, but like as far as like a culturally relevant, like almost like I feel like this is the only spoiler in the games industry that has like a radius to it that kind of extends outward. Because like I said, like I knew this. Way before I had any connection to Final Fantasy at all. So yeah, I think we are officially in that territory, and I think we've been there for a while. I think we've been there for at least, I don't know what, like you figure like maybe not 10 years, but definitely not 5, you know? I think we've been here for a while.
Yeah.
Right. I would say I want to add another wrinkle to this too, is just that Final Fantasy VII is different because of how important and big it is to gaming as a whole. Because I think it's different that, in particular, something like Persona 3 Reload, right? The original Persona 3 came out in 2008? Anyway, quite a long time ago at this point. 2006. Okay, so even earlier back. I would say that because of it being more niche, particularly at that time, and now Persona being much bigger now, it would be important to not try to spoil that game, especially if there's a remake on the horizon. I just don't think it applies, though, to Final Fantasy VII because of how ubiquitously known that spoiler. Maybe we're totally like not in the know with everyone else on what people know about this or not. Like,
well, I spoiled it for someone on the show. I mean, that we had this conversation, right? Like the I felt bad. I don't want to be the source of ruining a game for someone. I was shocked too. I'm like, how did you avoid this? But I'm shocked at the things that haven't been spoiled for me all the time. So yeah.
That is true. I guess I'm just like how I guess to me, it's like to be involved in the video game space to the degree that you would even listen to this show. It confuses me how you could be that involved, but also never come across this. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, so many memes about this moment. Like all the time I've seen the memes about this, but maybe those memes just bounce off someone who doesn't necessarily know.
Oh yeah. I guess if you're not paying attention, you just see like an out of context screenshot of polygons, and you're just like, I don't know what the fuck.
You should put spoilers in the quote in parentheses though, and the timestamps, just to be.
I'll make it clear that's this entire section.
Yeah, that's fine. I'd rather that.
Yeah.
All right, we can move a little bit more quickly here if we want. Finally, movie production house Lionsgate has released a trailer for its long in development, filmed some time ago, Borderlands film. The trailer's almost 3 minutes long. What do you guys think of this? I gotta say, I don't think it looks very bad at all. I think it looks pretty cool. I don't know that I really want to see it, but it looks good. I don't know. I think it's got 30 right now. It's got 33,000 thumbs up and 41,000 thumbs down. I personally wouldn't thumbs it down. I just don't know that Borderlands ever needed a movie if this is what it's going to be. I think the casting's weird. It's like a very distracting cast, actually, but it looks well executed. There was a moment actually where I was like, oh, I actually laughed.
Yeah.
So
yeah, me too.
Like when the thing sprays inside the car or whatever, I was like, that's funny. Like that's a funny thing. And I don't know. I don't mind it. Yeah. Maybe I'm getting old.
Yeah, no, so I agree with you in the sense that the cast makes no fucking sense at all. I like Jack Black as Claptrap actually, but I think that's just by nature of Jack Black being almost mystically likable, no matter what. Like, there's something about him. Like, he could really be anybody. He could have been Lilith, and I would have been like, yeah, let's get it. Let's watch this movie, I guess. But Kevin Hart as Roland and Kate Blanchett as Liv. I don't really. It's and that 20-year-old woman as Tiny Tina. It's all very. The casting is kind of not good to say it to the least. But I don't know, the vibe of the trailer. It kind of, you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of the Dungeons and Dragons movie. That came
people
out.
like that one, right? People like that movie,
dude. Yeah. It is really fun. Like, I don't care about Dungeons and Dragons at all, but I sat and watched that movie because like friends of mine were like swearing by it, and it's like, you got to watch it. It's genuinely good. And I was like, it's like, okay, I guess. And I watched it. And I was like, this is actually like a fun ass movie, and it does seem like a fun movie, which I think is all a Borderlands movie could be. I don't know. I don't think there's any real lore there that you would really be able to delve in seriously. So it's nice to see it adapted in this way, because I do think it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know if a movie like this needed to be made in the first place, but at the same time, I do think it's a pretty good rendition of whatever Borderlands is. If that makes sense. It's like, I feel weird about it. I don't think this is going to be an amazing movie. I think it has the potential to be kind of fun. I think, like you said, the cast is fucking distracting as hell, but I don't know. I'm not like offended by it. It looks better than I anticipated it to look personally. Even if there is kind of a strange cosplay quality to it. I don't know. I'll check it out maybe if the mood strikes me. But I got to see Madam Web first.
Yeah. I'm hearing great things about that.
Yeah, dude, I'm excited.
Yeah, this movie is interesting because Borderlands. So this film was actually filmed in like Q2 2001 or 2021, and basically, I don't know if you guys remember. I was reading a little bit about it. They were ready to release it in 2022, I think, and they had test screenings for it. This required them to go back and do a bunch of reshoots. And so people saw this old version of the movie. I would be interested to hear from them at some point. Yeah. But it's going to be coming out August 9th, 2024. So maybe we'll do a Sacred Symbols Plus on it or something. I don't know. I don't know if I'll watch it. I don't know. Yeah.
It is worth noting, by the way, that like I'm a cursory fan of Borderlands. Like, I liked the first one. I thought the second one was pretty fun. The third one I fell off of. I didn't play Tiny Tina's Wonderland at all. I didn't play the pre-sequel or anything like that, or Tales from the Borderlands or anything. So I'm a pretty casual fan. So it's not necessarily surprising that this wouldn't bother me. I can imagine if you really are into it and you like Lilith and you like these characters, I could see watching this and being like, yo, what the fuck are they doing? I don't know in the specific ways, but I feel that with the Halo show. So like, I get it. I'm sure most people who don't know anything about the games, if they're watching, if you are not connected to this industry at all, and you're just like some 40-year-old dad with Paramount Plus and you're watching the Halo show, you're probably like, this is entertaining. This isn't bad at all. This is fun. Or this is good, whatever. This is captivating. And I'm watching it and I'm like, why did you kill that character who's in every game before those games happen? What are you doing? So I could see, in that sense, I understand why it's I understand why there might be some backlash to it.
Chris, I had that exact same situation happen to me watching One Piece, the live action One Piece.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's like, this person's dead, or it just never shows up. It's like, hey, maybe you didn't get to episode 600 where that becomes important later on, idiot.
God Christ.
Borderlands film, August 9th, 2024. Yeah. All right. What did you guys think of this? Zach Capuzzo wrote in, said, who's excited for the real Helldivers 2? I'm, of course, talking about Star Wars Battlefront Remaster. This was my favorite game as a kid, and it's been long overdue I've been long overdue to jump back in with my friends. So, this was revealed at the Nintendo Direct. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So you already covered this on Punching Up, our Nintendo show. But Aspire, the port house, reveals, according to its press release, Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection launching on March 14th, 2024. So somewhat imminently on PS4 and on PS5. Very exciting. 64-player battlefields, which is a new addition to these. This will include the 2004 original Star Wars Battlefront, the 2005 sequel, which were both on PlayStation 2. These games were both beloved and published originally by LucasArts. Pandemic. The studio Pandemic later owned by EA that no longer exists, that I know you have a lot of love for, Chris, were responsible for these first two games. So this is basically the two pandemic games. I was never a fan of these games, so they weren't for me. I remember, and they're well known for not having really much of a single player functionality, especially the first one, I think. And of course, Battlefront was later revived under EA, under the new licenses internally, and did very well as well, but not as critically acclaimed. So is anyone going to check these games out? Any interest, Chris?
Yeah, totally. I love Pandemic. I love those games. I love like Mercenaries and the Saboteur and Destroy All Humans, and they were very big for me in the AA space. As a kid, I loved them. I loved the weird offbeat kind of games that they would make, and Lord of the Rings Conquest. Like I loved these, but Battlefront, strangely enough, is like kind of my gap, because I missed out on it in its heyday, and by the time I did get around to it, they weren't live anymore, or if they were, there was like some weird workaround that you had to do to make it work well, and I just I don't know, I never really got the chance to really fuck around with it, not only because I just wasn't a Star Wars fan back then, and I still am not, so they just kind of passed me by without really a wave or a glance, especially that was around the time that I was kind of knee deep into Halo anyway, so I kind of had my sci-fi shooter niche filled. But having the chance to play these potentially again with like modern servers and like ease of access and like new like 64 player battles, and being able to experience this ostensibly for the first time is pretty exciting. I feel like I have something to look forward to that is also nostalgic, even though I've never experienced it. It's strange. I'm excited to have new nostalgia.
It's time for that. It's from that era.
Yeah, I love games of that era. There's just something about them that there's just like an indescribable charm to them. That no doubt is there purely because I was a kid at the time that I was playing games like that, of course. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna check these out. I have a pretty strong suspicion that I'm going to like them, because I talked to friends of mine too about like who were big Star Wars fans about how I didn't play KOTOR until way later, and I liked it despite the fact that it was like a really poorly controlling, very old, janky game. So I think these pandemic games are probably going to be in my rotation. I'm definitely excited. I'm excited to stream them too. That's really the most exciting thing about it for me.
Dustin, any interest? I played one of the PSP ones, but that was later.
Oh yeah.
So I have no real attachment to these.
Yeah, I remember in particular, this was a split screen classic for me. Multiple different friends, this is a game we would play split screen. And so I was happy to see, at least in the PlayStation blog post, that split screen is returning. So I might have to do that at some point just for the nostalgia.
Gotta get a friend.
Oh, man. Forget it then. I guess I'll just play online. But, oh no, Ben, I'm sure would absolutely play split screen with me. But oh yeah, this is super cool. I loved these games growing up. I always remember in particular, and maybe I'm misremembering, but there was like battles that would start either on ground and then eventually you would go up into this like space related battles, and so they would be more pretty dynamic in that way. And I remember thinking that was so cool when I was a kid. So yeah, this is going to be a pretty nostalgic romp come March 14th. And I think there's something that if you already have them on Steam, you get a discount on the collection. So
nice.
I'm a little bit torn though, because these feel like I should be playing them on a console. But if I'm playing online, then I want to have easy access to Discord and stuff like that. So I'd want it on PC. But so I'll have to figure out what I want to do before then.
All right. A couple more quick news items. This one's big though. Little Devil Inside. We hear about this game all the time in terms of people's curiosity about it. I know, Chris, you were interested in this game. We finally have an update. So I want to put a little bit of this into context. There's an action game called Little Devil Inside from a developer called NeoStream. And NeoStream is in South Korea, by the way. Not that it really matters, but just in case you're curious. And they released a Kickstarter 9 years ago in the spring of 2015 for a game called Little Devil Inside that was originally going to be launched on PS4, Xbox One, PC, and Wii U. and it was going to launch in the fall of 2016. And that is the game we're talking about right here, which had kind of disappeared and gone through all of these different versions until in 2020, it was re-revealed in, I guess it was April or May of that year at the PlayStation 5 reveal event when there was a bunch of games shown. And this was one of the games as kind of an indie game. It was shown, I think, alongside games like Kenna and others that would end up coming out later, like not Octopath or Octodad, but the guys that made that, whenever that game was called. What was that game called? That launch game, PS5 and PS4 launch game. It was weird. It was about the creatures on the island.
Bug Snacks.
Bug Snacks, right.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for that. So it was shown alongside all of those, but this never had come out. And I went to their Kickstarter. So the game had kind of reemerged in various ways. I think it was at CES in 2021. I think Sony had it in a sizzle reel in 2022. And otherwise, we had never really heard anything about it. And I went to the Kickstarter. They haven't had a Kickstarter update from June 13th, 2020 until now. And they released a statement called Despite All. And here's what it says, quote, "Dear all, began with a dream of two brothers you supported. We became a team, then grew into a company and tried many hands to make light work. Along the way in all efforts to making a great game, many great people have come and gone. People with respectable but different purposes and pursuits. In sharing these differences in thoughts, we were sometimes touched and moved and sometimes in conflict. We are responsible for not being able to embrace the differences. And of course, sincere apologies to you all. So now we're back to a smaller, bonded team with a single common purpose, just to make a great game. And all of our core founding and starting members still here with the duty and conscience to fulfill what we set out to do. We know this doesn't and shouldn't justify for all the delays and lack of news, but we're still here, have been, and always will be. Equipped with one tide-turning fact, having gone the long way around, we are stronger, much stronger. We have genuinely started discussions regarding publishing, and once this clears out, hopefully we'll be able to answer what everyone wants to know. Here, we've just strung together a series of gameplay clips representative of what we have been working on in the Unreal Engine 5 engine. Never has a thing been written in Korean so obviously and translated into English on Google. However, the trailer is a, 6 minutes plus look at the game for the first time in a long time. And I'm wondering what we think. Do we even care? I never really cared about this game, to be honest with you. I just thought it was interesting. It is the missing link from that showcase. It seems like it's still going to come. Chris, I thought it was interesting because you've talked about this game a lot. We've genuinely, this is how I know it was translated. We have genuinely started discussions regarding publishing. So Sony was, I don't know if they were going to act as self-publisher or if Sony was going to give them money, but it seems like maybe Sony's not in this anymore. I don't really know. I wouldn't be surprised at this point if Sony was like, well, I mean, it would still be published there, but not as a timed exclusive.
Yeah.
But that's conjecture. I have no idea for sure. Otherwise, maybe it's a mistranslation. But what do you think? Are you still excited? Are you happy to hear from Little Devil Inside for the first time in 4 years?
No. No. Like, so to clarify, I don't know if I've talked about this game necessarily a lot. I've mentioned it when it comes up.
You've expressed curiosity in where it is.
When I believe, I could be mistaken, but I feel like this game was shown at a PlayStation showcase. Like, I feel like I remember this being like specifically like, oh, that's weird. And that's why I was so specifically interested in it. It was like, oh, this is like a proper like thing to be like, they know that this is coming. It's like,
well, right. Like we said, it was at the PS5 reveal. So that's
right. Exactly. Yeah. That's what it was. Yeah. And so like, yeah, I mean, the visual style of it looks cool. I don't know what kind of game it is, but like a good visual style is a very, very easy way to get my attention. And they got it with that reveal. I was like, okay, interesting, cool. I didn't know anything about the previous development history. I didn't even know it was a Kickstarter game. I was just going based on what I saw, and it's like, yeah, this looks pretty cool. And I'm looking at the trailer now that they just put out, and it looks exactly as I remember it. And I mean, it looks cool. Like, I don't think it looks bad. I just kind of forgot about this game. And I was totally fine with that. So like, I don't know. I guess I'll be curious about it still when it comes out. I'll wait for reviews, but it's no longer something that I don't know. I can't pretend like I'm stoked, you know? It's been 4 years. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm interested. Any game that was supposed to be on the Wii U is interesting to me at this point. Dustin, where are you on this? I'm reminded of the era of Colin hating Kickstarter. This is the kind of shit that used to happen all the time.
Yeah.
But it would go away much quicker. They're actually redeeming themselves. It looks like the game's going to come out, which is great. They had over 5,000 people kickstart the game, remember? So they're out their money until they get the game, which hopefully they will. But I really only came around on crowdfunding when it was things like Patreon came out, specifically because it was not lump sum payments, which I thought was always weird, but rather a subscription that was open so that you can be constantly held accountable. The problem with this shit is that no one is ever held accountable. And it makes you wonder, even in this fucking weird riddle that they wrote in Korean and then translated into English. It's like, so basically what you're saying is you guys had like huge personnel problems, behind the scenes fights, like couldn't get this sorted out. And you're going to work over that and get the game, which is cool, but the game out, which is cool. But it really does harken back to those days where I'm like, why are people giving so much money hand over fist to people that they cannot hold accountable in any way?
Yeah.
Like on Patreon, you give us $5 or $1 or whatever a month, $2 a month, $10 a month. And then you're like, fuck it. This shit sucks. I don't like it. They're not following through, whatever. And you get out. But there's no,
right.
It's just a lump sum. I never got it. But I'm more trustworthy in it now because I think a lot of the riffraff has been removed.
Right. I do think that going that long without an update when you have people's money is unacceptable.
Yeah.
It's one thing where you don't want to be constantly making excuses. I think that could be bad, but I think that at least putting out a screenshot or making it not look like you just disappeared is important. But in terms of this game, I'm similar to Chris, where I think it looks visually very cool, this mixture of these kind of cute characters along with a more realistic setting. When I was jumping around in this new gameplay video, the number one thing I kept thinking is, okay, this looks cool, but is it fun to play?
Yeah.
And that's the biggest question I still have in any trailer I've seen from this game, is that I don't know if I want to play it. I don't know if the visuals are going far enough for me to say, yeah. I kind of have a thing, especially recently, where I don't want to make it sound like I don't like indie games, because I do. I just bought a new indie game last night, which I'll briefly mention in a bit, but I kind of am over these slower, story-driven, lower-budget indie games that all kind of play a little bit the same. And so, or have a kind of a similar aesthetic, which this one has a different aesthetic, but it's got to do a little more for me. So I'm not judging. It's not done yet, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be done for a while. But I'm happy for the people that are really interested in this game, that it's resurfaced. But this level of not saying anything would raise red flags. If I was a Kickstarter, I would have had flags raised a long time ago, actually.
Yeah.
All right. Two more just quick pieces of news. We can even just combine them because they're about games that either us or our audience love. Tales of Arise, 2021 Bandai Namco role-playing game, the newest edition of the Tales franchise so far. Hopefully we'll get an announcement out of the Tales series soon, but 3 million copies sold. They just announced. And Alan Wake 2 from Remedy, 1.3 million copies sold. All digital, because there is no physical version of the game. It's very strange. So nice amount of money for them. Alan Wake 2, I think, is Remedy's fastest selling game. So congratulations to those guys out there. All right, let's get into the games we're playing. We can talk more about Helldivers 2. I have a lot of inquiries if we want to talk about Helldivers 2, but I wrote I selected the inquiries from the point of view of just different things that we haven't discussed about the game yet, because I discussed the game very deeply on Summon Sign, so people can go check that out if they want. But we are playing other games as well, so I figured before we get into Helldivers 2, we can go around the horn if we have anything to say about those games. I'm still playing Banisher's Ghost of New Eden on the side, but Helldivers 2 has really been occupying my time, and Pentiment is out now, and I think I might check that out. I'm certainly going to buy it tonight, but we'll get into that in a little while. So I have nothing really new to say. I spoke about Banishers pretty extensively on Summon Sign as well, so you guys can go check that out. But Helldivers 2, we will discuss in a moment. Chris says here you're playing Helldivers 2 as well, so again, we'll get to that, but Tomb Raider Remastered and Tekken 8, so take it away.
Yeah, so Tekken 8 I don't have much to say about. I haven't jumped into the story yet. I've just been I've had this weird... A lot of my friends have been getting into fighting games lately, and so it's kind of reignited like this feeling of like, oh man, I really used to play Tekken a lot, and I kind of want to just get good at it again. So I've been doing a lot of just battling and and just arcade mode stuff. I do want to get into the story though, apparently, because apparently the story is crazy in Tekken 8. But I also haven't paid attention to the Tekken story ever. So I feel like jumping into the 8th one, I feel like I'm gonna need like a 2-hour lore explanation.
Yeah, does IGN still do the stories of like Tekken in 5 minutes? We used to do that kind of stuff.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It would be useful, I think, because I don't know who's dropping who off of mountains and who's dropping who into volcanoes, or like I don't know what's going on in the world of Tekken, but I'm looking forward to getting into that because it plays really, really good. It looks really, really good. Tekken 8's just great as a fighting game. I highly, even just for my limited amount of playtime in just arcade battle, I think it's an easy recommend for me. But the more fascinating thing that I think I've been playing is these Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 remasters. I think they're by Aspire as well, if I'm not mistaken. I feel like I remember that being.
Yeah, that sounds right. I think that is right.
Yeah, so these are Aspire ports of they are essentially ports of the original Tomb Raider with like a little new coat of paint on it. They've upgraded the visuals, not so much that it looks like a modern game, but enough that it looks like a nicer version of something that you would remember from the PS1, which I think was a really smart way to go about it. It kind of makes it feel, even with the new graphics, it feels nostalgic and very quaint and very, I don't know, there's something about it that's like very, very polygonal and just rigid, and I like it. And I've been going through Tomb Raider 1 specifically. I've been streaming it on Steam Deck and also playing it on PS5. And I really, really like these games. But man, be warned of these controls. Because it took me a solid hour and a half to wrap my head around simply moving in any given direction as Lara Croft, because she has there's tank controls in Tomb Raider. Obviously, it's kind of famous for it in some way. Not as famous as Resident Evil is, but you know, it's like it's slow, methodical, grid-based platforming. And there's like, so you have to like get right up to the edge, hop back, run, and then jump. And then there's this specific thing where games after Tomb Raider have evolved almost in the exact opposite direction, where if you want to jump to the side and do like a side flip, or like jump forward or jump back, you jump first and then press the direction that you're going, which is a wild, it's crazy. Because it's no other game works like that. I feel like playing this game actually probably ruined my ability to play other games for a little while, because it just the way you have to think about it is so different. But once you get past that hurdle of overcoming the controls and figuring out like the intricacies of it, it's like, oh, okay, left and right turns her. R1 will let her walk so you don't run off a ledge and have to do a whole platforming section again. Once you get in tune with those controls, these are really satisfying games to move through and figure out. And just when you get like a perfect platforming run, understanding that it's really difficult to do it, there's a strange satisfaction in it. And it's just interesting, because this is the furthest I've gotten any of these games. I was so bad at them when I was a kid, because even back then I was like, I can't do these controls. But they're charming, they're nice, they're beautiful, they're fun, they're slow and kind of atmospheric in a weird way, in the way that only those PS1 games can be, with their limited use of sound files. And there's like a quietness and like an eeriness, and I really like it so far. I'm only on the first one though, so like I think 2 is the fan favorite as far as I remember. 3, I think they get crazy, but I'm working through the first one right now. There's no platinum, I think, on PS5, which I'm sure is probably a little discouraging for some people. But
yeah, it's like got a bajillion trophies, but no platinum.
Yeah. There's like
400 trophies or some stupid shit like that.
It's Looney Tunes, but no, man, the solid, really solid game. I love the PS1 though. Like the PS1 is like this collection of games that aesthetically, visually, from a gameplay perspective, I really feel really strongly about them, and I really like how they feel and how they look, and the feeling that they convey, and being able to play these games on modern hardware is just nice. And these are seminal games, and I think I'm gonna see them through. Level design is wild, but cool and fun. I totally forgot that there was a dinosaur in like the first,
Yeah.
the first fucking, like basically the first hour of the game, or the first like 30 minutes. There's a dinosaur. It's like, okay, I guess we're here.
People are really receiving this stuff very well, and these Tomb Raider games, and it's eye opening. I think I'll buy them and just add them to my library to have them for later, because I'd like to get back into them. It's been years.
Yeah.
And I like that they've upgraded the controls if you want, but not.
Yeah,
not necessarily.
I will say the upgraded controls kind of feel a little I don't know. You can just tell, like, because this isn't like a rematch, like this isn't like a remake from the ground up. It's you can even press the, what is it? They do the Halo Master Chief Collection thing where or the Halo Anniversary thing where you can press.
Oh, where you can switch back and forth. Yeah.
Yeah, which is cool. I love it when games do that. There's a case to be made about preservation there that's like really awesome. I love that. But yeah, the modern controls, because they couldn't really change like the core foundations of the game, it kind of feels like they Frankensteined modern controls onto it, but the game's not designed for those. So it could be that if you start with modern controls, you'll be fine. But like, I think by the time I was like 30 minutes in practicing these tank controls, and it was too late. Like, I was just like, I'm going to learn the tank controls. There's also a strange satisfaction in it for me of meeting the game on its own terms and mastering it that I feel really strongly about. Like, I almost never change the controls to anything other than default in games. I fuck with sensitivity or whatever, but I almost never like remap keys. I think there's a sense of satisfaction in just like beating a game as they've designed it. But yeah, those modern controls are there. They're not really in tune with the design of the game, but I'm sure they'll work for many people who are a little bit too concerned about how the tank controls might compromise their experience. And make no mistake, they will. If you jump into this game, you will likely turn it off after 5 minutes because you're like, I can't figure out how to fucking move. But I promise you, if you just stick with it, like I promise you, there's really special shit here that's like really quaint and really cute and really, I don't know, just really nice and pleasant. So yeah, I would say stick with it if you jump into it.
Very well. Dustin, Persona 3 Reload. Do you have anything you want to say about it?
The heat is on because next week we have Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Luckily, I am getting towards the end of this game. We were talking on Punching Up. Micah and I are at the same point pretty much, but she's playing the portable version, the new remake or remaster of the portable version, and I'm playing the remake. So feeling a bit of pressure to try to finish that in time. I don't know if my platinum aspirations will work out, but that's okay. As long as I get all the social links, I'll be happy. And then I didn't write this in the doc. I wrote this in the doc yesterday, and then I played it last night after. I bought a game called Penny's Big Breakaway. And if you don't know about this game, it was featured in the Nintendo Direct. This is from the team that made Sonic Mania. And if you like old school style 3D platformers, you're going to want to at least take a look at this. It's very much focused on movement and flow. So your main character has a yo-yo. Your main character, Penny, has a yo-yo that you can use to attack, and then you can kind of use it to, you throw it out and it stops in air, and you can use it as like a swing. It has, I don't want to say it's like Sonic at all, but you can tell that the Sonic Mania team, who understands flow and movement, were very focused in on that for this game. And of the first 2 levels, again, very early impressions, I think this game is very, very awesome. I was having a great time. I was playing on Steam Deck because it runs at a perfect 90 frames per second on Steam Deck. And if you buy this on PlayStation 5, it'll run at 4K 120. So it is really highly optimized. Very I don't want to call it basic looking because a very, very distinct art style to it. But I am really glad that I picked it up, and I'm excited to play more of it. But I just want to always throw that out for the fans of the old school 3D platformers. We always wish that there was more of them. And so here is one, and it seems great so far. So if you're into these and have been waiting, now's the time. Check out Penny's Big Breakaway.
Cool. Sounds great. Let's talk about Helldivers. Does anyone have anything new that they want to generally share? I am curious what, I guess, Dustin, so you're still playing what level? I'm level 18 now. So that's where I am. What have you been playing? Where have you been playing? I'll tell you, the events of Fenrir 3 will never leave me. They were, how many bodies can that fucking planet absorb? You know? But we did liberate it. We did liberate Fenrir 3 for now.
Let me look here how many hours I have on Steam. I have 31 hours in Helldivers. So I've been playing quite a bit. I don't remember what level. I think it's around 18 though, just like you, Colin. And yeah, this game, I continue to love it the more I play it, because I'm just continually thinking about it in different ways and how to play it and what stratagems to use. And I'm just having a fantastic time, and I can't recommend this game enough outside of course, the elephant in the room, the server related issues. And I was thinking about this quite a bit. I don't know, Colin, I know you had the link to what the...
Yeah, because we have an inquiry about it, so I was going to get to that, but we can get into it if you want.
Please, I've got a thought about it.
All right, the Great Santini wrote in, said intergalactic, planetary, intergalactic. What is that a reference to, Dustin?
Beastie Boys.
Yes. Hello. I am writing to you today to talk about a possible pitfall in Sony's PC gaming future. That issue comes to mind is the ever-present element. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the wrong one. If you're Great Santini, we'll get to you. Benjamin Lippert wrote in because he's talking about hacking, which we're going to get to. Hello, fellow democracy enjoyers. I just wanted to give a shout out to Helldivers 2 and their dev team and wanted to highlight some of the positive ways they're handling the launch. Extremely responsive and sympathetic online with responses coming from their CEO. The responses are also very candid and honest. Quickly implementing positive changes like fixing matchmaking, working on kicking people who are AFK, and really working on server capacity. They have a real money store, but it's not in your face and genuinely feels like they want you to spend money, but it's not the most important thing. And most items can be earned in-game. I could keep going on, but as a closing thought, is this who Sony should have asked about how to make online work and to get people excited instead of Bungie? Was the answer right there with Arrowhead the whole time? Love the content and don't forget to keep that democracy managed. Definitely not. Because what I found out, and I think this is what you want to talk about, Dustin. I mean, I think Arrowhead's doing a great job, but there's a fundamental flaw to this game that I didn't know. Do you want to take it away? Because I guess this is what you're going to talk about.
Just, you mean as far as the servers just don't, the back end wasn't designed?
They're using an engine that hasn't been updated in 6 years.
Oh,
do you not read about any of this? Do you not know about any of this? They used, so there's a studio called Fat Shark. I don't know if you guys know them. They're owned by Tencent. They make they made a bunch of random games, but they do a bunch of Warhammer games now. They made an engine called BitSquid. It is, according to Wikipedia, a discontinued 3D game engine with support for Linux, Windows, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, Android, and iOS. And Fat Shark used this with some of their games, but it was rarely used outside of it, except for being used in the original Helldivers. So the 2015 Helldivers, as we knew it, or 2016, whatever, this was running on this obscure engine. The game, the sequel, as we know from reading things from the CEO now, was indeed in development and then restarted. And when they got to it in 2018, they stayed on the Helldivers engine, even though the engine that year, like in January of 2018, was basically discontinued. It was turned into this other plugin that itself was discontinued if you used it in a different engine in 2022. So a major component, apparently, of why Helldivers 2 doesn't work has nothing to do with the servers and everything to do with how the game is dealing with this load of people. And it all goes into like obscure. And again, this isn't so as I understand this, they can't get help really. If you read the stuff from CEO, he's like, it would take longer to get people involved, like engineers in and understanding what the fuck is even going on with this than just having our own engineers deal with it. So they used an obscure engine that is the bottleneck itself. It's not. So I don't know if I didn't know if that's what you were going to say, but that's why I wanted to talk about it separately and later. It was because it apparently all goes back to this Autodesk Stingray engine. So that's what I wanted to say. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's good. That's a lot of good context information. Just because I was saying about the comments from the CEO is that there are back end limitations that they're dealing with. And so it's not just a matter of throwing more money at servers to get it to work. And so I guess you could argue absolutely it was short-sighted, but I was thinking about an analogy about this because I think overall people have been pretty understanding about the situation, but there's also a lot of people that just want to play and are mad. And I think about it like if, let's say us three, we're opening the Sacred Symbols hot dog restaurant.
Right.
And we are building it and we know our stuff and we expect to have 500 customers a day. And then day one, we get 1,000. It's like, oh shit, that was really good. And then by the end of the week, we have 10,000 customers. And people are complaining saying, well, why don't you just get more fryers? Why don't you just hire more people? It's like, no, you have to, those things, you got to install them. You have to figure out how they work in your current system. You need to order things. You know what I mean? It's a loose analogy, but it's simply not a matter of just turn on more server. You got to bake these things in. And absolutely, Colin, as you were mentioning about the old engine is going to be even greater of a setback for them. But I think that it's worth saying, too, that even if there is an understanding of these hurdles, it doesn't change the fact that people spent $40 for a video game and they're sitting down at night and they can't log it. And that sucks. To the point where I saw the Arrowhead CEO said, he mentioned in a tweet to someone, he was like, I don't think you should buy it right now until the server issues are sorted. And I was like, oh, damn. I mean, I'm glad he's honest about it. But I will say over the weekend was real bad, where we were trying to log on. There are some tricks where if one person gets in if they invite somebody, then they could get into the game. So we were trying to just wait to see who could be the first person to get into the game. Apparently, one of the major issues was people were logging in and then never going offline ever, just leaving the game running so that when they came back to play later, they were already logged in. So a huge amount of server space was just taken up by people that were totally not there.
The new patch apparently remedies that.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was about to say is that they made it so now there's a AFK window, 15 minutes, and then they'll boot you out, which I think will probably help significantly. But the last 2 days that I've played, I have gotten right in, even at, I guess, peak time. So like later evening where both West Coast and East Coast are in that gaming period. But I mean, who knows? This weekend could be just as bad, but they seem to be responding openly and quickly. So I do appreciate that. It's an unfortunate situation that a game this awesome is stuck with these types of problems.
Yeah, Blue McDougal wrote into us on Patreon, said, Hail, Sacred Threesome, maybe you know the answer to this. Helldivers 2 is apparently developed on a now defunct engine, Stingray. Does that mean no licensing fees for using the engine? If so, is this the reason why more developers don't use abandonware to make games? The fact that continued support for the engine generally outweighs the economic benefit of not having to pay fees. Remember, you've got each other, so don't need that sweet, sweet chicken love. Sometimes I do. Thank you, Blue Dougal, for writing in. No, I actually think it was just probably they're such a small team. They were 30 people when they began, and they knew how to use this engine, so they just stayed with it. And again, I don't want to speak out of turn and be like, this is the end all be all of the problem, but it seems like it is, because as you were saying, he's talking about back end code. Like there's nothing to do but just let the engineers that have the systemic, the institutional knowledge at Arrowhead and know how to use all these tools to like give them the time to fix it. And it's interesting because I think it seems like a strategic error. Like, I don't know, why would Sony let them do that? Why would Sony let them, if they really began the game in earnest again in like a new way on this engine in 2018 at the same time it was announced that it was kind of going to go defunct, or at least go down the road of being defunct as it was sold off. I just don't understand why Sony didn't step in and say, like, maybe it would be a better idea. I'm not saying that they should use fucking Decima. I'm just saying, like, go use Unreal Engine or something, like Days Gone. Very weird. And this is, I'm sure this was a lesson learned. That'll never happen again. I'd be very interested to know what the other games are running on that they're working on, but certainly not going to be this again. And Jesus, like, you can't just migrate games over from engines. Like, it's going to be stuck on this thing unless they basically rebuild it. And that's not going to happen. So it's kind of interesting there's no one to go to anymore. It's not like the company's just moved on. It's not like us with Game Maker, where we were using an old version of Game Maker for a long time. We could still get institutional knowledge from them and ask them questions and stuff. There's no one to even talk to. So I don't know. I don't know what that's all about, but very strange. All right. Chris, what's been your experience? Do you know what level you are in Helldivers?
Yeah, I think 11 or 12. I've played for about 22 hours. 5 of those were waiting to get on. I think because I think I just left my thing on waiting to get in. And then I went shopping and, went grocery shopping or whatever. And then I came back and it was still waiting. So I watched an episode of Curb, and then I came back and I was on. But I've been doing that like trick basically where like I'll just join somebody who's already in. And that's been pretty much the saving grace for me. I think if I didn't have that option, I would be really frustrated. But yeah, I'm having a really good. Dude. It's just there's something about. Well, before I move on, we're talking about the engine and how like they probably should have used Unreal. I wouldn't be surprised if a big reason why this game is taking off in the way that it is because it feels so unique. Specifically because it's on a strange engine. Like there's a lot of weird like physics stuff that happens in this game that like I don't think you could program in if you wanted to. Like I've done, and a lot of it, to be fair, is jank. A lot of it, like I've like done dives onto like objectives and been stuck like under the flag or whatever, and like I've had to comically like yell out, kill me, please." Yeah, And there's so much emergent gameplay that is a result of the jank of it, and it's strange because I know you could look at a lot of this and be like, man, this is like unfinished in some way, and definitely it is. I've had some bugs where like I've been stuck in first person, where like where like and you can't do anything about it, and then like sometimes your camera goes like flying into the sky. And then like you have no idea what the fuck is going on, and so it's messy for sure. But it is also genuinely like some of the most fun that I've had playing a multiplayer game in a very, very, very long time. Especially the most fun that I've had playing a multiplayer game in the PlayStation ecosystem in a hot minute. So like it's just really, I don't know. It's just really kind of, it's so nice to experience this emergent gameplay. Coming from a Sony, coming from a PlayStation oriented title, it's just very, there's something very, very rewarding about it. And seeing everybody on, I can't remember the last time I've seen this, where everyone on my friends list is on this thing. I think genuinely like 2007 Halo 3 launch day was like the last time I saw this. And like the weeks after that was like the last time I saw a game capture like everybody like this. And it is just fun. Even when things don't go according to plan, even when you lose, even when you die, even when things don't work out. I was like, oh, I call down a mortar sentry and then it just doesn't show up. Like, what the fuck? What's going on? There's just this. The game does such a good job of making panic part of the gameplay loop in some way. And I'm so enamored with it. And the way that it functions and the way that it feels so different from Unreal Engine, and it feels so different from all these other games, and it just feels like its own thing. And even just like the physics that kicks in when you dive, and coordinating with a squad, and just doing all that stuff, and going in game chat specifically and hearing everybody panic through the microphone. It is just a good ass time, except for those fucking escort the scientist missions in that automaton sector that I only got through one of those successfully on challenging, and I don't know how the fuck we did it. It was a complete crapshoot on how it's. I was convinced that it was impossible, for the longest time because they just keep dropping and there's no respite. But yeah, I'm having a great time. I'm thinking about it a lot. I go to bed thinking about it. After this episode, I'm probably going to jump right on and hopefully get on, and maybe we'll see. I've been streaming it, having a great time with some friends who I haven't really played with in a while. It's one of these games that's getting everybody into the conversation. Everybody's jumping on to check this out. Like, what is this Helldivers thing? And it's nice, man. It's just it's a big, despite all these like big server issues, which seems to be a bit of a deeper problem than I think most people realize. If it really is a core conceit of the engine that they're working on. Outside of that, like I'm happy for PlayStation to have a win in this way specifically, because I think they've had a lot of critical success wins. I think they've had a lot of games that have come out. It's like 9 out of 10, a great story, a narrative for the ages. And that's great. Like, I like those games. Like, we talked about God of War Ragnarok. We had spoiler cast on it where I was gushing about it. I love these games. Like Spider-Man 2, I had a great time with. Like, these are great games. But there's something to be said about Sony in the space of games that are designed almost purely around emergent gameplay, and finally having a game where like the story is just like the stuff that happens to you. I love that shit. And to see them in this space is just really nice. And to see it explode in the way that it has is just, I don't know. I'm really happy for them. I really hope that they can sort this stuff out. I think it's going to be a little while before this stuff is ironed out, quite frankly, but I'm hoping the best for them, because this is just a really fucking enjoyable game. And I'm actually surprised, Colin, that you I don't know, because it's so multiplayer centric. I'm really, I don't know how do you square that away with
change, man?
Yeah, you've changed.
You've
changed, man.
What's going on? What's going on with you?
Yeah, it's a very narrow, unintrusive multiplayer game. As I said, I think last week, I already know like anything PvP related is not going to be interesting to me. I'm just not into it. It's too competitive to me. I get too obsessed with like kill to death ratio. I'm not good at them. I get fucking upset. But like, this is a game that requires, I don't want to say it's unique to this game because I don't know enough, but the communication in the game is limited and doesn't need to be much more than it is. So for instance, if you're playing with people that know how to play, someone is dropping pins on the map as you go, right? To like show everyone where they go, and everyone just goes. I've almost never been in a situation where everyone doesn't just go to the pin no matter who drops it. There's just a built-in language to know how to play it without needing to speak with each other. And the same thing when you go like, oh, deal with the satellite dish. If you're playing with more sophisticated players, what you realize is like one guy is staying at the terminal, one guy's protecting the guy at the terminal, the other guy's running around to adjust everything, and the other guy's kind of roving around trying to kill random enemies as it all goes. And you could just do it really rapidly. A few things speak to me about it. Like the constant completion of the maps really gets me, where you can do the limited kind of things, but really I want to do all the red areas and get all the optional things and load up the fucking mortars and do all that kind of stuff before I leave to maximize my experience points. And so I just find that very satisfying. I also just think the game's fun to play. Like from a gameplay standpoint, it's fun. And there are so many satisfying moments of overcoming incredible odds. You're always overcoming it. You're constantly getting killed by your teammates or by something random you don't expect. Like, I think it's the funniest thing. I noticed this once you start playing. By the way, what levels are you guys playing? I'm on level 5 now, which is there's 5 of 9 difficulties or whatever. And I think it's hard. I think it's called hard. What I'm playing.
Yeah, I'm on challenging right now because I think
that's
I just
4,
unlocked.
Yeah,
I think I just unlocked hard. I'm level 11 or 12 or something like that.
Yeah,
so
it's funny. Like the levels, I see people playing really low level, playing on these hard ass difficulties, getting invited into these games. I guess.
That was my first. That was like one of my first games. Like I think
that was with us.
That was with you guys, and I was like, oh hey, I'm fresh off the boat. Basically, I just got out of basic training, and I'm like in an automaton sector, getting blasted in the ass. Like it's fun.
I don't find the automatons as fun to fight. I almost never fight them. I like fighting the bugs personally. I just enjoy that more. But
Oh, I really like the automatons.
Oh, yeah,
I like specifically not the ones where you have to like escort scientists or whatever, or when you have to defend a point. Like I find those kind of like trivial. But when you're like in a big map with the automatons and you're like sneaking through the woods and you hear like the fucking robot chatter and shit, like it feels very. There's like a Metal Gear. Like we were all the squad that I was with. We were all like trying to be as stealthy as possible. We were just like crawling through the woods. I was just like, this is fucking sick. Like, this is awesome. This is a great experience. But yeah, those certain missions with the automatons, I really do not like at all.
There are, it's funny, like there's just, I don't know. I just like a lot about the game. It's opened my mind a little bit, but I also know that what I'm getting out of it is very narrow. I'm also just curious. I just want to level my character up. I just enjoy that kind of grind. And unlocking things with the gold kind of icon medals. Yeah. You have the different currencies to upgrade your ship, which I've not done too much. I kind of, what loadouts do you guys use, by the way? I use a shotgun. And then there's that one shotgun that actually allows you to load it bullet by bullet, which is cool because you never waste ammo. But I have the shotgun that's after that, where you have to do it clip by clip so you can waste ammo if you want. But I always immediately when I land, I call a machine gun down. And I call down the dog rover thing that floats with you. Those are like the two first things I do every time. And I love watching all like your random teammates, like what they do. Everyone like calls down different things in the very beginning, which is fun. But one thing Hogue turned me on to on Summon Sign that has also intrigued me more because I've been looking for it and actually finding it myself is that there's a story. Like there's something going on in the game. And what it seems to be is that there's and I don't think that it's not really a spoiler. It doesn't really matter. You just read it. And you know those little green like iPads that are strewn around the maps? It seems like there's like a civil war going on or like some sort of resistance, like human resistance to what is going on. And there are theories that that's who you're going to end up fighting next. Like in the third quadrant of the galaxy or maybe closer to Earth or like human like defectors essentially, which is super cool. So there's like a little bit of a plot, which is fun, but it doesn't matter. And there are some people. I was playing with a guy yesterday. First of all, I was playing with a guy at one point named Vagikarp, which I thought was very funny. Some of these PC names. But I was playing with a guy who was on PC, no doubt, because he had a $sign in his name, Ghost. And he was like so much better than everyone. You would finish the map and he would have like 500 kills and I'd have like 300 or 250. And wherever he went, I went. And this guy was just nasty at the game. But I've had some friends reach out to me that wanted to play, like my friend Nate, my old buddy who was at my wedding from IGN. He works at Google, but he's like, yeah, we got to play this weekend. I'm like, yeah, maybe. I don't know. That's the thing is that I still, the anonymity, that's another important thing you have to remember about this. And I think this really did do me a huge disservice is that for a long time, I was named Moriarty IGN. And when I made that name, I never really anticipated what that was going to mean for me in like multiplayer settings, which is sometimes it didn't matter. Sometimes it really did. It would be annoying or people would like message you and want to be your friends. And I think that turned me off, but now I have a much more anonymous name. Like no one knows who I am now. So that's kind of nice to just be. But Helldivers 2 has been a revelation for me. No doubt about it. Let's get into some of these other inquiries from the audience about it. Alex Watson wrote in and said, hey guys, you've said a few times that Sony didn't really promote Helldivers 2. I'm confused about what you mean by this. It was revealed at last year's showcase and received a lengthy trailer at the most recent State of Play, and it's been advertised like crazy on sites like IGN and VGC with big banners on their homepages and ads playing before videos. For a game of this size, I'd say the marketing budget seems pretty big. The only thing missing was a dedicated State of Play, but does this game really need that? I'm not really speaking literally about this, Alex, but more about my observations about the way Sony treats the game. Just in my own experience, and I was actually remarking this to Micah, that maybe it means that they don't either have a predictable mantra about the way they approach their releases anymore, or they release so few games that everything's going to be a little bit different. But I would expect a game of this size to receive an open beta, more PlayStation blog posts, a dedicated State of Play, and a bunch of other things. I just, with the lack of preparation for the crush of players and all the rest, it just seems to me that it wasn't a game that they really believed was going to be as big as it is. I just think that that's fairly obvious. Now, the advertising budget could be what it is. And it's also true that you could see this pre-roll on IGN and VGC and banner ads and stuff like those things can be done pretty quickly. It doesn't mean that was always planned. Maybe it was, but I just read between the lines and just feel like there wasn't a lot of, I mean, the very virtue of releasing it 2 days after Foam Stars being free on PS Plus to me is a sign of disrespect. Like I think it's fairly obvious that they didn't anticipate that the game was going to be as good as it is or as big as it is. And do you guys agree?
Yeah. No, totally. Yeah. Like I think, the lack of an open beta specifically for a multiplayer centric game like this really kind of, I don't want to say it raised a red flag for me necessarily, because that might be a little bit too harsh, but I don't know a better phrase for that, because I did see, I mean, dude, it's a multiplayer game. It's a Sony, this is a PlayStation exclusive. It's coming day and date to PCs. It's clearly an experiment. Why wouldn't there be a beta of some kind? Like, it just struck me as it almost felt like, oh, well, they don't want people playing it before it launches. You know what I mean? That's
the way it reads to me too.
Yeah, and this has happened before, albeit in the opposite direction, where like I think Doom 2016 famously had that open beta that did the game no favors, and everybody was like, "Oh man, Doom's going to be really fucking terrible," and then the single player came out and it was amazing. So it did, you know, it could shoot you in the foot sometimes, but I think with a multiplayer game where that's all you have, you know, it is just like the multiplayer experience of Helldivers is the experience, even if you're playing solo. So you'd assume that you would want to get people acquainted with that, or at the very least iron out so many issues. Like, because if you don't have an open beta, then I'm left to assume, based on many, many, many releases up until this point in multiplayer games as a genre, that this game's going to launch all fucked. And to be fair, yeah, the servers are not fucked. Granted, we went into why earlier. We won't go over that again.
Right, but even that is interesting, Chris, because when multiplayer games are tested, they use instanced play. Like, it's not 100,000 people really playing. They crush the servers as if 100,000 people are playing. Like, they clearly didn't even numerically test it to the extreme that you would have if you anticipated more. Like, that's got to be a lesson learned at this point.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, I think. I'm with you. I haven't seen many Helldivers. The only Helldivers advertising that I've seen is the word of mouth I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Quite frankly, like I'm sure maybe in the amount of Helldivers material that I've seen, maybe an ad kind of slipped by because I'm not paying attention to it. That's possible, but I don't remember seeing trailers for it launching before videos that I would watch, or on banners at the websites that I would go to. I just don't really remember seeing that. Granted, that's, you know, completely anecdotal. That's fair, but yeah, it definitely felt like, especially with the positioning with Foam Stars, that just felt like they didn't really believe in it. It felt like they thought Foam Stars was going to be the thing. It's why I think they were like, hey, we're going to get this it's why they were like, hey, this is free. Come in, spend money in Foam Stars. I haven't heard a fucking thing about Foam Stars.
No, me neither.
At all.
Me neither.
At all. So they definitely misread the tea leaves on this one. I definitely don't think they understood what they had in this. And to be fair, I understand why. Because on its surface level, Helldivers, like, by itself, it's not necessarily that it is this remarkable piece of game design. It's just doing everything so well. And it is just so authentically fun that you almost take it for granted in some way. Where it's just like, yeah, we're just fucking around. We're just on this map shooting bugs. Like, big deal. We're shooting bugs. It's like, you could really boil it down to like a really simple, like, I could see if you've been working on it for a long time, or if you've been like, I don't know, internally beta testing it or whatever the fuck, you'd be like, yeah, this is a pretty standard game. Even the trailers looked pretty standard. Like, and I didn't expect this level of success. I looked at the trailers and I was like, yeah, that looks fine. They didn't market it well, in my opinion. If what little marketing they did, it just did not highlight any of. I think this is worth a state of play. You know, like, there's a lot to this game that I didn't know about. I didn't learn until like level 7 that you could hold or not level 7. Like, I didn't learn until way later than I feel like I should have, that you could change like the fire rate on your gun, or like the scope, or like how far you could zoom in with your weapons. You know what I mean? Like, that was like, oh shit, there's all this extra shit that I had no idea. It's like way deper. Armor ratings, and the fact it's like, oh, light armor, heavy armor affects your speed and all that shit. I was like, oh, I thought it was just cosmetic. The fuck? It's crazy. There's like a lot here that would behoove the audience to know about. And yeah, I don't know. It's wild.
The thing that signals to me the most that they didn't fully believe in this game is the price.
Yeah, that too.
I think that I think they're probably wishing they charged more for it, which would have been a double-edged sword because I think people would have been more upset if they had paid more money for a game they couldn't play. And I think there's too an argument that's like, when you try to convince a friend to buy a game to play with you, that 40 is a lot easier of an ask than 70. But with how much people are enjoying this game, I think they could have gotten a lot more out of people than $40.
I think, I don't know. I think the $40 price point is kind of that thing though, where it's like, I do know people who bought it specifically because it was $40, and they were like, "Oh,
that's true."
Ryan Harvey wrote in about this, said, "Hey, CDC Hit Factory, with the resounding success of both Helldivers 2 and Pal World releasing at $40, is there a sweet spot for pricing when it comes to new experiences that allow these games to find new audiences and succeed? Thanks. Love the show. I'll hang up and listen now." Selling at $40 is a luxury because it indicates that you didn't spend too much on development, or you want to spread the field a lot, but sometimes games simply can't be sold for that cheap because you need to recoup the costs. I do think the $40 price point has made it a no-brainer to a lot of people, but again, we've been saying for years, explore the middle ground, explore the ground beyond 70 as well, I say, but this seems perfect for me. It's not, when you think about it, it's a very robust game from a gameplay standpoint, but there's not a lot to it, right? Like, it's not, what $40 seems very appropriate in my opinion. More, and I just think, I mean, whatever, they probably could have gotten away with it. I do think the big thing is that, and I don't know how they would work this out in the background again, and it's not a server problem, so it's not really germane to this anyway, but I do feel like PS5 players should be first-class citizens with games like this. Like, and I said this in our chat, right? I'm like, if fixing this problem meant we have to purge all PC players and to accommodate all of the PS5 players until PC, and then so it's like when you come back into the country and you have to go through customs, and there's like the line for the people that are American and the line for people that aren't American, right?
Yeah.
And everyone that's American kind of gets into the line quickly, and everyone that's not American, which is everyone else, has to get into this much longer line, but it's not your country. We're letting you in, right? So you kind of have to go through a little bit more of an inconvenience. For me, I think the inconvenience should be as little as possible on PS5, especially because we're paying for PS Plus, which is not necessary to play the game online on PC. And I think that differentiation is going to scare some people into this as we move into this future of day and date PC releases, which is going to happen, obviously, with Concord and Fair Games and certainly beyond that. So what do you guys think of that? Is that too much? Because I think that's relevant too. You want to definitely treat the PlayStation players best, don't you? If there was some switch, in other words, that they could have switched to say like, we only have so much room, but we're going to let everyone on PS5 in at the very least, I think that would actually be very appropriate.
No, I think that's a terrible idea. I think a customer to them is a customer. So when you're trying to build a market on PC and potentially have more and more customers there, to immediately be like, hey, you know what, you guys, sorry, we got to watch out for a PlayStation. If you bought this, you got to wait.
Or you join a queue of some sort, like, I don't know. To me, I think that's I understand what you're saying. Certainly marketing optically not going to be doable, but from a philosophical point of view, I don't think it's really wrong. We paid for Helldivers 2's development. We are paying for PlayStation Plus. We bought the console, and the game was, I'm certain, supposed to be mostly for PlayStation players, not in reality, but in their wargaming of how the game was going to do. Like, I highly doubt that they thought there were going to be more people on PC than PS5. I think that they probably assumed this was going to carry, PS5 was going to carry this game.
Those reasons give you no right. We spent the same amount of money regardless of the platform. And so I find that, I understand the PS Plus argument, but I just think in terms of like, we bought the game, you and I, the same, on a different place. I would hope that outside of like exclusivity deals like that people hate, like Destiny did, where PlayStation players get this skin or whatever, but basic access to the game at a different degree, that scares me a little bit. I think that would not be good. And I don't think it's deserved either. It's like, I don't think that anyone on PlayStation should have a special privilege for buying the exact same game.
Yeah, I'm not really that married to the idea either. Just an idea.
Yeah.
However, this next question, and I promise that I get back to you, the Grand Santini, gets into something that could be introduced to the game via PC playing, certainly as a vector, although games that are only on console suffer from this too. So I don't know if it's just this. Again, Great Santini says intergalactic, planetary, intergalactic. Hello. I am writing to you today to talk about a possible pitfall in Sony's PC gaming future. The issue that comes to mind is the ever-present element of hacking, aka cheating. Assuming that these multiplayer games will feature crossplay with the PS5 community, exposing PS5 players to PC hackers is something they're going to have to try to get in front of, and it's something that has proven to be very difficult to remedy from other publishers. Games like the more recent COD titles, the newest Battlefield game, and others have faced this issue, and as a result, many console players are clamoring for a console-to-console only version of crossplay so that they don't have to deal with things like aimbot and wall hacks. Curious what you guys have to say about this potential issue for future multiplayer gaming on the PS5. Thanks for all that you do. I obviously have no insight into this, so I'll leave this to you guys, although I will say that I guess one way to solve it is that there is an option to turn on and off crossplay. So you never have to deal with PC players. I open it up because I find that there's obviously a million PC players, and they seem to be really good at the game. So I like playing with them. But if shutting that off was actually an ideal way to get into the game originally, and I don't know if you guys noticed that. And then, so from that, I mean, from my 30,000 foot perspective, Dustin, I don't really feel like this is an issue for me because I can just segregate myself from the cheaters. But as I understand
You're a segregationist.
yes, I'm a cheating segregationist, just like I'm a robot racist.
Yeah.
But in some sense, I feel like, am I wrong in saying that cheating happens on console too? I mean, I don't know if it takes a long period of time for that to happen, but I know that games I've gone back to, maybe on PS3 and PS4, so not so much on PS5, where you jump online to get trophies or whatever, these games are fucked.
Oh, yeah. No,
and it has nothing to do with PC. So I don't know how they're doing it, but yeah, what do you guys think? You guys, guys know a lot more about this than me.
Current gen is, to my knowledge, pretty secure in terms of hackers getting on the servers. Like if you boot up Modern Warfare 2 on Xbox 360, you're going to see some wild shit. But the key thing, and this is brought up in the writing, is just having the option to turn off crossplay, because I think it was Call of Duty that made it so you couldn't disable crossplay, and there was a huge hacking problem with PC, and that would have been a solution for a lot of those console players to just remove that from the equation. But they removed that ability. So Helldivers is already taking a step in the right direction and giving players the option. But Chris, you probably run into some. Do you remember like those Modern Warfare 2 lobbies that was like someone has like the symbol, the button icon symbols as their name? Like all kinds of crazy stuff.
That's hysterical.
Yeah, it's some wild shit. You go on a Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 and you see like the Michelin Man in there. And you're like, what the like, just out of pocket shit. But yeah, it's, I don't know, man. I think giving players the option to just disable crossplay is like the obvious thing. But also, I don't know. This is a co-op game, so like I don't know. If there was a PvP aspect to this, I would feel a lot more strongly about it. But just because it's like a co-op oriented game where you're just sort of, you're on a team with people, I don't know what the incentive would be to, like, I don't know what the incentive is to cheat in that way, because the incentive to cheat in multiplayer PvP games, outside of obviously like grinding and like getting to the higher levels quicker or whatever, a lot of it, I believe, is just the satisfaction of genuinely, like, I really do think a lot of cheaters feel this way, where it's like, I feel like this genuine satisfaction of cheating in a multiplayer lobby is just straight up to just ruin another person's day. Like, I don't think that there's any other, like griefing in Minecraft where you like drop a fucking bucket of lava on somebody's house that they spent fucking ages working on or whatever. Like, it's,
can you undo that in Minecraft?
You didn't used to be able to.
Jeez, that's so mean.
It is. I did it once. I did it once to a friend of mine who was like, he owed me money. So I burned his house down in Minecraft. That's like digital payment. Mafia shit. Yeah, it was a nice 2-story condominium. Be a shame if something happened to it. But yeah, I don't know. I think the incentive there is to just genuinely frustrate people. But in a cooperative setting, I don't know how you would really do that, because I feel like, I don't know, if I saw somebody cheating in my Helldivers 2 lobby, I feel like I would just assume the game is broken. or just like I would probably be laughing a lot. Like the idea of him just like the idea of like another like one of your teammates like sprinting across the map in like 2 seconds. I would bust the fuck out laughing. Like that wouldn't like ruin me. I would probably feel a little bit like cheated out of like an authentic game, I guess, but I wouldn't be frustrated in the same way. So like I don't know what the incentive would be to cheat in Helldivers in the first. Like I just don't understand where that would be. I'm sure it would be there for some people, but the fact that option is there in the first place to kind of segregate is I think good ultimately. Because PC is, whether we like it or not, it's a great place to play. I love PC too, but there's some wild shenanigans going on. Yeah,
as we used to call it back in college. Yeah, totally. And I'm so puzzled again as a dummy with tech, like how people even break console games without having dev kits or something. Like I don't even understand it. Let's say post PS2, where I'm like, I don't know how you can. And I know PSN Profiles does a really good job because people cheat all the time with trophy hunting and they get relegated off of the leaderboard and like marked forever as a cheater, which is hysterical because like there's just certain ways to tell, which I love. Okay. 2 more passing inquiries here about games we're not playing, but could be talking about. Birdo64 wrote in, said, hello, boys. I have one question. Why is no one talking about Ultros? This game is just awesome. The fun gameplay, the art direction, the music, the atmosphere, it has it all. The game is scored fairly well critically, but I have not heard much talk about it at all and was wondering if it has piqued anyone's interest. Cheers. See you in New York City. This game does look good. It's bad timing. I'm sure it's not being widely played. Have you guys looked into this game at all? It's a timed PlayStation exclusive on console along with PC. It looks beautiful. But
yeah, it looks cool. I love the crazy DMT psychedelic art style is pretty cool. But I just I wouldn't want to commit to a Metroidvania right now as I'm playing one very long game, a multiplayer game, and have another very long game coming next week. So it's unfortunate, but I'm glad our friend Birdo is enjoying it.
Yeah, the studio it's his first game, I think Haddock it's called. It's published by Kepler, which I think is publishing or has published because I bought it and downloaded it, but I'm not going to get to it anytime soon. Pacific Drive. But on Steam, Ultros is described as, quote, a psychedelic Metroidvania where you wake up stranded on the sarcophagus, a cosmic uterus holding an ancient demonic being. Trapped in the loop of a black hole, you'll have to explore the sarcophagus and meet its inhabitants to understand the part you play. It does look gorgeous. Certainly, I did. It was, let me think. You could get 10% off if you pre-ordered it on PSN. So I did just buy it, but I didn't end up downloading it. I just sent it to my title list. I did want to send a nice message. But even on Steam, it's only got 121 reviews. So it's not being widely played. And yeah, I think it's just suffering from bad timing. If I were Sony, I would have maybe, not that it's their game, but you might want to like, maybe we push this a little bit if you're willing to get it out of this window. But no one knew what Helldivers was going to do. I feel bad for Pacific Drive too, because it's probably also going to be obscured. Plus Final Fantasy VII is coming out. Then you have Rise of the Ronin next month, and the month after that, Stellar Blade. So it's not going to be a great time. By the way, just quick aside, because you noted Rebirth comes out the 29th, obviously Leap Day. I don't think I'm going to get to it immediately, because I still haven't started my Final Fantasy VII Remake playthrough, which I'm going to do before I play the game, because I really need that context. It's been too long. But Helldivers, man, just Helldiving. So shout out to Ultros. The other thing I wanted to bring up, so I thought this was interesting. This person here, the Infinity Shrasher, wrote into us about this. Then a few comments down in the thread, someone else wrote in about this. And then 2 other people wrote in about the same game. This usually doesn't happen. So I wanted to say something. And since the Infinity Shrasher went first, I thought I would begin with him. He says, hey, Colin, first time writing in with a game recommendation for you. The game is Balatro, a deck-building roguelike akin to Slay the Spire. It has only just been released on PS5, but the simple audio and visuals paired with a clever reimagining of the traditional game of poker has me hooked. As of writing, I've sunk quite a few hours into it already, yet it feels as though I barely scraped the surface of what challenges the game has to offer. I hope you and perhaps maybe the others have a look into this game, as I know this is something that you would fancy, Colin, and will no doubt mindlessly rot on for many hours to come on PlayStation Portal like myself. I'll hang up now and listen to you remind us about how you don't like being recommended games and that there is too much shit to play. I mean, all of that is true, but I am intrigued not by the recommendation, but by the repeated recommendation of this game. Guys, have you heard of this game, Dustin?
Yeah, I saw it on Steam and then also on the PlayStation Store, and I've been hearing people talk about it. And it sounds cool to do a new spin on poker. I have zero interest in it at all. I don't know how to play poker, and I don't really care about card games as far as traditional, aces and like actual cards, not a monster card. Or
Poker is
like
fundamentally
that,
so easy to play, dude. I can explain it to you in 30 seconds. It's so easy. You're in a traditional game. There's all sorts of variants like Hold'em and stuff like that, which is different. But the fundamental rules of poker, you're dealt 5 cards. They can be 5 of any of the cards. You want to look at them in order to create pairs, or even what they call 3 of a kind or 4 of a kind, which is more rare, or a full house, which is 3 of a kind and 2 of a kind together in those 5, or a straight, which is the numbers in a row, or a flush, which is the suits.
This is too much to remember.
It's just the idea is you're given these 5 cards and then you can actually send some back and get more. So you have to keep at least 1. So you can get like, say you want 4 cards back, you give them 4. And then there's all this betting that goes on depending on the game you're playing. But the idea is to make the strongest hand with those rules, with the strongest hand being like a straight flush.
Right.
Or I think it's a royal. So a royal flush is ace, king, queen, jack, 10, all suited. So that's like one of the strongest things you can get. A full house could be like 3 7s and 2 jacks. A 3 of a kind could just be 3 jacks. That's the whole idea of poker. That's it. Hold'em is my favorite variant and a lot of people's favorite variant. And that's where you have cards that everyone shares. So there's cards in the middle of the table that you can draw from. Everyone draws from. So like you have 2 cards and say you have an 8 and there's 2 8s on the table. You have 3 of a kind.
This is not 30 seconds.
Yeah, sorry.
This has gone way beyond.
Yeah, sorry.
And I think my brain died a little bit ago.
Okay, fair enough.
Here's the thing. It's not that you're doing a bad job explaining.
I might be doing a bad job of explaining.
The thing about card games is that I just don't find them very interesting either.
Oh, I love them. I love them because you can do so much with a deck of cards. It's funny. I don't know if I've ever mentioned this. I knew these guys on Long Island when I was in high school and into college. I used to come home at high school and they were kind of more of like, I don't know, a little thuggish. Like some of them have gone to jail or prison or whatever. And they were like friends of my friend. We used to all play a bunch of card games together and smoke weed. And they used to play this game called Casino, which is like this unique poker game that they learned in prison. And we were like obsessed with it. And it's so like, it's so funny that you could take a deck of cards, play Casino, you could play War and Go Fish, and then like the most sophisticated, you could play solitaire or poker or blackjack. It's like I love the deck of cards is like you almost want to have a deck of cards in your bug out bag or something, just like it's like the universal thing.
We talked about it before, just like I think on a somewhat recent episode of just like the fact that no one knows who made these.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
Such a universal, like that to me is more fascinating than anything that you could do with them personally. Like I've played poker a couple times. Like I forgot how to play, but I'm sure I could pick it up pretty easily. But like I saw this game and I Googled it and I was immediately turned off. Not just because it's cards, but I am a card racist, basically. Like I do not like cards at all. Like the when Hearthstone came out, I was like, what the fuck is this?
Soft card game bigotry.
Yeah, soft card game bigotry. I don't like even Pokemon. Like I like collecting the cards, but I like the idea. It's like, oh, let's play Pokemon. Let's play the Pokemon card game. Are you fucking nuts? We have video games. No.
Yeah, the answer is no.
The answer is no. And like Yu-Gi-Oh! And like Magic the Gathering, like any of this, like I'll fuck around with like a board game, right? If there's like, oh, okay, like some board game that maybe there's a card involved. But like the second it's like, oh no, the whole game is the cards. It's like, no, Gwent in The Witcher, I was so fucking mad when I had to do that. When there was like that one mission that came up where you have to do Gwent or whatever. I was like, nope, not doing this. Refuse. Why? Why are we playing with pictures? What are we doing?
I was going to ask if I could spend 30 seconds since Colin's explained poker for 30 seconds for 30 seconds for the One Piece card game, but I don't want to. I don't know. Chris, at this point, he might have a meltdown. That's like the fusion of two things that he hates. Wow, we lost him. He's out.
He's got wireless
wireless
headset, so he can do funny gags. I don't have a wireless headset.
No, I have a stupid long.
Oh, I can't see your wire.
Ridiculously long wire.
Fair enough.
I was hell diving and I saw Joe Biden wandering in Fenrir. I said, "Wow."
Wandering aimlessly on Fenrir 3.
I called down a hell bomb.
That's W.
Oh, George, I gotta say, man, when they had those AI videos of the presidents playing video games, that was the best it got, really. Like that was where I felt like it was okay for it to stop.
They should do a Helldivers. It should be Helldivers with Obama, Biden, Trump, and like Hillary Clinton.
It's got to be Bush. It's got to be Bush in there.
Oh, but yeah,
you got to have. It's like I'm calling in an Eagle barrage.
All right, let's get into the news items. There's 2 news items of consequence, big news items this week. Finally, we can let the steam out of the pot here. Number 1. After months of speculation, it's finally official. Xbox is releasing Pentiment, Hi-Fi Rush, Grounded, and Sea of Thieves on PlayStation platforms, in that order. Word comes by way of a post on a website we don't cite very often on the show, Xbox's official Xbox Wire site. In a letter written by Matt Booty, the president of Xbox's first-party game efforts, he says the following, quote, "At Xbox, we strive to create games that inspire, entertain, and connect players from around the world. As a publisher and platform, we are committed to meeting players where they are and bringing more games to more people on more devices. At the heart of what we do are our players and the vibrant communities that they build around the games they love. Today, we are announcing that 4 fan-favorite Xbox games will be coming to Nintendo Switch and Sony platforms this spring. The studios that build these celebrated games have drawn on their multi-platform experience to open the worlds they created to even more players and communities," end quote. Up first is Obsidian's Pentiment, an adventure game set in the 16th century, which launched on Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, and PC back in 2022, and which will be available on both PS5 and PS4 by the time you hear this podcast. Indeed, I stop here to go on. I'm doing this live for people that aren't watching the video. I'm going on the PlayStation Store right now. I'm searching. I'm on my phone here, searching for Pentiment. Here it is. This is so strange. So very strange. There it is. Add to cart. And purchased. What a strange time we live in.
Yeah.
That had to show them my support here live on the show. So that's that. And I'm excited to play it. Probably not anytime soon.
Yeah. Backlog.
Obsidian has been part of the Xbox Game Studios, back to them, since 2018, and are best known for their 2004 sequel to KOTOR, 2010's Fallout New Vegas, 2015's Pillar of Eternity, and 2019's The Outer Worlds, which is getting a sequel. I assume it's going to be on PlayStation. They have a Western RPG named Avowed coming to Xbox and PC later this year, and we'll hear about them again in a moment. After Pentiment's launch comes the rhythm action title Hi-Fi Rush, en route to PlayStation 5 only, not PS4, on March 19th. You can pre-order it on PSN as we speak, should you choose. I assume this is because it's 60 frames, and PS4 probably couldn't do that, I would assume. Hi-Fi Rush comes from Tango Gameworks, the Japanese studio under the Bethesda umbrella that's been with Xbox since 2021. Tango is best known for its Evil Within games launched in 2014 and 2017, respectively, as well as Ghostwire Tokyo, which we loved, or I did anyway. And Hi-Fi Rush launched on Xbox Series X and S as well as PC early in 2023. After that, we'll get the stylized online game Grounded, also from Obsidian, which will come to both PS5 and PS4 on April 16th, complete with crossplay between Xbox, PlayStation, Switch, and PC. Finally, capping these 4 Xbox games off for the time being is the piracy simulator Sea of Thieves from Rare, which launches on PlayStation 5 again, no PS4, on April 30th. Like Grounded, it'll support crossplay between applicable platforms, those being Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. Rare, the storied British studio once owned by Nintendo, has been with Xbox since 2002, and Sea of Thieves is by far their most successful game in their Microsoft era. It first came to Xbox One and PC in 2018 and to series platforms in 2020. By the way, another interesting note. Do you know what it is about this game? This particular game, Sea of Thieves? And Rare? Any thought? It's the very first Rare game to ever come to PlayStation.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They said that in the trailer.
Oh, did they? I didn't watch the trailer. I just read the
I think they did, yeah.
Oh, and for those that like physical versions of games, both Pentiment and Hi-Fi Rush will be available physically, but unfortunately, you'll need to buy them via limited run games in order to secure your copy. I'm certainly not interested in that, but you have to do what you have to do. And I loved the image of that Obsidian shared of the physical games have the PlayStation 5 one in front, which I think is just so funny because they're forced to do Xbox physical versions of this. But my friends, here they are. I must say, and I want to know what your guys' thoughts are at a high level. This is happening way sooner than I would have imagined. I thought that all these games would be announced over the course of the year. This indicates to me that we're getting more than these 4 games this year. And that this is the beginning. Because I would have thought like, okay, maybe Hi-Fi Rush goes first, and then maybe Pentiment in the spring, and maybe get Sea Thieves in the summer, and then you do whatever, and Grounded in the fall. That's not true at all. And so I'm fascinated by the timeline. I'm also interested in the consoles that some are going to and some aren't, because you can read into, I guess, what is considered the necessary power for a game going to Switch, for instance. I'm sure that these games will all be on Switch 2 or whatever that's called when that comes out. So I'm fascinated from a truncated timeline point of view, but I'm also interested in the verbiage that they had and shared on Twitter. I don't know if you saw the Xbox account on Twitter said like the biggest games will be on multiple platforms. I think that's verbatim what was said.
Well, that's just not true.
Right. And
it's like, why even say that?
I just think that their messaging and PR is so bad that it comes off as amateurish and almost impossible not to have anticipated how bad some of the PR is. But nonetheless, here we are. Much to talk about. Dustin, let's go to you first. What do you think?
I think you're onto something about how quick this is happening. I am convinced at this point that the plan is much greater, and what we saw in the Xbox podcast was simply attempting to control the message and also do damage control for what is a much larger plan. Because like you said, these are here, and already one of them is here, and the other ones are dated and coming pretty soon overall. And so we talked about this quite a bit, so I won't belabor the point, but this is the beginning, and there will be more after this. And Phil's like, oh, we're just trying out 4 games. I personally believe that is not true. Yeah. I think that he is straight lying about that. Maybe not, but
maybe they're not committed. Like maybe they're on their way, and then his whole out would be like, oh, we could always pull out, like pull off of this,
pull out King Phil.
Yeah, Phil loves pulling out. So,
because I think back, and I know this has kind of been fanboy bait on Twitter, but it is an interesting thing that is true. That think about when Xbox games started coming to PC, starting with Quantum Break. And I believe the Phil Spencer, at least this is the quoted thing in I think it was a PC Game article. I'm not 100% sure, but it was like, he said, this is just one for now, or basically indicated like the plan isn't that these aren't all going to be on PC. Because people were mad about that, about the time. And it's funny because it seems quaint now that no one cares that they come to Xbox and PC at the same time. Yeah. But at the time, it was a big deal. And so I think that they understand that even now that these 4 games are out, and as the Defining Duke thumbnail this week, the Band-Aid has been ripped off. And I think that even just through that, I think that if other games come, it's not going to be as big of a deal for Xbox players.
That was just Maddie trying to have an excuse to flex.
Yeah.
In the camera, but
most likely.
I loved that thumbnail. I thought it made me laugh when I saw it earlier today. And people should go check out that episode of Defining Duke as well. You brought up the fanboy fodder and all of that on social media and all the rest. Like, one of I want to be totally clear about this, because this is how I feel, like from a personal point of view. So not as an analyst, I'm not speaking on behalf of the show. The type of people that are fanboyish on social media have ruined and degraded the experience on those platforms so badly for normal discourse that I fucking love their collective meltdown over this. Like, this is good shit because they are so personally invested in the corporation and in the choices of the corporation that I can't help but feel like all of the abuse that they spew on everyone else, like, they look so dumb. And people earnestly say to me, like, what would you do if PlayStation games went on Xbox? I'd be like, I don't know, man. Like, do what you got to do. I don't think that makes any business sense, but as a person, it's like, I don't know. Like, well, that doesn't affect me. And I just think people are too, it's not, I have huge preferences for PlayStation and playing on PlayStation platforms, but I'm not married to the idea that I have a superior experience to you. I'm married to the idea that I have a experience preferable to me. It has nothing to do with you. So all of these people out there in the environment, in our ecosystem, that have made it so unpleasant for so many years with their constant bitching and whining and clipping and mischaracterizing and character assassinating and all the rest, that they are the ones that are melting down, because I see it. It's fucking good shit. Dude, I don't know if you've seen like some iconic, in quotes, Xbox fanboys have basically become turncoats over this. Yeah. It's good shit.
It's wild.
Fuck all of them. That's totally apart and divorced from anything else going on with it about Microsoft's decisions, Sony's decisions, whatever. Just them. I just want them to be upset. And I just bought Pentiment on the PlayStation Network. And by the way, you can pre-order Hi-Fi Rush beginning now as well. Okay. Chris, we go to you yet to get your overarching thoughts? Anything to add here before we get into some of these inquiries?
I mean, like you said, like I don't have this strange investment in, like you put it, the corporation. So like this doesn't really affect me on a personal level. I'm happy to see these games come over to PlayStation because I think they're cool games. I actually had fun with Grounded for the limited time that I played. I'm just not really into those games. Although I have a suspicion that Pacific Drive might be the game that converts me in some way, because I've been hearing some interesting things from people that I trust who know me and know my preferences, who have been like, this is good and you'll like it. And I'm like,
Pacific Drive looks so good, dude.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
It's just because it's so clearly a survival game. And I'm just like, I don't fuck with them too hard. Like I play them for like maybe like 10 hours max. And then I fall off, but it looks, I don't know. It's calling my name. So Grounded's not really that big of a deal. Hi-Fi Rush is great. Pentiment, not for me, but certainly like a big level of quality there. And Sea of Thieves, I think, is unironically fantastic. And I think if you can get a group of people on, it's you will have some of the most fun that you've had in a long time, I think, on that game. Like it is genuinely great in that sense. So I'm happy to see these games migrate and find new audiences like this. That's fucking dope. Like, makes no difference to me, you know.
Should if I platinum Pentiment, should I tweet it out with the Maddie face?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Smug Maddie. All right. Let's get into some of these inquiries from the audience over on patreon.com/laststandmedia, where you can send your inquiries on the weekly news thread, or the thread in the news feed, I should say. Todd B. Canning wrote in and said, gentlemen, is it time to start thinking that Microsoft is going to move away from hardware and move to being a publisher only? Seems to me that this is the direction they are headed in. What say you all? I think that they are headed in this direction, but I think it's long term, not midterm. Yeah. So I think that I understand Xbox fans of a good nature, which are most Xbox fans, of course, not the fucking ones I was talking about before. I can understand the fear that you're going to lose access to what you've purchased or the ability to play those things. And I just don't think Microsoft is going to let that happen in the midterm, certainly not in the short term. So I do believe there's going to be another console. I do wonder if they're going to start taking a more Dreamcast-like approach, though, in which they're going to start trying to start things early and get it out early. Like, will they be making new hardware for 2030 or something? Like, no, I don't think so. But will they be making new hardware for 2027? Yeah, that might be the last Xbox, perhaps. So I understand it from that perspective, but I just think people are kind of overstating this. Like, Xbox's business entity is profitable. It's just not marginally profitable compared to many other parts of Microsoft, and that's what they're trying to increase with these releases. So you could potentially have your cake and eat it too, but there's no doubt that by releasing games on other platforms, that does fundamentally dilute the need for your platform. The two most recommended games I've had to me, and it's straight up in the Xbox Series X generation, are Pentiment and Hi-Fi Rush. So they did now I have an Xbox Series X, but they did just remove my need to turn it on, basically. So that is true.
Yeah.
Where are you on this, Chris?
Well, I do think there is. I understand the concern from the perspective of somebody who made a choice. You know what I mean? Who doesn't have the privilege that we have to have all of these consoles and have all of these machines in our ecosystem, in our homes, who has to make a decision. You know, it's like, okay, well, what am I gonna get? Am I gonna go to the PlayStation? Am I gonna go to Xbox? It's like, okay, well, Xbox promises this, and this that I can't get anywhere else, or that I can't get on PlayStation. PlayStation offers this, and this that I can't get on Xbox. And that is, you know, I there's an argument to be made that doesn't matter as much these days in comparison to like where your friends are, just because of how important multiplayer games have become. And those are cross-platform anyway. So like there is a case to be made that is kind of the new thing where it's like, it's really just about the machine and like which one you prefer using at this point, because cross-play and cross-platform is real and every big game is available everywhere. But for a lot of people, and I would argue a decent number of the consumer, like they're making a specific choice based on what they're expected to play there over other platforms. And so if you made a decision consciously to buy an Xbox specifically because you're like, well, they're going to have a game from Rare, they're going to have Halo stuff, they're going to have, and granted, they still have Halo and Gears, but who's to say how long that's going to last? But, you know, Hi-Fi Rush, it's like, ooh, cool, you know, Starfield up in the air, technically. And then seeing some of that go over to the platform that you avoided, and then that platform the platform that you avoided not only gets those games, but gets like generationally like 9 out of 10, like constantly like these heavy hitters all the time. God of War, Spider-Man, you know, Final Fantasy, even though that's not even like a Sony game, like they're getting that exclusively basically. I understand the frustration there in the sense it was like, well, fuck, dude. Like I chose this platform to get stuff that wouldn't be over there, and it realistically doesn't make any sense for me not to have chosen a PlayStation at this point. So like I get that frustration. That is the only level of frustration that I understand, though. Like the second it goes deeper than that, where it's like you start to feel betrayed, I can't relate to at all. Or like the idea that it's like I don't know, they're turning their back on you in some way. It's like I wouldn't go that far because that's too personal. But I totally get the frustration in that regard, because some people do have to make that choice, and I bet a lot of people who bought an Xbox are like, well, fuck. I could have. Halo's coming to Xbox at some point. And I feel like it is. Or Halo's coming to PlayStation, I'm sorry. Halo's coming to PlayStation at some point, and you know what it is, because like, dude, like hell to be fair, you know, Helldivers exploded, Lethal Company exploded. The children yearn for faceless helmet fellers. We need these people. Like it's gonna happen. It's just a matter of when.
I think so too. I want to talk about that more in a minute, because I think so too. All right. Dustin, do you have anything you want to add before I get into the next inquiry? I already went to you on this one, right?
Yeah,
so
I'm good. Let's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jack
Fining wrote in. Said, greetings, CDC. With the flood of Xbox games news coming in, I was looking forward to potential physical releases of the newly ported games, as I try to buy physical whenever possible. I wasn't too surprised to hear that the physical editions announced for Pentiment and Hi-Fi Rush are coming from our favorite company, Limited Run Games. Or he says I wasn't too surprised. Is LRG becoming the go-to place for publishers who are no longer interested in printing physical copies themselves? How big can they possibly become? Big. Although I have obviously a huge axe to grind with them over what they did to Carolyn, which was completely insane. And I'm going to remember that. And I don't think I can make the promise that I'll never buy an LRG thing ever again, because and there's a very specific reason for this, which is the physical stuff is easy for me to avoid. I don't give a shit, but they are publishing digital games, in classic games, using they have a bespoke carbon engine, they call it, which is making it really easy to get old games on new platforms. And so they're getting more heavily involved in that. They just announced the Felix the Cat port, which is a really good NES game, and others. And I'm like, damn, like I can avoid those games, but I know eventually they're going to get something that I'm going to want. And so I'm just going to have to bite the bullet. But in the meantime, I'm not going to give them money just unforeseen. The one thing that's good news, if you care about their health or lack thereof, is who owns them. And that's Embracer Group. But that said, I think they are probably a wildly profitable part of that company that's really untouchable. And they have obviously a very good thing going. For some reason, people continue to give them money hand over fist, even though it takes sometimes 2 years to get what you ordered. I ordered some Castlevania stuff, as I said in the past, from them before the Carolyn stuff went down, and then got it so long afterwards. I'm like, I don't even know what this is. Like, I don't remember buying this. When did I buy this? And then I would go look, and it was like, oh, 2 calendar years ago, you bought this. So I don't know why a competitor hasn't come in and tried to outflank them in some way. That would be interesting too. But nonetheless, where are you on this physical stuff, Dustin? Are you going to buy these games physically? And how are you feeling about limited run games becoming kind of not a monopolist? I don't want to say that. People are going towards limited run games as a quality oriented and reliable publisher of physical games that they don't want to do. And by the way, now that I've paid for physical publishing of our own games, and I know what it costs, and I know how to do it, and I know the access points and all the rest of it. I am surprised that people offload it that are much bigger than us, or opt not to do it at all, because it is high. It is high margin, and no reason not to do. I'm telling you, you can order these games for like $10 a piece, gross, if you just buy enough of them. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I'd say unless there's something I'm missing, probably the biggest competitor for limited run is I Am 8-Bit. If you've ever seen them, they do a lot of the same things. Unfortunately, they have a lot of the same problems where I ordered, it was the Persona 4 vinyl set, and it took, I think, an entire year to get to me. And I have the Persona 4 Golden vinyl coming, and I ordered the Persona 3 Reload vinyl. And I think that the lead times on those are also very, very long. So it's unfortunate. And it is unfortunate that a lot of the really big stuff does seem to go to limited run. But I think I'm in the same boat as you, Colin, where I will have to break at some point. I resisted all of the Persona 3 and 4 stuff that they did, but when they have a physical Tomba thing, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna have to break for that. It's just so uniquely specific that there's this obscure PS1 game that I've loved, that I talk about it, I mention to people, most people don't know what I'm talking about, and now they're gonna do some kind of physical special edition for it. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna have to break on that. So I guess I'm a hypocrite for that, but
no, I don't think it's that easy. I think there's a gradient to judge this sort of behavior on. Like, there's no doubt, based on what happened to Carolyn, that I've spent hundreds of dollars less with limited run games than I otherwise would have. I haven't bought anything from them since that happened, actually. And I would have. And I stopped when I go on PSN and I notice that they publish a digital game. It's like, oh, I don't want this. I don't need it that bad. So I do think that level of boycott does work. It has it hit them where it hurt? Literally, it did. I don't know if it hurt, but it hit them. No doubt. Sure. So good.
So and I resisted those Persona collections, and I mean, part of that, it's kind of twofold, where I also didn't like what happened to Carolyn, and I also didn't want to wait 2 years for it, because I think that type of business model just sucks. It's a bad experience waiting that long. So it's unfortunate, and it's especially tough for me. The last thing I'll say is just that, as someone who cares about physical games, I wish that I could champion limited run games as one of the biggest players in the game, but I can't. So it's a big conflict for me, but I am, like we were saying earlier, trying to rest mostly on avoiding when I can.
Shout out to East Asia Soft as well, who does a lot of good stuff in that space through Play Asia. Okay. Drake Heinhorst wrote in and said, hello, hey, Southern Plantation owner Colin and hardworking field hands Chris and Dustin. The Xbox games ported to PlayStation have been revealed, and they're what we expected, but I'm surprised at the speed they are being released. So this is what we got into earlier. I thought they would spread out over the course of the year, but instead 4 will be released in about 2 months. To me, this reads as we are testing the waters on other consoles, but we want the results back ASAP. Does this accelerated release schedule mean we might see a wave 2 this holiday season? Suddenly a port of Starfield by November doesn't seem out of the question. Thanks, and keep up the great content. So I wanted to talk more deeply about this, not only to ask you guys about timelines, but about what you think might be next. I think we're all in agreement, and you have to live under a fucking rock somewhere to think that there's not going to be more. So I don't even think that that's even worth discussing at length, although if you want to, we can. I guess it's possible they learn something really catastrophic from this, but I think what they're going to see is hundreds of thousands of new sales cumulatively across these things. That's just free money for them, and that's going to be on their in their earnings. Some of that's going to be in their Q4 earnings, the games that come out before March 31st. So there is this level of inevitability, let's say, with what comes next. Now, I think of some games that I think are interesting, and I wonder if we have to get off the beaten path a little bit before we get to the bigger games.
Yeah.
Halo Master Chief Collection seems totally obvious, but I don't know if that's what you want to do right away. So my mind goes towards like, what would be 5, 6, games 5, 6, 7, and 8 or something? It's like
Ori?
Yeah, maybe Ori, Rare Replay, Sunset Overdrive.
Yeah, I feel like Sunset Overdrive would be a big one.
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe like State of Decay 1 or something like that. If you even wanted to do that, you could even see State of Decay being released on the new one 3 on everything at some point. So maybe that's just not necessary. But I just don't know that you... Listen, dude, I like Gears a lot, so it would be awesome to get Gears, but I just don't know if you go there yet.
Not yet, no. It's too soon for that.
It's too, because that would be so urgent to Xbox people at that point that you would have to know the writing was on the wall. Like if Master Chief Collection goes, which it will at some point, that is like an all go, like green across the board sign, as far as I'm concerned, where it's like everything's possible now, including Infinite, including whatever. What do you think would be Chris, you're an Xbox person deep in your heart and in your soul. And I wonder how this strikes you. Like, what do you think I'm right where you kind of keep nipping at the edges and ease everyone into the warm water?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think you're going to... Halo, the Master Chief Collection, although I think the collection, because there's almost a historical nature to it and it doesn't feel... There is less urgency, I would argue, about the Master Chief Collection going to PC than... I feel like Infinite would be a big deal. Like, that would be a way, way bigger deal than I think the Master Chief Collection, because I just think people look at the collection as like a historical kind of like, hey, look at these great games. There's no real reason for this not to be on as many platforms as possible, especially because there's a big multiplayer component. Why wouldn't you want it to be as healthy as possible? So I do think that matters a little bit less than Infinite in the grand scheme of like games coming to PlayStation, but I still feel like because it's Halo, that's going to be a bit of a later thing. My first thought was Ori, and some of these earlier games, maybe. I don't know about Quantum Break. Feels like it's a bit... I don't know what they would really do with that. I feel like Remedy would be like, don't put Quantum Break out. It's going to fuck with our flow, I feel like. So just don't do that. But I feel like Ori is a no-brainer. I feel like Sunset Overdrive is an easy... Like, that would be fucking awesome. Like, that'd be a big... The idea of Xbox giving PlayStation a new Insomniac game that they never had before is kind of wild. It's a trippy process.
Yeah, as we understand it, like Sony owns the IP now through Insomniac, but Microsoft owns the publishing rights to the first game. So they'd have to cooperate.
They would have to cooperate, which, I mean, it seems like I don't see why that wouldn't be possible. But yeah, to be fair, to be quite frank, there's really not a lot in the Xbox One generation and forward. There's really not a lot there. So there's only so much you can do before you end up at Gears of War 4, Gears of War 5, or Gears 5, because I got rid of the of War for some reason. The Halo collection. Like, I don't know what else there would be to experiment with before you got to those holy grails. I would argue the best thing to do would be to focus. If you were dipping your toes if you were dipping your toes into the water of just like, hey, our big franchises are coming here, I would say, hey man, get the collection up there and put a Gears collection together. Because that is I don't understand how that hasn't been done yet. It's fucking crazy to me that that's not real. But they did do the Gears of War Ultimate Edition, I think, in 2015, I want to say. There's like a remaster of the first one. So maybe that comes. Because that's kind of like, it's just the first. It's not a big deal. It's kind of old. It's like 2005, 2006. Not crazy. So But that, I feel like those games wouldn't come until like what? Probably until like maybe you could even maybe foresee until the next machine. You know, like I don't know. I don't know what you would really do with those or how long you would want to wait, because them putting all of these games out in such a short span of time is weird, because they don't have enough to keep up that cadence before they get to their big shit. So that's what confuses me the most about it is the proximity, the timing, and how much runway they still have before they can reliably be like, yeah, Halo Infinite's here.
What do you think, Dustin?
As far as games kind of in the middle that they could go to.
Yeah, and speak about cadence as well, if you don't mind, as well.
Yeah, I could see, especially since there is a new updated version of it coming out, maybe Microsoft Flight Simulator coming to PlayStation 5 could be an interesting pick.
Oh, yeah.
That would be really cool if they added PSVR
one.
support as well to that. I think that could be a good fit. The other thing, this one's I'm a little bit mixed on doing it, maybe not this year, but next year as we kind of are in this transitional phase, is I think that specifically Forza Horizon 5 could do really well on PlayStation, being that Sony obviously offers Gran Turismo and it's very successful. I think they'd have a lot harder of a time competing with the standard Forza Motorsport games, but there isn't really an answer for the Horizon games outside of, some third-party games like, I don't know, maybe Need for Speed or something like that.
Yeah.
So I think Forza Horizon would be in a unique position to offer something on PlayStation that we don't really have to that degree or quality. And it's possible I'm speaking out of turn as someone who's not very much into these games, but that's always the perspective I've had, is that Forza Horizon has something really cool and special going on with that series. So that could be a possibility as well, and I think could sell really well over on PlayStation. Those are kind of the things I think that they could do that would kind of be the interstitial before the big ones. I'm still convinced that Starfield will come at some point. Maybe it's not till later next year when they're ready with that DLC or whatever. But that's what they're saying. They're saying Starfield do not come. And Phil says, I'm going to come.
Yeah, I'm going to. That should be another edit, another video edit.
Yeah,
I'm gonna come. I hate the way he says that in that video.
I think about that interview with Todd Howard before it came out, where they're like, "Do you think Starfield will ever come to PlayStation?" And he had the most weird non-answer ever. That was like, "Well, we can't. I can't see it never going there." But it was very kind of awkward when it was brought up. So. If these games, it's clear that Bethesda Game Studios wants it to go elsewhere. At least in that interview, that's the impression I got. Maybe people got other impressions. And now that the floodgates are opening, I'm sure they're thinking, yeah, we would like to move this over.
The elephant in the room with a lot of these conversations is that everybody who makes games wants their games everywhere.
Correct.
So. Yeah, of course. Yeah, like it's a weirder question with Xbox just because they're so iffy and they're so like they speak out of both sides of their mouths, and sometimes it's just these four, but like I mean it was just that one with Quantum Break, and so like there's this big question about what stays, what goes, what is your strategy, what's going on, that leaves everybody this confusion. But like, yeah, dude, of course Bethesda wants Starfield on PS5. I bet Arrowhead wants Helldivers on Xbox. But like,
dude, Todd Howard cares about the brand, Chris. Right. Don't you think Bethesda cares about the Xbox brand, the strength?
Yeah,
so insane.
People have been. I think people are a little confused about this because I agree with you guys. Where I've seen some thoughts, especially on social media and elsewhere, where it's like, man, it seems like the way these developers are acting, and even some of them talking online and kind of celebrating their games coming to other platforms, it's like they're not really down for being Xbox exclusive. And it's like, you think? I mean, no offense, but they were all purchased and their audiences shrunk to sometimes a fraction of what they used to be. And now they're finally getting to open up again. I've said time and time again, this isn't exclusive to Xbox. Nintendo studios would probably be the most disciplined to say, like, we work for Nintendo, this is what we do. But if you talk behind the scenes, people that work at PlayStation, they know what time it is. They want their games to be on as many platforms as possible. They just understand that that's not the corporate reality of the situation they're in. But they weren't purchased and made smaller. When Sucker Punch was purchased by Sony, it became bigger. When Naughty Dog got purchased by Sony, it became bigger. These guys have been purchased and largely their audiences slashed and their access diminished. And that probably does suck. I think some people think, of course, it's about money and all those things. And these guys get paid well to make their games. But there's more to art creation than that. It's about the proliferation of art. I've said that over and over again. Even as a big PlayStation fan, we have no exclusive plans at Lilymo. Our games are coming as many places as we can get them. That's the way it's always going to be, unless someone pays us. And that's where the confusion comes, by the way, because they're like, yeah, so they were paid. It's like, no, Tim Schafer, when Double Fine got purchased, Tim Schafer and those guys, they got paid. They're thrilled. The people in the trenches, not necessarily. I don't think so. I think, and I've said this openly many times, I think it's fairly clear that there's probably disgruntled people at Bethesda about this. No doubt.
Oh, yeah, easily.
Just ignore the Xbox Game Studio stuff. Bethesda, I'm sure there's so much propaganda, so many Tokyo Roses out there, not understanding how to read fucking anything when that Pete Hines email came out and it was basically like, what the fuck are you guys doing? You know, we have to say this one thing, toe this one line, and these guys at Activision get to toe another line. You could just see it if you had two eyes. And we're like willing to read what it is. So I don't know. But let me get into this next inquiry, and then we'll explore a couple of final questions about this, and we'll get into a big news, especially for my boy Dustin. Pair of Crows wrote in, said, hey guys, what do you think Sony's marketing strategy will be for the 4 Xbox games moving over? Am I going to boot up my PS5 and see a splash screen for Sea of Thieves on the home menu, or am I going to have to find it under the new games list in between Pretty Mahjong Girls 5 and the Jumping Nutsack? Also, what do you think Sony wants? No, that's only where our games are. Also, what do you think Sony wants to happen with these games? Is it better for them to flop, pushing Microsoft to get more desperate, or sell well and have them want to bring even more games? I plan on buying them all, but I'm curious on what Sony themselves would want to happen. Lastly, for Colin, Transistor or the Blue Album? Thanks and take care. That's a 311 question. I have my Transistor. I don't know if it's going to come through.
There's only one Blue Album.
I don't know.
And I'm going to say it. Well,
it's a Transistor. It's the Transistor sweatshirt. But I don't know if it actually came through or not on my camera. You can also probably see my butt.
What about Weezer's Blue Album, Colin?
Oh, Weezer's Blue Album is an amazing record. I play along to several songs on that on drums all the time. The World Has Turned and Left Me Here. My Name Is Jonas. The Sweater Song. Oh my God.
It's good.
So many good things on there.
My favorite is In the Garage.
Yeah, In the Garage. Yeah, I thought you'd like that. There's a line about 20-sided die in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like Pinkerton myself.
yeah, I'm a Pinkerton fan.
Dude.
I've
okay.
always...
Don't
yeah,
diss
I'm sorry.
Pinkerton. Don't diss Pinkerton.
I'm not going to diss Pinkerton, but it always has annoyed me when people are like, Pinkerton's better than the Blue Album. I'm like, dude, on a fucking no day is Pinkerton better than the Blue Album. It's actually the same way I feel about Sublime, with Sublime's self-titled record, which was their final record, and 40 Ounces to Freedom, which everyone loves. It's like, dude, that record, that Sublime record, that last record is so good. Are you crazy? You know? Oh,
yeah.
The Blue Album, the Weezer's Blue Album is one of the great records of the 90s. You know,
Yeah, easily. Yeah.
I grew up listening to Blue, and I didn't get into Pinkerton until I was probably 15. And it hit at the right time. Like, that album spoke to me in a deep, deep way.
Me too.
And is it better though? No, but it's still very good.
It's interesting because I was really, really into music even as a very little kid, and was listening to things as they were contemporary, but a lot of it was through my siblings. So if my siblings didn't listen to things, I didn't really get exposed to it. So Weezer was one of those bands. Blue Album came out in 94, Pinkerton 96, I think. My sister Allie used to date this guy Skip, who was actually a music teacher, and it was the guy who facilitated me getting my first drum kit when I was in middle school. He was a really nice guy. And he drove like this sweet car, and he was really sweet. He was a really nice guy to me, and he used to like pick me up from school and shit and bring me home. And he would always be listening to the Blue Album, the Weezer Blue Album. And I was like, and I was at this point, 9th grade, I guess. And he, for Christmas that year, I guess it was 98. So it was 4 years later, bought me the Blue Album, which is the copy of it I still have. And so I came to it a little late after Blue Album and after Pinkerton. So then I went and bought Pinkerton, and I liked that too. And then the Green Album, I think, came out after that, and so on and so forth. And then it kind of fell apart by the time you get to like Make Believe and stuff. And I don't really care about that stuff. But Weezer is iconic first frame of 90s music to me. It's up there with like Stone Temple Pilots, Purple and Core. It's up there with Smashing Pumpkins. They're, all the way through Infinite Sadness, probably. There's so many good records, 92, 93, 94, 95. And 311's Blue Album is a 1995 record, so it's in there as well. And that was their biggest record too.
My introduction to Weezer, I wonder if I can blow anyone's nostalgia memory here. I remember being in my grandma's living room and they had a Windows 95. And I believe they included the music video for Buddy Holly.
Oh.
And maybe all copies. I'm looking right here. Here's a Vice article. Whoa. Weezer's Buddy Holly was included on the Windows 95 install CD. Yeah. So I remember listening to Buddy Holly in my grandma's living room.
That's so
living room. Yeah.
I found them way later. I found them with like Pork and Beans. That was the one.
Whoa, that is pretty late.
Like way late.
That was like what, 10th grade, 9th or 10th grade for us?
Something. So 2007. No, something 7. I don't know. It was something around that time because they had that big video. It had that video with all like the internet people at the time, which was like strange. That was like no one had done that before. And I remember being like, "What the fuck?" The Chocolate Rain dude is in it, Tay Sunday, and what is?
That's a summer gym song for me. Yeah. I remember walking the track.
I don't even know that record. That's so funny. That's so funny. Like, the divisions of fandom and like where you get. It's the same thing with Green Day. Like, I got pretty deep into Green Day, their discography, like over time. But I even stopped with 21st Century Breakdown, and now I see them on Spotify. There's like all these records. Like, I have no idea where to even begin. And then I forgot to answer you, by the way, Dustin, but you recommended me a band, was it Turnstile?
Turnstile.
Yeah, and I started listening to some of that as well. I forgot to respond.
The drumming is so good.
Yeah, it is. So, I love music so much.
We got to do an episode of just music stuff.
Yeah, we will. We will do that. That's so Micah has directions every month I have a series of themed episodes of Constellation I want to do. So we're tomorrow, when we're recording this, we're doing the political episode with Jaffe and Gene. But one of them is music, another one is sports, and so on and so forth. So that's on the docket. We'll see if we can get it going.
What was the question?
So the question was
That's about
what PlayStation is going to do as far as promoting these games and what PlayStation's ideal might be. I also think we can add a third question, which I see bandied around sometimes, which is like, does one hand wash the other here? In other words, is Sony going to look at this and be like, maybe we can bring something over? I feel like this is, and I'm examining this from a business point of view, is wishful thinking. Like if I'm looking at Helldivers right now, for instance, it's like, I think that'll be cool as hell to bring that to Xbox and open it up to them. If I'm looking at it from Sony's perspective, I'm like, we don't really need them, right? Like, why would we help? To me, I look at their strategy behind the scenes as probably like, we have no interest in saving you from drowning at all. But I think that they could do things to facilitate the drowning while looking stand up. Or if Microsoft goes in and pays for these various windows and stuff that are on the PlayStation Store. But I would imagine it benefits Sony greatly for these games to sell as well as possible. And I think Microsoft and Sony have the same exact interest here. Because even if these games sell poorly, I don't think Microsoft's going to stop. Because I think they'll look at it at that point and be like, we're not even doing games that matter. So like that truly matters. So let's like get a game that matters and then see what happens with that. I don't know. Where do you guys stand on this? Chris, let's go to you first. Do you think Sony will do anything to help them promote these games? What do you expect to see on the PlayStation Store? It is worth noting that if you can pre-order Hi-Fi Rush, and not every game is put up for pre-order. You have to kind of opt in for that, and they have to offer it to you, basically. So there's something there. And that's what I've been saying for months. Like, Sony knows that this is happening. They just have to sit there and tap their fingers while they wait.
Yeah. I mean, I think honestly, I don't think they're going to hide any of these games. I think, like you said, like you put it, it's in their best interest for them to do really, really well. In fact, you would argue that it's kind of an imperative for them to sell a ton of these games on PlayStation just to show them what it's like. You know what I mean? Just be like, hey, look, dude, over here, people buy their games. We're going to put you on, you could even see a future where it's like, look, see these, we're going to put that right on the fucking front page. So you sell more on this platform in like the first day than you did in the first 2 years over on your platform, and then you're going to be encouraged to bring stuff over. Like, why wouldn't that be the case for you? Like, why wouldn't you want to make as much money as possible off of other people? Like, that's a great position to be in. Oh, your competitor is sending games over, and then you get to like make money from it, even if it's like even a 30% rip, or like a small, even just like a whatever percent rip. If it's not 100%, because it won't be, but any amount of money from that is free money. You've done none of the work to make these games. They're really anticipated. People are paying attention to them. It's a wild moment in games history. Make as much money as you can off of Sea of Thieves.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you?
Well, it's cool too, Chris, to think that Microsoft would have to opt into this, no doubt. And I don't know if they would want this to happen, but you can almost imagine there being a vertical on the store. It's like Xbox, you know, like, or the Xbox collection or something, just like they have JRPGs. And like, I would be busting the ball down, the door down, to be like, how can we, to your point, how can we facilitate this with a big ass Cheshire cat smile on my face?
Exactly.
You know,
because you have to imagine too that like if Sea of Thieves sells well, dude, you have to imagine the PlayStation would be like, dude, imagine if you brought the Master Chief Collection over here. If Sea of Thieves did well, imagine how much you would make.
Yeah, and charge $70 for it. Go crazy. You know, like the thing though. I wonder if this resonates. I'm not a mathematical person, as people know, but see if you follow this logic. So Pentiment's $20.
Yeah.
The usual cut would be Sony would get $6 of that, right? Microsoft would get $14. However, the $6 kind of cancels out $6 of the $14, right? Because they're direct competitors. So it's almost like a wash, meaning that Microsoft really nets $8 per game sold at $20 because they're feeding $6 to Sony every time they sell one. So they kind of have to subtract that from their own net gain in the experiment, right? And that makes it does that make sense? So it makes it a little harder to make that work from their perspective. But I think they're still going to be thrilled at just the free money. And certainly Sadia is going to see it and like it, no doubt.
Yeah, I think that's part of why these games are chosen specifically, because I think they show there's the price point specifically varies pretty heavily between, because I think Pentiment is $20. What is Sea of Thieves right now on? I have it on everything. I don't think it'll let me see how.
I have no concept of what these games cost. Let me see.
Because Sea of Thieves, I remember I had it on Game Pass, but then I did buy it, but I bought it at discounted through Game Pass. So I don't know exactly, but I feel like it was $60 when it came out. I don't feel like that was like a $40 game.
Yeah, Sea of Thieves is. Why can't I see it on Steam? Oh, this all the DLC. Sea of Thieves Deluxe Edition is $49.99. Sea of Thieves 2023 Edition is $39.99. Or you can upgrade for $9.99 from whatever the original cost.
Right.
So Hi-Fi Rush is a $30 game.
Yeah, so it's 40, 20. Yeah, you've got like an interesting kind of mix of price points here.
And then Grounded is $40.
Yeah.
So that is interesting. It is growing in like God, is that the sequence that they're are they coming out cheapest to most expensive?
I think so.
Not intentionally necessarily, but that is the way it seems like it's going. I'm going to go and see, you guys can talk about it. I'm going to go on see if Hi-Fi Rush is up for pre-order yet, because I think it is, and see how much it costs on PSN. But yeah, go ahead. Did you have more to say, Dustin?
I saw Hi-Fi Rush. I believe that was $30.
Yeah, it is $30 on Steam. It's up for $29.99 right now for pre-order. If you pre-order it, you can get 10% off if you're PS Plus, $26.99. The offer ends 3/18, which is the day the game comes out. So I'll go ahead and pre-order that when we're closer. But so all right. So have you guys answered the question? Will they bring? Well, let's start with the stupidest question first. Will Sony bring their games over in any respect? By the way, MLB The Show, obviously already over, right? Bungie's new game, Marathon, right? The Marathon remake, that will be on Xbox.
Yeah.
So we're saying beyond that. And I think the answer is probably yes at some point in the midterm, certainly, and in the long term, ultimately. In the short term, I don't think so. Because I think Sony's now probably interested in seeing how this goes for them. Like what, did we potentially knock these guys out basically? And the answer is, I think it's a coin flip at this point. If they're like truly knocked out of being in a competitive situation, to which I make the argument Sony should be focusing now on Nintendo and potentially like a new entrant, whoever that might be.
Right. I had posted a tweet a few days ago because I was thinking about, I saw a tweet from Genki about when Hiroki Totoki was talking about third party or other platforms. And I just kind of put out the question of whether that could mean Xbox or Switch for some of these live service type games. And I've been thinking about it, and I got a lot of interesting feedback, some good, some not so nice, but that's okay. That I think you're right, Colin, that I could see it be possible in the far future, but I think right now they are going to look at Xbox because I think that they know, sure, could they make some money by putting some of these live service games on Xbox or, whatever? Yeah, but is the amount worth the negative hit of perception of putting stuff over there? Because certainly it's given a hit for Xbox, but the big difference is that Xbox is putting their stuff on a platform where people spend a lot of money buying games, and PlayStation would be putting it on a platform that has a much smaller install base and where they don't buy games. So the trade-off is, would be much, much higher. So I'm saying definitely not. Even though I posed the question the other day, now I'm thinking they just simply don't need to right now.
No,
they don't even need to announce first-party games for the platform. They're not, because they don't need to.
Yeah, it's funny that there is the point to underline, and this is often just ignored, but it's true. You're talking about like the necessary, like it would make more sense for Sony to go to Nintendo, I think, frankly, than to go and be like, we're going to put games on Switch or Switch 2, than to put them on Xbox, simply because they're not competing with each other totally right now, although I think they're going to be competing with each other in an accelerated way. But the bigger thing is that we know at the end of December, according to Take-Two, there were only 22.2 million series consoles. It's just not even that broad of a base of people to try to sell to. Like, it would make much more sense to just start getting the PC quicker. I think that, again, the Xbox stuff just seems wishful thinking from some people that Sony needs to do this like a tit for tat thing. And I'm like, that would be cool. I think that'd be awesome for Xbox fans. But from a strategic standpoint, I say if you were Sony, you're like, we'll just let you die basically as a brand, and or certainly we're not going to like put the fire out that's consuming your body right now.
Yeah.
So it's funny. No one thinks about Nintendo. What do you guys think about that? About PlayStation games on Switch? That would be Switch 2 specifically. That would be much more interesting to me. I don't think you would do that either. But if you wanted to go for a player base, you would go in that direction, I think.
Yeah. I guess the issue would be that, like, do you think that the Switch 2 would even be... it sounds so condescending, but like would the Switch 2 even be strong enough to run something like God of War Ragnarok? Like, I don't know.
But would it be strong enough to run the Uncharted trilogy?
Yeah.
Like, that's the kind of, like, imagine if you, and I'm just saying this, imagine if they release Blue Point's trilogy on Switch 2. That would sell millions of copies. That's just free money. But is it on
PC, that trilogy?
The trilogy's not, right? Just the Uncharted collection.
Yeah, I think it.
The Uncharted 4 and the
Legacy of
Lost Legacy, right?
Yeah. It's baffling to me that they haven't done that yet, but yeah, it would make more sense if you're going for just pure player base, and they do have those cloud solutions that they tried. I just don't know how valid those are. Like, there's like a Control. I think Control is out for Switch, but it's like a cloud version. Like, I don't really understand how that works or why that would even be something you would want. But God bless.
Well, we're gonna see how this all shakes out. I'll be curious to know what Microsoft thinks of this. And one other game I was thinking of that could be an interesting game to bring over, even though it's already over, is Psychonauts 2, simply because it never came to PS5. So that could be another way for them to kind of re-promote it. They did do an Xbox Series version of it, but just the PS4 version, which seemed punitive at the time, obviously, but I didn't blame them. I was like, yeah, why would you release like the next gen version for your competitor? But that was 3 years ago, and times have changed, haven't they?
Yeah.
So we'll be watching this with great interest. I love the games industry so much. It's so dynamic and fascinating, and it seems like it moves so slow and so fast all at the same time to me.
Yeah.
But the next story that we're going to talk about developed somewhat slowly, but we finally have news. And Dustin, I thought of you immediately when I read it. So let's get into it. Number 2. An enormous news for Elden Ring fans. Its long-awaited expansion, Shadow Over the Erd Tree, now has a release date. It'll launch on both PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 on June 21st later this year. In a press release replete with some in-game poetry, it's written that in this DLC, quote, players step into the land of Shadow to explore a new adventure full of mysteries and danger, to confront threatening bosses with new weapons and armor, end quote. Good writing, guys. Obviously, there will be new story characters and lore too, and there will be multiple ways you can purchase the expansion. There will be premium and deluxe editions in addition to the normal version of the game, as well as a collector's edition that will be launched in a limited quantity and which will incorporate some physical perks, including a statue and an art book. Are you going to get that, Dustin?
Too expensive, dude. $250.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot.
I'm not doing it.
Perhaps, I'm sorry, where was I here? Yeah, there we go. Perhaps most importantly, though, is that consumers will also have access to both games in a Game of the Year style release also on June 21st that will incorporate both the core game and its expansion into a single package. For those that want this version physically, make note that it's only available physically for PS5, not on PS4. Word of Elden Ring's expansion's release date comes other good news for the development team behind the game, From Software. So we talked a little bit about this last week, but I have a note about it. According to reporting from Video Games Chronicle, which dug up a U.S. trademark document, From owns the Elden Ring name outright now, notable since the game was originally funded and owned by publisher Bandai Namco, which also funded and owns the game, the Dark Souls series, which it did after PS3's exclusive Demon Souls. Elden Ring launched in 2022. This transfer of ownership is apparently nearly a year old, but went undiscovered. And as friend of the show and lawyer Rick Hogue told VGC upon request, this doesn't necessarily mean that the original Elden Ring game itself has transferred ownership or even the larger IP, but literally just the name. VG says in part, quote, that, quote, the trademark transfer appears to cover the game's name only, end quote, and that according to Hogue, quote, it would not be a transfer of what we think of as the game itself, although this could have occurred separately. The transfer of an IP like Elden Ring, which is copyright protected, would be done by contract and not necessarily require a public registration, end quote. So in other words, this could have all happened at the same time, but it's unclear. This is relevant most obviously because Erd Tree's release date press releases from Bandai Namco, and most interestingly, it can paint a different light on what's going on From's iconic PlayStation 4 exclusive game Bloodborne. In a separate conversation with website Eurogamer, Hidetaka Miyazaki, From Software's head honcho and the directorial and creative force behind many of its games, noted that Bloodborne, quote, is a title we hold very dear and just as much as our fans. It does make me very happy to see that there are still so many people passionate about it, end quote. When asked if it should be remade, Miyazaki answered in part, quote, I think having new hardware is definitely a part of what gives these remakes value. Things you weren't able to achieve on previous generations of hardware, ways you weren't able to render specific expressions. New hardware sometimes makes it possible. However, I wouldn't say that's the be-all, end-all. I think purely from a user perspective, modern hardware also allows more players to appreciate all the games. And so it ends up being a simple reason. But as a fellow player, I think that accessibility is important. I think that could be the driving force behind bringing an old game to a new platform, end quote. So potentially a hint in there. Yet, when pressed multiple times for more specifics about a potential Bloodborne remake, he refused to comment. Okay, let's start with the Elden Ring DLC. By the time it comes out, the game would have come out a little over 2 years ago. So this seems to be pretty meaty. It's $40, which is pretty expensive, but could indicate a sizable. What'd you say?
I said good.
Okay, yeah. Take it away. I want to hear what you think.
Yeah, so it is pretty common amongst From Software fans to agree that the DLC that From Software makes is often the best part of the games because they really have an understanding of the different mechanics, the systems, what people liked, what people didn't like about the game. And so hearing the DLC is $40 and has taken this long to create simply excites me more than anything else, just because there are many developers that have earned my trust, but From Software is one of the highest tier that pretty much anything they do, I'm going to check out day one. And this DLC is no different. The trailer looked amazing, and I don't want to know anymore. I watched the trailer one time. I'm trying not to watch it again because I just want to forget what I saw. I felt satiated. And so when it comes, which also, what was the release date? June 21st. I was so worried because there's a lot of rumors that it was going to come out like now. And that would have been a huge conflict.
That would have been stupid of them to do that too.
Yeah, it would have been really dumb. And maybe at one point it was the plan to release it around now, but with Rebirth and stuff like that, I'm very, very thankful that it is coming June 21st, because it's a much better time for me personally.
Yeah, they can. I don't like the idea of stealth releasing something like this. It's they could stand for promotion and they can actually clear the field too, so they don't have much to worry about. It's like when Grand Theft Auto 6 has a date. It's like it's going to fucking murder everything. And people are going to run away so hard from that, except for there's going to be a few brave souls that think they can take advantage of it and probably won't be able to, but we'll see. Chris, what do you think? Are you excited about this DLC? Will you be checking it out?
Yeah, I think summer's a good time for something like this. Elden Ring is a very unusual game for me because I don't normally put that much time into From Software games in that way. I really liked Sekiro, but I didn't put 100 hours into it. And so yeah, I mean, it gives me some time to, I guess, properly finish it, because I'm really close to the end of Elden Ring, and I just didn't finish. I don't know what the fuck. I think I just tapped out. I was like 100 hours. I'm tapped out. I got to do something else. And then by the time I went back to it, I was just so shit at it. Like my muscle memory had just completely dissipated that I was like, maybe I'll come back to it when DLC comes out. And now that's here. So I'll have an excuse to get back into it, which I'm looking forward to because I really, really loved it. So yeah, and like Dustin was talking about earlier, it's like, dude, the trailer looks so good. Like the animation work there is crazy. Just like watching those bosses move around is entertaining. And I'm excited.
There's certain things that bother me deeply. And one of them is that I don't know how to play these games well. And is it possible that I take another stab at Elden Ring this summer? It's not impossible, because it bothers me that this game has such a high, not only completion rating, but percentage of platinum trophies, considering it sold 20 something million copies and it's got a platinum rate in like the double digits. And it's like, I can't possibly be that bad, right? Like, have I learned nothing? I'm 39. I've beaten hard games. I can do it. What's with me in these games? Why can't I overcome? So maybe it's something I'll approach again in the future. I don't know, but it's got my mind thinking again. But I did want to ask about this. Omnitron wrote in, said, Substaker crew. In a recent Eurogamer interview, Hidetaki Miyazaki alluded to a possible Bloodborne remake for PS6. What are your thoughts, and will Colin finally beat a Souls game if Bloodborne gets a remake? I gotta say, this is kind of how I read it. I mean, I don't know if that's the conspiracy theorist in me, but that's kind of what I was reading. It's like, why are you going on and on about access and all of this, like, and like having distance between hardware and all the rest? It could be just the general nonsense that you hear about people trying to kind of vamp with journalists and just say whatever in their media train, and they're like, oh yeah, we love all of our games and it's exciting. But I feel like there was a hint in there. Dustin, am I crazy?
I wonder if he's talking about PlayStation 6 or if he just... I mean, I was trying to think about it. What does he say exactly here? New hardware sometimes makes it possible. However, I won't say that's the be all and end all. So I guess he might not necessarily be talking about in the future. I mean, he could be talking about PS4 to PS5 in this scenario, but I don't know. It was a very... When I first saw that, I was like, what is he trying to say here? I don't know. And the case of Bloodborne is so confusing just because I'm starting to wonder if there was a scenario where something Bloodborne related was coming and then it was shelved or canned.
This goes back to what I when I was still in California, and I it's the only scoop or like leak I've ever had that hasn't come true, or that I know hasn't come true for a certain reason, like the BioShock Arctic stuff. That's real, but I don't know if that's going to be the game or if that game even ends up coming out. This Bloodborne thing was mysterious because people I know, like, were like, yes, like that's in the works. That's happening in XYZ. And then it just never materialized. And I took the L a long time ago on that. I was like, maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe I was just bamboozled. But I try to vet it, Dustin, through the lens of like, let's examine what we know.
Mhm.
We know Sony owns the IP. We know From Software is an independent company owned by Katakawa. We know Sony owns a piece of it, right? We know that Sony let From Software kind of go after Demon Souls, and the iterations of it ended up with Bandai Namco. So I say all of this because, and this is just a conspiracy theory, it's just a thought, but is it possible that the court from back, they had to give them some sort of contractual first right of refusal or something that stops it from happening? And people are like, how can that be if they own the IP? And I'm like, because it could just be this thing where they're like, we saw it in the, here's a great example. In the Insomniac League, we saw the agreements that they had with Microsoft over Sunset Overdrive. And though Insomniac technically owned the IP, we know that they didn't own the game rights, and they had to go to Microsoft to publish the second game. These kinds of, so like there couldn't be a Sunset Overdrive 2 without Microsoft's agreement. Based on that, even though they don't own it, they have first right of refusal. And I feel like it's something like that that's stopping it from happening in some sense. Because the other things we know about, so let's go into other things we know. We know that Sony knows that everyone loves Bloodborne. Sony has all of the data. They have all the sales data. They know. So now you have to ask yourselves, okay, so what's going on here? And the only answers is it never was happening to begin with, which is possible. Whatever I heard about when I still lived in California was something that was happening but got canceled or shelved, or is still in the works and has been kept a great secret. Or there's some confusion about who would do it. Because it's tempting to say like, oh, let Bluepoint do it, but what about From doing it? How much money would that require? And if you were going to put it on a platform, would you want to do it very late in the generation when you can get a lot of users? Could you want to court new users to your next console? Does that make sense? We know all those things, right? So how can we make it make sense? Like make it make sense. I don't know how, other than to say that From has some sort of stake in this that allows them to stop it from happening.
Yeah, because you think about Demon Souls, where they were not the From Software that they are now, and so maybe their deal didn't include those kind of things in it. And then later, coming back at the point of Bloodborne, they had put out Dark Souls and Dark Souls 2, so they had a little bit more cachet to maybe demand something like this. But here's the thing. I don't think this is the case, but I'm just going to copium will this in that Bloodborne Remake is a PS5 Pro launch title and is coming this year. And
that'd be wild.
I mean, but it would also have to work on standard PS5.
Right, but at 30 frames or something, like some concession. Yeah.
Yeah. Or even, I just think about it as a way to like, man, that would be so cool. Copium.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
pure copium.
That is
pure
copium. But I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead. Like, Chris, what's stopping this from happening? Like, with everything that we know, like, even just, they never even patched it. Like, this just tells me that they're not allowed to do it. Like, and I mean, Sony. Like, it's just, otherwise, I don't know.
It is really maybe there's like a really steep disagreement where it's like, listen, maybe From Software is like, hey, we want this to be on PC, or something, or everywhere. And Sony's like, no, because this is like one of our biggest, this is like, if we put out a Bloodborne remake for fucking PS5 Pro or something, it would probably sell the machine. It would be a big deal. And so maybe that's part of it. I don't know. I wish we knew more about it. I feel like there's so much interesting, interconnected or internal politics going on here that we don't see or that we're not privy to that I'm so curious to know about, because they're, like you said, it is such a big deal. Sony knows that it's a big deal. From Software clearly likes Bloodborne as well. So like, what the fuck? It's really confusing. And man, I don't know. I really don't know if I could really speculate any more than there's got to be some point of negotiation that neither party will move on. Is my hunch, basically.
What about a Bloodborne 2? And when they announced that like Bloodborne 1 will be coming in some remade or a remastered form in lead up to it. Like Sony certainly tried to get Bloodborne 2, you would have to assume, right? Or some third game. So like Demon Souls, Bloodborne X.
Yeah.
They should have never let Demon Souls. This is a major blunder on Sony's part. I've said it many times. They had no fucking idea what they had with Demon Souls. And by the way, neither did I. When I played that game, I was like, this game sucks. I remember getting it in the office at IGN. I was like, this game's fucking. I think I've said this before on the show that we didn't even review it. And people were like, where is the Demon Souls? Like our bosses were like, what are you doing? You know, like, and we had to go get a freelancer to review it. I think he gave it like a 9.4 or something like that. And we were like, oh, okay. Guess we were wrong on this one. But so was Sony, because Atlas published Demon Souls in the West. Sony didn't even want to translate it.
That's so wild.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, it's such a crazy.
They had no clue.
I love that stuff.
What if the third game was a game and they called it Kingsfield, and it was just like a reboot of that or whatever, you know, their original PS1 games.
That'd be pretty wild.
Yeah.
I'm about it.
Sony owns that, I think. Maybe actually, you know what? I think From might own all of their IP at this point. I'd have to look into it. I don't know. Anyway, Erdtree. One word, by the way. ERDTREE. I had to add that to my dictionary on Google Docs. I always love adding fake things to my dictionary. You know, you right click.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, add Erdtree to go ahead and add that.
I had that with Hiroki Totoki. It kept trying to autocorrect to something else. I'm like, no. We need Mr. Literature Club in here.
Pay respect to this man.
Pay your respects. All right, my friends. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas to end the show as we always do from the audience over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. We begin with Sam, and he allows us to expand on something we've spoken about earlier in the game, or earlier in the show and spoke about often, but maybe we can put a finer point on it. Colin, you often say that game prices are underpriced, and we as consumers should be paying more, and we should be willing to pay more for the health of the industry. As a consumer of games, I have to disagree with you. It's not my job to keep the industry afloat when I'm not asking for $300 million games. I'm not asking for failed games like Skull and Bones and Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League that nobody wanted. I'm not asking for games that rush to market before optimizations like Final Fantasy 16 or Jedi Survivor. There's a glut of games that are designed in a boardroom that fail because they have no heart, and that's not our fault. As Hiroki Totoki said, there's a ton of wasted time and money by studios. Again, not our fault. To top that off, we're in the middle of a recession, and we as consumers should be more frugal than ever, only spending our money on games that are finished at launch and are appealing. Pay $70 for Skull and Bones, LOL, GTFO. Sorry, not really, but some really bad decisions like that should damage a company. That's the only way they'll learn. I don't disagree with you at all, Sam. So I think there's some sort of misunderstanding. So let's see if we can nestle down deeper. My thought is that when you care about a game or think a game looks good or want it, you should be willing to pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
And people, we just saw that with the Erdtree DLC, it being $40, where some people were bitching about that. Some people are amped about it and what it indicates about value, which is kind of how I read it too. And I'm not going out there and telling you to just willy-nilly buy a $70 game every week or something like that. That's not what I mean at all. What I'm saying is that when something hits, like you said, Final Fantasy 16, I think Final Fantasy 16 is a great example of a game that is definitely worth $70, if not more. It's awesome. And I'm not saying this for the overall health of the industry. I'm saying it for the health of the studios we care about. I could give a fuck about the industry. Most of the industry is constituted of platforms we don't play on, developers we don't care about, and publishers we've never heard of. So the health of the industry, in quotes, is irrelevant to me. But the health of our space is vital. And I do think that I talk about this actually with my guest on the next episode of Sacred Symbols Plus a bit, which is like, no one can rectify their view on games as having such little intrinsic value. It makes no sense. Like just based on time earned and the work that goes into it. And no, you're not asking for these games, but you'll occasionally play them. I assume, Sam, you probably played God of War Ragnarok. It's getting pretty close to a $300 million game. And what do you think that game should be worth? When Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out next year, what should that game be worth? I know the economy's bad. I know because I go to the grocery store and I see it myself. I go and buy things and I see it's fucking horrible. And I think that there's a major disconnect between all the government officials and the politicians saying how good the economy is and the reality of everyone, which goes and, you know, they don't have their fucking people going and shopping for them and just paying bills and all that. They go and see it themselves. And I get that. And so that sticker shock goes into $70 games and it goes into the way games are sold and the amount of money that people spend on it and the difficult nature in which people are living hand to mouth in a lot of situations. I'm not asking you to like sacrifice any of that. I'm asking you to see the intrinsic value in video games. That like the race to the bottom is hurting games. It's hurting developers that we care about. And you said something, Sam, that I thought was interesting, which is like, it's not up to you to keep the industry afloat. I agree with you, but you should think about it in a more localized way. It's like, if you cared about, how do I put this? It's like going to a farmer's market and saying like, I'm only here for the food. I don't give a shit. But it's like, I pay a little bit more because I do care. That like, it's like going to someone and have some fucking faceless mega corporation and BlackRock's going to get it. And they're going to make a bomb at Boeing and fucking drop it on Ukraine with it and all that kind of shit. It's like, it's just different. And I don't know where the disconnect in this thing comes from. That's it. I mean, so that's all I wanted to say. I don't know if you guys have anything you want to add, but
no.
But open your mind to the idea that in an open economy, the problems that you're suffering are also the problems that companies are suffering from. Whether or not you think that they're making more and more money off of it and they're kind of like, you know, hoodwinking everyone and all of that is another thing entirely. But you'll find in economics that usually costs are passed on. That fundamentally publishers and developers of anything, so let's say developers, creators of anything want to make it for as cheaply as possible. The cost that's passed on to you is the cost that it costs to make something plus a profit. And we know Sony's not making a very high profit. So this is eventually, whether or not it's up to you to worry about, I don't know. I don't disagree with you. But I'm bummed that people don't understand why this matters. And those are just different things. Spend your money however you want. Just there's always going to be ramifications for it. That's all.
Yeah.
You $70 for Skull and Bones. I think that is insane. Although I hear it's not that bad. I don't know.
Yeah. Apparently it's not as big of a mess as it should be given the development hell, but it's still not very good. So it's just kind of like, it's somewhat like a Dead Island, although a Dead Island I think was received much better. Where it's like people were expecting that game to be a fucking train wreck because it was in development for like 12,000
I certainly
years.
did. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be fun at all.
Yeah, because we learned from like Duke Nukem Forever and all these other games that have come out after like long periods of development have ended up being absolute garbage. And it seems like now at the very least, games in development hell can just come out and be fine. Not very good, not great, but serviceable. It still looks like shit to me, but like it's definitely like the Skull and Bones is definitely like a 3 out of 10 looking ass game for me. But you know, if you like being a boat, I guess have fun.
First person boating. Elias Starvarov wrote in, says, "Hey, Sacred Dudes, Chris, how does it feel to have Hiroki Totoki Literature Club echo many of the things you have said about Bungie? And are you surprised that a suit like him was able to quickly tune into the problems with the management while he bestows praise on the creatives? Thanks for the bottomless pit of LSM content." So I said this earlier. Sony originally, for their financial call during their quarterlies, released a translation, which they went and updated. And in the updated version of the translation, something Hiroki Totoki Literature Club says about what seems like all studios he's only saying about Bungie, which is basically that they lack accountability and are not a well-run business. What do you think towards Elia's inquiry about how he was able to quickly figure this out? It makes you wonder what anyone else was looking at when they were buying this company and why this snuck up on them. But it sounds like he understands that they are fundamentally good. They just need to be reined in. Were you interested in how he was tuned into that?
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me necessarily, because once you're in a position like that, you kind of do get to see the greater picture, and I would imagine you have access to things that even I don't know, about Bungie and financials and how they spend their time and their timelines and what resources are going where. I didn't feel anything other than like, yeah, I mean, this much is obvious to anyone who's been paying attention. Like I've been following Bungie for my God, a very fucking long time now. And one thing has been very, very clear, and it's since they left Microsoft. Not to say that Microsoft relationship wasn't its own kind of stressful hurdle. They've gotten into some really confusing partnerships with Activision first, even after they've vaguely threatened them, and then they left, and then here they are with Sony, and you know, it's very clear, and it's been very clear to me and a lot of people who have been following the studio for a very, very long time, and especially people who have been in tune with Destiny and how that's gone, that there's a suite of executives at Bungie that just don't know how to run that business. And that much has been just very apparent with just the way that they handle community issues, the way that they handle monetization, the way that they handle content, the way that they respond to the community. I mean, it's just it's very obvious, and you'd almost have to try to ignore it. And I want to point out by saying, like, when I'm saying all this stuff about Bungie, and you know, it's people are like, oh man, you were right about this, and it's like, yeah, but I can't take credit for that because it's so obvious in the community. Like, there are many content creators who have echoed exactly what I've been saying for many years about Bungie, which is that suite of people who've clung to that seat of power for so much longer than they're actually necessary, or for so much longer than they're actually an asset to the company, have been an absolute detriment to the way that business runs. And it's not new information. I'm glad he's there to rein them in, because I do think they need to be reined in. That much is obvious. And yeah, it sucks. I do still think that studio is fundamentally, like, exceptionally talented. I have no doubt in my mind that Marathon is going to be very good. But they gotta face the realities of the fact that they are not running this thing the way that they should.
Let's see. We're up to Piyush Pant, who wrote in. Said, hello, fellow divers. I'm sorry. I have a question for Colin. Largely from my understanding, won't releasing PlayStation games day and date on PC massively affect the console sales? And won't that be financially bad for Sony? I only ask because my triggering for buying a PS4 was watching the first Spider-Man trailer, despite already having a decent gaming PC. Certainly, this is part of the equation. I've been thinking about how I can best explain this, though, and see if you guys agree. Just punch the microphone as I was moving my hand. Didn't mean to do that. So, how do I put this? PlayStation 5s are on a certain velocity that seems to be equivalent to PS4s, right? So pretty high, 100 million plus selling velocity. So massive success. It's doing this with a dearth of exclusives. Even its biggest games are not exclusive to it. So, like, what you would think of exclusives, like Horizon or God of War, right? They still come to PS4. In these horrible down years, quotes, which this was supposed to be one of those years as we were fucking glutted with games. It's a joke. The console just goes and sells and sells and sells and sells and sells. It's on a trajectory. If exclusive games are not affecting the sales trajectory of PlayStation because there are so few of them, then how would putting it on PC affect the sales trajectory of PlayStation? To me, that's kind of the logic I'm working on right now. I would agree if there was some major series of examples, which we might get as we start to get this stuff and data from it in the field, where they're like, this is having a really material effect on selling PlayStations, but there are no exclusives to speak of, with rare exception. Now, Spider-Man 2 is a rare exception, sell 10 million copies. And there's no doubt that sold PlayStation 5s, probably a couple million of them, at least. And a lot of people that are there buy it too. But I don't know if that logic washes out to you guys. I guess what I'm kind of looking at is if PlayStation 5 is selling like it is without the exclusives, then it doesn't need the exclusives to sell. It needs just access to a broad range of games that are big, including their own. And so if it didn't need them to sell there, then how would it affect the sales trajectory if they were also released even day and date on PC? This is where I'm operating from. Dustin, does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I think that if they were to release day and date PC games with console, will they lose out on potential console sales in the future? Yes, that is true. But the question is, and like you said, this is part of the equation, is just that is opening up that new market going to more than account for those lost console sales? And I think this is something that we're thinking about in a bubble space of hardcore gamers, where I think that I don't want to call PC gaming niche at all, because it's not. But I just think that a lot of people in the more casual market won't even think about that. And I think there's a lot of people too that, like, for example, let's say Spider-Man 2. Let's say Spider-Man 2 is day and date with PC. I have as I said earlier, a PC that's more powerful than a PS5. I'm still buying that game on PlayStation because I like to play on the couch. I think PC gamers too are more likely to own both. Whereas just because from a financial aspect, if you buy a PC, that you are more likely really into games and have the expendable income to have both of them. So there's a lot of different things to calculate into it. And I think that Sony's also, from their perspective too, when they look at Microsoft, their main competitor in a traditional sense, but also Nintendo being a competitor, but in a different way, they kind of view it as they won at this point. And so why not widen the field, as you were saying, Colin?
Yeah. Does this wash to you, Chris, as well?
Yeah, I think it fundamentally makes sense. I do think individually you would lose some people, because there's no question. Like I do know for a friend of mine who hasn't had a PlayStation for a very, very long time just got a PS5 specifically for Helldivers, but that wasn't his. It was like a gift. Like his sister bought it for him because she wanted to play Helldivers with him. So there's definitely situations like that, but I don't think he would have bought it. I don't think he would have bought a PS5 for Helldivers. And I think generally speaking, I think for every one person who for every one person who buys a PS5 for Spider-Man, I feel like there are 5 PC players who would never buy a PS5 but would buy Spider-Man. And I feel like that would multiply by orders of magnitude when you're talking about like live service games with its own kind of internal microtransactions, and which has like, which don't inherently sell systems, but would be like steady revenue off platform anyway, that you're meeting people where they just wouldn't be a part of your ecosystem otherwise. I think ultimately they are coasting off of inertia. They are coasting off of this like momentum that is only growing every time another person enters the ecosystem, because that's one more friend of someone else who is in this ecosystem that can then convince their friend to get in. Or like just the sheer idea that like their digital library is here, or oh yeah, I'm in PlayStation, but I don't have a PS5 yet. I'm saving up for it for when the PS5 Pro comes out, and then I can get the current model for cheaper because I like PlayStation, but I don't have a lot of money. I'm definitely going to stay with PlayStation because this is where my games are. This is where my trophy history is. This is where my account history is. This is where all my friends are. I think that matters a lot more to people these days than specific exclusives do. I think that goes doubly so, triply so, quadruply so for live service games like Helldivers and Foam Stars and things like that, where I feel like you could really, I would argue you probably don't miss out on any console sales at all, with rare exception, by putting those games day and date on console and PC. But yeah, I think it checks out to me, and I'm granted a lot of this is based on anecdotal evidence on people that I've spoken to, but I think there's value in that too.
Yeah, there's no doubt that they would lose some people. I think that goes without saying. I think like people I think fundamentally understand, hopefully the listeners do, that Sony wants you to buy their console not because they want to sell you a console, but because they don't care about that at all. In fact, they might even lose money on it. It's because, not this time around, but usually they do lose money on their console sales, especially early on, but because they want you to buy things on the console and have you as passive revenue forever. Once you buy the console, you're captive. But to me, I just look at Helldiver's success, and I understand that the idea is like we have to spread the field to make these games as a service really pop. And it's like, okay, fair enough. I just don't know that that's many leaps of logic away from just doing it with everything. So we'll see how it all pans out. We definitely know that obviously Concord's going to be coming PC and PS5 later this year. I'm very interested to see how that does, because I bet you that there's a material increase in percentage of people that will pay attention to that game simply because of what happened with Helldivers. So now PlayStation Studios has, even though it's second party, that game has some sort of credibility in the space, which is good. All right. Dustin, this one's, I think, something you can answer. Corey Martin wrote in, said, hey, CDC. Is there a double standard for remakes of PlayStation games versus remakes of Nintendo games? PlayStation gets shit on for re-releasing certain titles, but when Nintendo releases Mario Kart 8, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, and various Mario titles from their Wii U on the Switch, no one says a thing. They just announced 2 deep cut games, Pocket Card Jockeys and Endless Ocean Luminous are coming to the Switch as well. Do you think there is a double standard, or am I nuts? Also, shout out to my mom who listens to this show every week, and my friend Joe. Still waiting on my plate of that famous Butera Spaghetti Man. Love all of the LSM content. Corey, thank you for writing in. By the way, I was so pleased to see Endless Ocean. That is a random Wii game that I really loved. It's not very good. It was released early in the Wii. It was about, you just dove in the ocean and like swam with fish and like studied them and stuff. I loved that game. It had this really cool opening song that I loved. And I remember buying it on circuitcity.com. I don't know why I remember that. Anyway.
Wow.
Dustin, is there a double standard?
Yes and no, because I very much remember the backlash against Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. Now, where there is a double standard is that actions speak louder than words. And so, yes, a lot of people complained about how Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze, they added funky mode and then charged you $60 when it was, I think, a little bit cheaper than that on Wii U a few weeks before, because that was during the time that store was still open. And so, yeah, but the difference is just that, and you can like this or hate it, it's just Nintendo IP is on a different level than PlayStation IP, and they are able to pull that shit off. And if you've been listening to Punching Up, we shit on Nintendo for this kind of stuff all the time. We made a joke that like Nintendo's goal is to not make you fully happy. They want to make you happy a little bit right now, but they never want to make you fully happy. They're always going to do something. So yeah, I get the frustration, but Nintendo IP is just so incredibly powerful and has a stranglehold on people to a degree that is not logical, myself included, and people are willing to pay money for those things. And so it's I don't know if there's really a way to explain it other than just people love Nintendo stuff and it hits different.
Yeah, I will say that I think, to give Nintendo credit from my perspective, is that when you think about Wii U ports, it's like, well, no one had a Wii U. It is a little like no one played Tropical Freeze because no one had a fucking Wii U, so we have to release it again. I'm not saying that's all they do, because they re-release Ocarina of Time and Skyward Sword and all these random things on various platforms and whatever. But I find the Wii U ports the least egregious because no one had access to them. So yeah, was the pricing a little weird? Sure. Have they released Super Mario Brothers 1 7 million times at this point? Yeah. Did I buy it like 7 times? Yeah. So yeah, we're all kind of part of the problem, but they do work under a different rule set, no doubt. All right. Gremlinatos wrote in and said, hello, Sacred Crew. For the first time in 13 years, there is a new, in quotes, Resistance game on PlayStation consoles with the re-release of Resistance Retribution. As someone who loved the Resistance games on PS3, it has been an absolute joy to play this PSP classic for the first time. As you have recently pointed out, Sony seems to experiment with how it releases games to see what gets traction. Do you think this port could signal the eventual revival of the complete Resistance trilogy on PS5 and PS4? With more and more older games being ported to PS5 and PS4, like the Mass Effect trilogy, BioShock, and now the original Star Wars Battlefronts, etc., do you believe this will happen? If Sony can port the Uncharted trilogy to PS4, then it must be possible to do for Resistance. Thanks for the answers and all the great content. Anything can happen. You say, like, if they could port Uncharted, they can port Resistance. It's true, but the Uncharted trilogy ports were not trivial. They took a long time. They were very well done, and the studio ended up getting purchased later on that did it, partially based on the quality of that work. So I wouldn't say it's cheap or easy. It's just something that they either will choose to do or not. I would love to think that you're right on this. However, I would just temper your expectations, because I think the reason that PSP games, it's so easy to see the PlayStation classics are mostly games that they own that they don't have to license. And PSP games, for some reason, are just trivial to port to PS4. So if Resistance Retribution being available indicates a possible future for Resistance, then you also must assume that Killzone Liberation indicates a future for Killzone. That Jet Moto 1 and 2 indicates a future for Jet Moto. That Legend of Dragoon indicates a future for Legend of Dragoon. I just don't think so.
Filter.
You know, I would like to think that you could see Twisted Metal. There will be a Twisted Metal game probably later this year, I would assume, based on rumors. But this is these games aren't the lowest common denominator from a quality standpoint. They're just the lowest quality common denominator from having to do anything to get them on the, like, we have access to them. We have the fucking source code. We don't have to license them. We own them already. There you go.
Yeah.
And that's that. And I think that's literally, and Bend it seems like Bend is doing these ports internally. It seems like, cause they're always tweeting about them. And it's the same thing with Siphon Filter. Like, all of the Siphon Filter games are available. And I don't think any of us think a new Siphon Filter game's coming. That would be fucking sick. But I don't think that that's going to be a thing. It would be cool if Ben's next game was Siphon Filter. I think that would be really cool. But because that's one of those IP that could work, I think. Anyway, Dustin, you have something to say?
I wanted to ask Chris something. You're not allowed to be, I mean, you're allowed to give your input, but you're part of this fandom way more than Chris and I. I would like to award Resistance fans with the highest amount of copium in gaming overall. We hear this all the time, like, oh, then bring it back. It's like, no. Do you see the leaks? What they talked about? It's not
1.9 million copies of Resistance 3. I think it's fucking horrible.
It's not.
I can't believe that. What a disaster. What's wrong with you guys? Why didn't you guys buy it? It's like, where were you when it was available to buy? Resistance 3 is arguably one of the greatest single-player first-person shooters ever. That's a commonly held sentiment with people who actually played it. You didn't buy it when it mattered. And now you're asking where it is. I don't.
Yeah. It ain't coming, man. Like, you sweet. The first thing I thought was like, oh, you sweet summer child. That's what immediately. I was just like, dude, just based on the financials and just based on how many times they've teased this thing and for it to not amount to anything. If you look, here's the reality. Let's say by some miracle, Resistance Retribution, that's what it's called, right?
Mm-hmm.
The PSP one. Mm-hmm. Resistance Retribution was a breakout fucking success, right? It just like was crazy. Everybody was downloading it. Everyone was talking about it. Like,
Helldivers servers are empty because they're playing Resistance.
Yeah, it's just like, dude, even if that opportunity was open, it's the worst time. Like, assuming that could happen, it ain't happening now. There's so many games right on the horizon. Helldivers is consuming everybody. Resistance ain't making a splash. It's not going to make the splash that it needs to for them to justify being like, oh, well, we have something here. Well, we're seeing a 99% uptick in engagement with what is it? PS Classics just from this Resistance game. That's what it would take, I think, to even start the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Let alone to greenlight it and to get something through and pitch it to production and get that sorted and Resistance is dead. I wanted it. I think it's a shame that those games are just locked to this console that we cannot play outside of a cloud solution. I think it's embarrassing, quite frankly, that they haven't figured this stuff out by now, even just by nature of expanding your library and giving just more value to your platform. I think it's fucking weird. Maybe Microsoft can lend some of their back compat scientists or something, because like there's got to be. I refuse to believe that there's no way to do it. And I refuse to believe that there's no way to do it that is like it can't be prohibitively like crazy. Like, you've got to be able to do it.
I think it's just the individual game by game thing. I think that's the only thing that's stopping them. Is they just have to do it game by game.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what it is. There's also just like what is the return on investment? What's the ROI here if we spend time doing this? I get it, but put the time in, man. Like, it's your platform, it's your ecosystem, it's your history, it's your culture. Like, put it up. Get Resistance up there. It's crazy.
The reality too that people don't want to hear, especially Resistance fans, and I'm a big Resistance fan. I have been since the series started. Is Killzone is the much more logical place to go if you wanted to go back to one of your classic shooters. if you wanted to count SOCOM, that's really the obvious place you want to go, in my opinion. But for the current environment, having a Rainbow Six Siege-like game that's SOCOM would be fucking sick. And I think that that's something that they could consider doing, or maybe they are doing. I have no idea. But Killzone sold a lot better than Resistance and would be a lot safer to revisit. And so I think if we see one of them, it will be Killzone, but I don't think we're going to see either of them. And I think that's fairly obvious at this point. Although one day maybe we'll get just the straight up reboot Killzone, the straight up reboot Resistance. That would be pretty cool. But 4, 5, 6 years, 100, 150, 200, $250 million, you got to make safe and good bets. And I don't know if I want to make these bets on games we've already seen. So
yeah,
Resistance is good shit, but new things would be better. Like Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet.
Yeah, I do want to say too, it's like I don't need a new Resistance game. Just bring the history up. That's it. Bring that trilogy up. It doesn't have to be special. It doesn't have to be crazy. All right? Just bring them forward. That's it. That's all I ask.
One more question. James Hill. Hey, CDC. Colin, I've noticed you and other analysts have started to float out the console war with Xbox is over and the cold console war with Nintendo is starting. I think this primarily PlayStation audiences should know just how far behind Sony is from Nintendo. Nintendo is the richest company in Japan and has $11 billion in cash on hand. Switch has sold $140 million in hardware and $1.2 billion in software in 7 years. And Nintendo learned a lesson from Sony and pushed Switch 2 back to stack the launch lineup. I see. To go full brain dead fanboy, is PS5 going to have any games soon, or do we have to wait till PS6 for a fair fight? Have a great day. First of all, I'm very intrigued to see if Nintendo can replicate Switch's success with Switch 2. They have massive advantages built in. They have all the momentum, a lot of skill, a lot of knowledge, but it's hard to do it back to back. So I don't think it's a given. Like, I think Switch itself, like Switch 1, could potentially be this platform that never goes away in some weird sense, because there's just so fucking many of them where it sticks around forever. It's going to have this home brewing whatever thing going on forever nonetheless. So Nintendo is Japan's richest company. The dollars on hand doesn't really matter to me. Sony could materially, by cashing out short-term investments and stuff, get more than $11 billion in cash if they needed it. They don't, though. But Nintendo is a staunch competitor, and the numbers, James, that you provide us indicate why they are important to focus on. I think to look at Nintendo as not Sony, by focusing on Nintendo, I think it's somewhat defensive. If I were Nintendo, I'd be like, we're going for these motherfuckers now. You know, like there's the lanes are lessening. Microsoft's kind of going away. Nintendo's really messed around with mobile pretty deeply, and I don't think has found fruit that they wanted. You kind of look around and say, wonder what these guys are all about. I don't think it's only Sony looking at Nintendo. I think it's Nintendo acting defensively. These two companies have been at each other's throats for 30 years. And it was always about those two, wasn't it? There were disruptions like Sega and Xbox, but I think it's kind of always been about them. And for it to kind of reduce back to them again, I think would be very interesting and almost cosmic in some sense. And they can both win. They both are winning. But yeah, there's no doubt that Nintendo is not only formidable, but arguably the greatest games maker ever. Not even close. It's not like you're competing with some fucking trivial outfit. So you have to like leverage everything you can, which is mostly going to be third parties. And Nintendo has done it, from my perspective, a very good job of courting third parties heavily this generation for really the first time. And I don't mean third parties that make exclusives. I mean like indie games, small publishers, Annapurnas and fucking Kepler Interactive games and all that kind of stuff. They've just done a nice job. Yeah. And I wouldn't fucking mess around with them at all. I think you have to look at them very, very keenly. And I'm eager to see how this all develops. Dustin, do you feel like this is the next front?
No, I think that's a poor decision to try to take on Nintendo, just because I think that Nintendo is operating on a totally different space and wavelength, in that Nintendo is universally appealing and PlayStation is not. I guess Nintendo, not that everyone loves Nintendo, but it's appealing to a lot more types of people, right? Your mom might like a Nintendo game. Your girlfriend might like a Nintendo game. Kids at school or young and old, whatever. There's just a lot more range of people that are going to at least maybe be into Nintendo video games. And if they're not into Nintendo video games, then now there's Nintendo movies. There's Nintendo shows. There's Nintendo theme parks. There's all of these things. And I think that if Nintendo or if PlayStation wanted to compete with Nintendo, they need to become more universally appealing. And I don't want that. I want them to appeal to us and the stuff that we like. And so I think it's more along the lines what I would hope for is what you were saying, Colin, is that they can both be successful doing their own things. And there's a lot of crossover there, obviously. And I think Sony gaining market share in Japan would be awesome. And I think it'd be awesome for us just to see a reignited focus on Japan and for our interests as fans of those types of games. But I think trying to get on a level with Nintendo is not necessarily a good idea. And I guess we have seen them do that somewhat, trying to appeal outside with the Uncharted movie and more push into that realm, but it's not going to be to the same degree. So yeah, keep pushing and fighting and doing new stuff and learning from each other, but we don't want Sony to change to that degree.
Chris, do you have anything you want to add before we go?
Yeah, I feel like in my mind, Nintendo's a little bit like Forrest Gump to me. Where like, I don't know how you've stumbled into these fortunate situations so effectively, because like in many ways they're not particularly intelligent, specifically with the way that they handle like online stuff and the lack of trophy or achievement systems at all is kind of wild, given how long those systems have been around.
It's intentional stubbornness, no doubt.
Yeah, and just like
we don't do that.
Even just the party chat system on Nintendo, where it's like, and I get that that's not their focus, but like the way that you download the app and basically call somebody on your phone, it's like that's just calling someone on a phone. Like I already have the phone. What is this? So like in a lot of ways, and just the way they fumbled with the Wii U so hard, I do think Nintendo, despite their incredible advantage at the moment and despite their incredible momentum, surely they must understand the importance of a digital ecosystem now. Surely they must understand that like if you invested digitally on Switch, the next Switch has to carry that forward. They must know that. But I could also see Nintendo being the most unique they're the most unique company in the sense that I'm not confident that they would have learned that lesson. Like I'm not 100%. I don't know. Like they could find a way to fumble all of their momentum. That's very possible. It's very possible. But I'm leaning on that not happening. I do think they're in a very, very advantageous position. So many Switches out there, so many people in the Nintendo ecosystem, and like you said, just the fact that they have a theme park at all is wild. Like that's operating on a complete. You're not going to see a Morbius ride at like a Sony theme park. You know, like that's not. No one's itching to get on the Morbster or whatever the fuck they would call it. So I do think they're just operating on very, very different wavelengths, and to go after them would be kind of a fool's errand, because it would be like Shaq being like, I'm going to play baseball now. And it's like, you don't got to do that, man.
Could they work together?
Maybe I could. Could
they benefit by putting down their swords and actually like making each other better?
I don't know, because I feel like they serve such different purposes, both in software and in hardware, that I don't know like if one of them could really offer anything that wouldn't inherently, like, I do feel like if you have a PS5, chances are there's a pretty good chance, I think, that you have a Switch. Like, I don't know the math necessarily on that. I don't know the exact data, but I'm willing to bet that most people who have PS5s also have Switches.
That was in the FTC stuff, wasn't it? Shit.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah.
Wasn't that in there, like, where they knew?
I'm going purely on vibes here. Okay. Yeah. So this isn't scientific or anything, but like I would, based on pure anecdotal evidence, based on just households that I've been to, based on people that I know and people that I've spoken to, granted limited sample size, all that. But I just feel like What does Nintendo get from, I don't know, having God of War on Switch? Like, I don't really know, and I don't know what Sony really gets from getting Mario on. Well, that would never happen in the first place, but what I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know what they could really offer each other that would really make sense outside of just basic cross-platform support and maybe some PS Classics. But like, that's such a low, like that's almost so low that it's not. Is it even worth doing?
Yeah, it could be their cooperation comes in other ways, like Sony Pictures doing the Zelda movie, for instance. Right. I think that's where they find each other better. You know,
multimedia, transmedia stuff like that. I feel like that's where they would probably flourish a little bit more.
All right. Well, we'll leave it there for now, my friends. This was a way longer episode than I thought it was going to be based on the news, but it was great conversations. I enjoyed being here with you guys today. Chris, let's say goodbye to you, my friend. Have a good rest of your day.
You too, man. Honestly, I was expecting that when I got on today, I fully expected to be attacked for my peanut butter and jelly sandwich take. Like, I fully expected that because based on the amount of people that were mad at me for saying that. So I was a little taken aback, but I was like, oh yeah, everybody understands. It's like, oh cool. I guess I'm conveying this well.
Yeah, you did. I mean, you definitely gave me food, pardon the pun, food for thought. Sandwiches for thought. Dustin, goodbye to you, my friend.
Goodbye, and this is good timing. I'm going out to dinner tonight at 7.
Oh, where are you going?
With some friends. We're going, Chop Shop, the classic.
Oh yeah, that place is good.
Butler establishment, one of the best.
Very nice.
So I'm quite excited. Now, Colin, I think I was listening to you and Dagan talk on something. Have you guys been going out?
Yeah, Friday nights we've
Friday nights.
Yeah, Friday nights. Yeah, after Constellation.
Yeah. Nice.
We're gonna go out tomorrow night too. Which is Friday. I think my dad's gonna be in town. My nephew Finley's in a play. I went to see him last weekend, but it's another weekend, and so he's coming down for that. So maybe we'll incorporate him in our eats. But yeah, we try to just we're going feral a little bit, so we got to get out of the house. Do things a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, my friends. By the way, I don't know if you guys saw this. I should probably talk about this more next week because I saw a break and I forgot to put it in the news. Did you see that EA Sports is offering $600 per player to be in NCAA? 11,000 players by $600. They all have to opt in. It's pretty interesting. I think they'll take it. Anyway, we'll see you all next time. Thanks for your love, kindness, and support. Till then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.